I think because I've always been internally motivated, and I think that's a really, talking to the people that I've been able to speak to with my podcast as well, is a lot of people that are good or successful at whatever it is they choose to do. They're always internally driven to be better themselves, not to be better than anybody else. I didn't want to be number one. I didn't want to be the best. That's not what drives my mentality. What drives my mentality is being good at something and learning it and the process of it. Like, I'm a real process-driven person. So I found out I wasn't going to be contracted. I walked outside, I rang my dad, and it was a shock. It was a big shock because I kind of thought the team I was at, I would end up taking over as an assistant coach because I was kind of playing coaching at the time, and the big boss had always spoken to me. He'd actually taken, my dad had come over, and months prior to that he'd taken us out for dinner, and he was saying, like, your son will be here for a long time and all this. And then, within 4 months I was gone. And I remember walking outside ringing Dad, and we're both like shocked, and he was just like, oh shit. He goes, oh, I didn't expect that after the bloody dinner we had and what we'd spoken about. And I was like, oh, well, it is what it is. It's a business. And then he's like, what are you going to do? And I was like, no, I'm going to come home and I'm going to be a centurion for Waikato. So I really struggled with, around that time as well, when I got sprayed, of making mistakes. I didn't want to make mistakes. I didn't want to go out there and fail. So, to be sprayed like that at that point in time, when all I was worried about was getting things right, was really hard to deal with. Warren Gatlin coming, he recognized that in me, and the way that he, kind of coached me and spoke to me and observed me was just like, man, you're too scared to fail. Like, you've got to. So he forced me to. He would make me at training. He'd be like, oh, when we do this drill, I want you to do it like this. And I'm just like, but I'll never be able to get it right. And he's like, exactly.
All right, welcome to Shed Life. We're all about the stories of good people working hard. Everyone's welcome in the shed. This one's pretty awesome. We got Dwayne Sweeney. I saw him follow the channel after putting out one of the reels, so I reached out and said, hey bro, would you like to come on the podcast? He said, dead keen. I was like, keen as. He's got his own podcast, Real Tales with Sweens, so it's going to be shared across both, so you might be seeing this on his podcast. Probably the only dude in the professional era of rugby to play 100, well, he's played 143 games for Morrinsville Sports, which is awesome. We're going to talk about the title run in 2009. 103 games for Waikato Rugby. Centurion, the latest Centurion, who knows, possibly the only one, maybe Mitch Jacobson will get it, but 2019, 69 games for the Chiefs, 6 seasons in Japan, New Zealand Māori, Sevens, Thames Valley, up the Swamp Foxes, massive into fishing, Ultimate Fishing TV appears, fathers, hunting, all-round good guy, lots of stories. We're going to be getting into it, but welcome aboard, Sweens.
Awesome, thank you.
Let's just start with this one, because this makes my mind hurt. Is you're 17 years old, Hamilton Boys High School, playing for the first 15, and this is 2002, and Ian Foster decides that he needs you to make a debut for Waikato Rugby. How does a 17-year-old that's only playing high school rugby end up there? Give us the story.
Oh, first of all, thanks for the intro. It's pretty humbling, I suppose, sitting here and thinking that a chubby kid from Morrinsville achieved all of those things. So, but I guess going back to that moment as a 17-year-old, I guess the story in itself is quite interesting, and the fact that I was sitting in maths, not doing a lot. Sort of my last year of high school, I was, I'd already sort of, I suppose, qualified for what I wanted to do post high school, which was I wanted to go to Wintec and study sports science, and my sixth form cert had got me in. I was kind of ticking the box in terms of turning up so that I could play rugby for the first 15. So I was actually in maths, and I got a note to go to the principal's office, and as you could imagine, I wasn't at school so much at that stage, so I was actually thinking I was in trouble. And
was it the first time that you'd had a note to go to the principal's office?
Yeah, to go to the principal's office. Yes, I'd been to the dean's office a few times, and the deputy principal's a few times as well. Okay. But in terms of the actual principal, going to Susan Hassell's office was pretty daunting. And I remember just walking across from Mass Block, and it's sort of on the far side of the school too, so it was a decent walk, and I was like, oh man, like trying to think of every excuse of like where I could have been, what I wasn't at, and I sort of walked in there, and Barb Clark, pretty special woman, was the manager of the First 15 for a long time. She was a receptionist, and she had a big grin on her face when I walked in, and I was like, oh, it's a bit odd, like, and so I sat down and was waiting, and then Susan came out, Mrs. Hassell, and said, oh, you can come in my office. So I went in there, and she handed me a piece of paper and said, oh, you have to ring this number. And I was like, oh, okay. So I used the school phone and rang the number, and it was like, hello, Ian Foster speaking. And I was like, whoa. Yeah. And he's like, how are you? And I said, oh, hi, it's Dwayne Sweeney speaking. Good habit that Dad taught me is always answer the phone with your full name. So... And he's like, oh, hey, Dwayne, how are you? Yeah, no, good, thank you. And a little bit of small chat. And then he asked what I was, if I could get the day off school. So I was like, oh, hang on a minute. So I asked Miss Hassell, and unbeknownst to me, they had already had a conversation. Yeah. So she knew exactly what was coming. And so did, obviously, Mrs. Clark, or Barbara, who was at reception as well, because they had obviously talked about it. So that's what the big grin was all about. And then, I said, so I asked, and she's like, yep, that's fine. I was like, yep, I can get the afternoon off. And he goes, oh, what about the rest of the week? And then I was like, oh, can I have the rest of the week off? And she's like, yep, that's fine. He goes, okay, cool. Well, I need you to come down to Waikato Stadium, meet me there at 12 o'clock or whatever it was. He goes, I'll just meet you at the front, just on the steps outside, come around to gate 5. I was like, oh, okay. And then he's like, and you're going to train with the Waikato NPC team, and you're going to make your debut on Friday against Hawke's Bay. And I just like, I can't explain the feeling, like being a proud, Mulu supporter from, I don't know, as I couldn't even tell you when I started supporting the team. It was, rugby's been a big part of my life. Dad played, for Thames Valley when I was younger. So for me it was a bit of a surreal moment and quite a numb feeling. And sitting here now, what are we, 24 years on, like it's like I'm still there, like it's that vivid in my mind. So it was a pretty amazing moment, I guess, and really cool to share it with my principal at school, and with Mrs. Clark as well, being my First 15 manager. It was my 3rd year in the First 15 at that stage, so I'd formed a really strong, sort of bond and relationship with her too. So, I suppose to break into tears and to, hug your principal, it was a pretty kind of surreal moment. And then to ring mum and dad and fill them in, on that kind of news was pretty special. Yeah, they must have been stoked, mum and dad. Yeah, it's actually really quite a cool story in the aspect of the game itself. So, the first time I ever represented Waikato was Waikato Primary Schools in 1997, so my last year of intermediate. So you used to have the Roland Mills tournament, or Breweries Shield. I played for Morrinsville, and then made Roland Mills, which there's a city and a country team. The Rangers was the country team, so I played for Waikato Rangers with Richard Kahui, Brendan Leonard, Ella de Malmonts was in that team too. Pretty good under 13 team, and then I made Waikato Primary Schools out of that, so they would pick a team which was the best of Waikato Rangers and Waikato Rovers, which was the city team, and we played Hawke's Bay at McLean Park, and I wore number 21. So it was 1997, and Mum took a photo of me before running onto the field, and then 5 years later, as a 17-year-old, she got a photo, and I wore number 21. Again, and ran onto the field, and like in the Waikato team. So it was a pretty fast, I suppose, transition from a 13-year-old kid to a 17-year-old. I would still say kid. I definitely wasn't a man, but playing for playing for Waikato.
2-1s. When were you able to tell all the rest of the boys in the first 15 that you're going to be playing for Waikato? Like, did you have to tell them you're going to be missing their game on Saturday? And then what was it like going in and for all the Moolus, all the men? How did they welcome, and like what did they think about you turning up?
Yeah, well, in terms of my teammates, I can't even really remember, because back then, like, cell phones had only just sort of come out.
Maybe like an Alcatel text machine.
Yeah,
maybe we were
but it was 25.
on Nokia.
It was like 20 cents a text or something. So I was like, I didn't have enough money to text all of my teammates, and not all of us had phones either. So, I can't really remember too much about how I told my teammates, but I actually played first 15 on the Saturday, so that's another. We'll get to that part of the story, because obviously the game was on Friday. But I suppose turning up to training and meeting Fozzie outside on the stairs, and just being again numb. And he was like somebody that I really idolised as a kid. Grew up watching the Moolus of the 90s, of Warren Gatlin, John Mitchell, Dwayne Monkley, who I'm actually named after as well, which is pretty cool. So I suppose meeting him, being really kind of in awe of what was kind of happening, and then walking into the changing room. And I remember I was the first one in there. Yeah. And the first person that came and sat beside me was a guy called Reconnecting. Oh, nice. And he was also, it was his first day. Because it was the first assembly day of the team, the official squad. Yeah. And the whole reason that I was called in was Roger Randall and Bruce Rehana were both selected for New Zealand Sevens to go to the Commonwealth Games in Manchester in 2002, where they won a gold medal. So those two players were unavailable, so that left the spot open for an outside back. So they took a punt on the 17-year-old from Hamilton Boys High School. And I remember sitting there, and then Regan King walked in, and he was like, kind of looked at me and didn't recognise me. Yeah. And he was obviously playing for Hautapu, and he'd had a really breakout season that year, and obviously went on to become an All Black too in that same year, went on the India tour, but he hadn't debuted yet either. So he sat beside me, and he's like, "Oh, hey bro, Riggs." And I was like, "Hey, it's Sweens." And he's like, "Oh yeah, who do you play for?" I hadn't seen you before. And I was like, "Oh, Hamilton Boys." And then he was like, "Oh, do you play like Colts or something?" And then because he thought I meant Hamilton Old Boys, and I was like, "Oh no, Hamilton Boys High." And he's like, "Oh, are you still at school?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then he's like, "Oh, you must be mean." And that was my kind of like opening line. And then guys like John O'Gibbs walked in, and Dion Muir was the captain, Reece Duggan. It was pretty amazing seeing these men walk in that I was been turning up the year before with my cowbell in the green zone, and really getting into it. It was the first year of the stadium as well in 2002, so I didn't actually get to play on the stadium because we played Hawke's Bay down in Hawke's Bay for my debut, but I did sit on the bench one of the games later in the season, but didn't get on just as a sort of backup injury cover. But it was pretty unreal, like watching all those guys walk in and then go out to training. And I think that was probably the most daunting thing of the whole week, was that first training, because I didn't we'd train at first 15, and it was back then I'd never been in a gym or anything. So we went out to training, and it was like, training in 2002 was very different than to 2026. There was no GPSs, there was no contact load monitoring. It was like full noise. It was like a game, probably more intense than a game, to be fair. More intense than any game I'd ever played in, that's for sure. And there was live contact drills, and even just, I remember just warming up and doing passing waves, and never been so scared in my life to catch and pass a ball, especially when you're catching it, off guys like Todd Miller, and you're passing to Keith Lowen and David Hill, and these guys that had been watching on TV. So it was a pretty daunting experience going into that changing room. Isaac Boss was in the team then, and in all honesty, like, him and Regan were amazing for me in those first couple of years. They really made me feel welcome, and I think for Bossy, he's just a great man. Like, I'm stoked that Hautapu won this year under his leadership, and Jackson's done a great job with that team the last couple of years, and he's a good mate of mine as well, and played a lot of rugby with both of those two. So yeah, it's really cool to see their successes. But Bossy was just a really good, I suppose, like big brother for me, really, being in that environment. He might have been the next youngest player, I think, in the squad as well at that point in time. So yeah, he was super helpful for, making me feel welcome and helping build my confidence and stuff and around training. So yeah.
What was it like? I just want to ask, what was it like the first sort of contact, whether it was in the game or at training, like the difference of going from first 15 to provincial rugby, which was at this point, for some people that might be listening, it's still absolutely huge in New Zealand. Like this is, what was that like? The first tackles?
Yeah. I actually surprised myself, in all honesty, because I didn't think I could do it. I remember standing there watching this drill go live, and I was like, it was like a ball carry kind of 3-on-3 drill. Yeah. So no hiding. Like there's no, you can't play 20 minutes and not make a tackle or not clean a ruck. It's like you get thrown the ball and you got to run it like at three guys. And I remember the first time I went in, I was actually on the defense side. And I was in the middle, so that's like you're going to make the tackle, basically. Yeah. And I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the forwards that was getting the ball. And I remember just thinking, okay, well, this is it, dude. Like, sink or swim, basically. Yeah. And I just remember, like, actually shocking myself that I made the tackle. And I did. It was a good tackle. And I was just, like, thankful it was on my right side because I'm a lot better on my right shoulder. But, I just remember thinking like, and it's really, I think about that moment a little bit with a number of things across my career is quite often when you get that, when you try something new, that first experience is everything. So like if that had gone bad and I had been smoked or got injured or my whole career is probably different, right? Yeah. But the fact that I made that tackle, it just gave me this little bit of like, maybe you should be here, or maybe you can be here. And I'm not saying that I made that tackle and went, I'm a Waikato rugby player, but I think there was an element deep down that was like, okay, well you've ticked one box. Like in the back of your mind, you're like, okay, well, I made that tackle. Because in the game itself, I ended up going on the wing, and I hadn't played wing before because I'd always been a centre at high school and stuff. But I was quite fast. I was actually Waikato Secondary School 200 metre champ the year prior. So, but anyway, I actually made a try-saving tackle. And that was my, kind of my one moment of the game, really. I played about 20 minutes and I might have carried the ball once or twice. I could have scored a try, but Riggs dummied me. He scored anyway, but it would have been nice to score first touch. That would have been a hell of a debut. But I just remember, I made a try-saving tackle. It was basically one-on-one. They'd made a big breakout, and I was coming across in cover, and made the try-saving tackle about 5 metres short of the line, and he lost the ball. So, I think, if you think about, small moments playing a part in that, probably that first tackle at that training was, a big part in that.
Was there a mindset that you developed when you're younger or going into it that you would tell as... I had a guy, Kenny Short, on here, awesome BMX, and he was all about mantras, which I thought, like, was there any mantra or anything that you would say to get yourself in the zone to perform so that when you could do that, like...
Yeah, it was actually something that my dad used to say to me all the time, and I never really got it, but I used to say it to myself, and I got it in time. I understood it in time, but he always used to say, there's no such thing as luck, you make your own luck.
Oh, nice.
And because I always remembered it, like I would go off to a game or whatever. Mum would always be like, good luck. And then Dad would be like, no such thing as luck, make your own luck. And I would be like, oh, okay. And we'll walk out the door and away I go. And I never really understood what he meant. And then you put yourself in situations and you make teams and pressure goes up in different scenarios and you have different coaches and different things that they say. And, the bounce of the ball, it's, there's another, people talk about, you get the bounce of the ball if you work hard and all those sorts of things. And they all started to stack up for me. And I'm like, oh man, that's just what Dad's always said to me. And, it was probably, I'd maybe been in the professional environment a couple of years before I really understood what that meant. But yeah, there's a big one I carried, kind of through life.
Yeah.
Still to this day now, I go fishing and people say, oh, you're lucky you caught a marlin. There's like no such thing as luck.
Yeah.
You make your own luck. So yeah, that's probably the big one for me.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I had a couple around that. I always think it's on a hall day. There's some great sayings on local rural country halls, but the harder you work, the luckier you get. It's that sort of, the more shots you take, the more likely you are to get in. But it is just like the more work you do, the more it's going to be, and then just preparation for it. But yeah, that's cool. I think it is. It's interesting what can get instilled in someone's head and what's worthwhile. I think that's also worthwhile. Anybody that's got the ability to influence young kids or something, is it might not make sense to them right now, but the more that you can get positive stuff stuck into their head, or these sort of mantras, is it can just be going and playing on background loop and then helping out just like that situation then. And it could be years before people even really understand but how powerful a positive background loop mantra is, let alone the, we're unlucky or good things never happen to us, or that sort of stuff. It's like, no. Yeah,
well, it's quite interesting, right? Like, it can go one way or the other.
Yeah.
You can easily get stuck in a rut too. Like, I think, in life in general, you can ride the ups and you can ride the downs. But it's, having something that you can kind of go back to really helps with that. And for me, that one saying that my dad started, well, I don't know, I was probably 8, maybe. I don't know, when he first said it to me. It was just so normal for me to hear. So he might have said it to me from when I was bloody 5, and I went out and pretended to play rugby because I was shit scared of the ball. But like I even think about that a little bit, because obviously he said that to me the day before I debuted, and then the very next day I actually ended up playing first 15. So we bust back from Hawke's Bay, and I played first 15 that next day. So going from playing professional and back to your, I suppose, question at the start, how did I tell my teammates? I actually still turned up and played on the Saturday, and we played Tauranga Boys at Hamilton Boys, and it was a traditional game. We play for the Don Clark boot, who's a famous Morrinsville man. And that's a trophy that we played for, and we won that day. And I think we won, might have been 28-20 or something like that, but I scored all 28 points. So it was a pretty good day. As you could imagine, I was riding a bit of a high from the week that I'd had, and I was feeling super confident to go out there and play against people my own age and younger, because obviously first 15 there's a variance of ages. But it was a pretty cool day to be able to have the week that I had, but then also ground myself in, well, hey, you're still a first 15 rugby player. And I don't necessarily think my teammates saw it that way. I remember a bunch of different comments coming at different times, or coming back to me through other people, like, oh, he's arrogant, he's cocky, he thinks he's the man now. But I definitely did not think I was the man. Like, I thought I was the biggest pretender at the school. Like, honestly, like, even though I'd played 3 years of first 15, I was the vice captain of the first 15 for my last 2 years. I didn't think I was the man. I ended up, obviously, I made New Zealand secondary schools that year too, and for our school that was big. Like, Hamilton Boys High School was definitely not the rugby powerhouse it is now. And I think I might have been the first player for 53 years that had played New Zealand secondary schools. It was a long time, and I think they've had a player every year since. So it's been a pretty impressive change, like, in the school. And Nigel Hotham came the year after, and rugby looks a lot different there now than what it did when I was there.
No, it's I think it's a theme that'll keep coming across, is backing it up, playing for some, Waikato, then the first 15 the next day. There's some good stories that I'm sure we'll tell. But let's take it back to the beginning. Where'd grow up? What was family like, just to give people a bit of a rounded edge of it. I just thought I'd drop it in is we're talking about the peaks and valleys of life. As I always say to myself, 2 things, it'll all work out in the end, and the best is sort of yet to come. But I've just, no matter what's going on in life, I've always, and when stuff's really bad, because I think you could speak to it, But the higher the highs, the lower the lows. It just seems to be the way of life. So which I accept that. But it's just like, it'll work out in the end. It'll work out in the end and then you're just like, okay, just keep pushing through.
Yeah.
But where'd it begin?
So I'm the oldest of 4 boys. So
nice. Same.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah. So I grew up in Morrinsville. Obviously small town.
Yeah.
Probably 15 minutes east of us where we sit here now in the shed. But I grew up in Morrinsville. Oldest of 4 boys. So as you could imagine, like rugby was a pretty big pastime in our house. But all sports were honestly like, there wasn't a sport that was available that I didn't do or I didn't try or I didn't, put my hand up for. And it's quite interesting. It's my son's my son's birthday today. He's 11.
Yeah.
And actually, like a bit of a family tradition that's been passed down from my dad is we draw pictures in the cards, and dad always did that for us. And he still does, and he thinks he's pretty funny. Like he is funny. I don't really admit that to him, but he is. And he writes little, he draws little stick figures of like things that we do. So quite often my card will have, me fishing, and there'll be speech bubbles of like, oh, he's not out fishing again, and those sorts of comments. And like I look at my son's card that I drew for him last night, and I've drawn like a basketball court, and he's playing basketball, and then a netball court because he plays netball as well, and then rugby field because he plays rugby, and then there's long jump and high jump and everything. And that's just like, he's so just like I was as a kid, like just all in, like whatever it is, he'll give it a go. And that was me. Like I was just active. I wanted to do things. I loved rugby, I loved cricket, like those are my 2 main sports. But if there was anything, that had an element of, I guess, activeness or competition, like I was all about it. So growing up for me, I was obviously heavily in my rugby and then heavily into my cricket in the summer. But like I said, if there was any sport available or anything I could have a go at, then I would. And mum and dad were both pretty active growing up. Like my mum was a really good swimmer through high school and stuff, so that was another thing that I did, and I hated it. But it instilled good discipline and fitness as well. So that was something that was pushed by mum. And then obviously dad was a keen rugby player and had played for Thames Valley, and he was still actively playing as well as coaching. And I don't know how he did it, because he coached all of us, like all 4 of us. And I can't think back to a time where he wasn't at a training for any 4 of us. And I'm just like, how did that work? Because we're all training on the same days, we're all playing on the same days. And obviously as we got older, there wasn't many games that I played, even through my professional career, that my mum and dad, or mum or dad, weren't there for. And I just don't know how they did it. Like we didn't have like dad worked really hard, but it's not like we had heaps of money growing up. So I'm like, how did they afford all this travel? And I know they remortgaged the house to go to Argentina when I went to the Under-21 World Cup, and took my brothers to share that experience. But I suppose they were always really awesome in the fact that they just provided opportunity, for the 4 of us, and I benefited hugely from that. And then so I went through Morrinsville Primary, Morrinsville Intermediate, and then I went across to Hamilton Boys High School. And I remember I really wanted to go to Hamilton Boys High because of the opportunity that it presented. I remember thinking that as a 13-year-old boy, I really wanted opportunity. I wanted to have a crack. I wanted to have a go at whatever like it was. And at that time, it was my rugby and my cricket. And it's not like Hamilton Boys High were a rugby powerhouse back then either. Like my 3 years of first 15, I hate admitting this, but we never won the Waikato competition. So St. Paul's won it those 3 years. We drew in my first year. We drew the final, but we actually didn't win. So for me, it's not like I went there to this big dominant school. It was a competitive school regionally, but not nationally at all. Like the Super 8 competition, maybe the best we finished might have been 5th in the whole 3 years that I played. So it was just more the opportunity to test myself, to be in a bigger school, to challenge myself to be better. And I just saw it as like an opportunity. And mum and dad always kind of instilled that competitiveness in us. And it's quite a funny bit of a... I don't really call myself competitive, and those that know me well probably will understand that, but it's quite weird for a professional athlete not to be competitive, but I'm not that kind of person. And in all honesty, like, I actually shy away from particular things because I don't want necessarily the pressure of having to be good at it, if that makes sense. Like, if I'm going to do something, in my own mind, I have to be good at it. So I wouldn't say I'm a very good handyman because I expect professional standards. So like, like looking in this bar here, like, this is how I would love my bar, but I would never ever try and do this myself because it would take me years to learn to get it right. So I suppose for me, growing up, like, mum and dad instilled that competitiveness, but it wasn't probably something that I really had. And then going into a big school like Hamilton Boys High School and that kind of transition, it kind of helped that. Like, it pushed me, it made me compete harder to be able to play, to make the top teams and all that kind of stuff. Because I think if I had stayed at Morrinsville College with my mates, I definitely wouldn't be where I am, because I didn't necessarily probably have that real drive at that age to do it myself.
And it would have just been too easy to be the number, to be at the top if you weren't surrounded by other guys that were also sort of just rising you up together.
Yeah, and I think for me, like, one really important thing that, you think a guy that debuted at 17 years old has probably always been the best, but I wasn't, man. Like, even in Morrinsville, like, I was not the best rugby player in my teams. Who was the best rugby players in the teams when you were growing up? Carlos Simons was really good. Yeah, he was the man. He was very good, tough, fast, all of the things. Allard was good. Allard was very good.
So Allard
de Malmont, So,
So he's a Morrinsville.
Yeah, and that's quite an interesting story. He wasn't. His dad's a rural bank manager, and he moved to town from Hamilton. But I would win athletics day at school until Allard turned up. And I remember Allard turned up, and I think I might have tried to bribe him with my lunch money when we were like 10 or something, I was just like, just let me win, because I hadn't lost. I don't want to lose. And then, he turned up, and, he was better than me. He was faster. I never won, like, I was, to that point, I was probably, one of the top in the school. But then from there, I didn't win anymore. And then... even like all through Boys High.
So when that happened, though, when you stopped winning, did you stop competing, or did you just try to still chase
Well, I tried
down?
to bribe him for my lunch money that first time. But no, I kept competing and I kept trying. But I was just like, it wasn't... it didn't come easy for me. Like,
but it didn't also crush your spirit, because I've seen some guys and kids in particular, as they go from being number one, someone else comes on the scene and then they quit. Yeah. And they don't want to do it. That didn't...
No, that didn't happen for me. And I think because I've always been internally motivated, and I think that's a really, talking to the people that I've been able to speak to with my podcast as well, is a lot of people that are good or successful at whatever it is they choose to do, they're always internally driven to be better themselves, not to be better than anybody else. And I think that was the thing for me. I didn't want to be number one. I didn't want to be the best. That's not what drives my mentality. What drives my mentality is being good at something and learning it and the process of it. Like, I'm a real process-driven person. So, like going, I suppose, across into Hamilton Boys High School, it was a process. It was like, okay, I want to play for this team. How do I be the best that I can be to play for that team, or to have that opportunity, or to,
I think that, motivation is often over talked about, or people assume that people are really motivated and they wake up, we're often they're disciplined. And the discipline is what gets you through all the time. I just wanted to ask, though, what club was your old man playing for, and how did he go for Thames Valley? Because being in Thames Valley myself, is sometimes you get the odd Morrinsville. So was he Morrinsville Sports and then he'd go and play Thames Valley, or was he one of the Thames Valley clubs?
So I was born my first year of my life, I lived in Te Aroha. Dad was based in Te Aroha. Dad played for Waiho. So,
nice.
Yeah, he played, I think he might have played Colts for Kirione in Morrinsville, which was my junior rugby club. Yeah, I played for Kirione growing up. And then, Dad played for Waiho. So when I was born, and what I remember of Dad playing was he was playing for Waiho for their thirds because they didn't train. Yeah. So he could coach us growing up, and he could continue to play. And they were like superstars to me. Like these guys that I grew up idolizing, and it's really funny now because I see that they're all my dad's friends, So, but I remember what I used to think of them when I was a kid, and I was just like, I thought that guy was like an All Black, it's so funny. But that's cool, for me, they were like real life superheroes. I was like, man, I want to be like them one day. Imagine being able to play for Waiho thirds. Like that would be amazing. But that was just what it was like. But Dad always played, all of my memories he played for Waiho. Nice. Obviously he'd played for Thames Valley prior to me being born, and it was me coming along that changed a lot of that for Dad. He got really busy with work as well, and he put a lot of time into his career, and and then, but he still played.
So was he? He started NZ Farming Livestock.
New Zealand Farmers Livestock. So, he originally used to work for a company called Elders Pastoral. That's what I remember as a kid, and they got bought out, and he didn't want to go work for the other company, so he branched out and started Waikato Farmers, which was a off branch of Taranaki Farmers, and then from there. I went to a point of Allied Finance bought the livestock division, and it was Allied Farmers, and then Dad ended up taking the company over, rebranded it to New Zealand Farmers Livestock, and sold it maybe about 18 months ago now, but he's still involved in the company and still holds shares and still actually works. He's actually working more now than he did when he was running the company, but it's been a big part of my upbringing too, that rural life, and always grew up in town, which is really funny, but was kind of like a real farm kid. I remember even like a bit of a funny story, but going into the Northern Regions secondary schools, which back then you played like Waikato secondary schools, and then from there you make Northern Regions and then into New Zealand schools. And the Northern Regions was like, used to have an A and a B team, and then there'd be Central, then Southern, and you'd play in a quad tournament, and then they picked the New Zealand secondary school side out of that. And I was the only non-Auckland player in the back line of the Northern Regions team, and I remember going up there, and I was the novelty of the team because I'd milked a cow. Like they were oh my god, like have you milked a cow before? Is that actually a real thing? So they're all obviously city kids, so I was kind of like this farm boy, but little did they know, like I did milk cows, and that's what I did, for pocket money and stuff in the summer holidays. But I grew up in town. I was like a townie, so but I always had I guess a large rural element of life because of Dad and his job. And I remember just tripping around in the car with him in the school holidays, and talking to farmers and talking about rugby, and that always, that'd be the first question. Oh, you play rugby, boy? Like, yeah, I do. Oh, yeah, what position do you play? Cool. And then away we go from there. And then, they obviously, sort of probably followed along in my career as well. And Dad jokes that he, got a few herd deals over the line because I had a good performance on the weekend. So,
nice. Yeah, it would have been a good icebreaker, good chat.
Yeah, I think all farmers are into rugby, hunting and fishing, eh?
Yeah, pretty much. That's it. In some sort of order. Yeah,
some sort of order.
They definitely are. Awesome. All right, so anything else from the Hamilton boys era before and then switches into Waikato? Yeah,
I think like sort of through high school, like probably going back to what I mentioned in and around.
What was the training regime like? So
just Tuesday, Thursday.
That was
no
exactly,
gym. Exactly like.
So mine was like 90s, but that was it. It's like I hear about what is now, and I'm like, Tuesday, Thursday.
Yeah. So that
3:30 to 5. It's not even that long hours. It's just like
Nah.
Tackle practice, passing, bit of touch.
Yeah. And that was about it. And that was
strength and conditioning, not exhausting.
No, not at all. And if you wanted to get fit, you did that in your own time.
Yeah.
But I was always up in the morning, going for a run before school or running on the days off after school, and it was all just road running. That was what I knew. There was no such thing as gym. Well, there was gyms, but I didn't know how to go to a gym and train.
Where did that come from? Because that is one of those key ones. Is most boys, I certainly weren't road running. They weren't. Was that from the swimming? Was that the parents put that into it, and that sort of discipline? Like, hey, you've got to do that.
Yeah, I think that was just Dad. Like he was always fit. And that was what he kind of modelled, right?
Cool.
Growing up, Dad was fit. I remember it was quite interesting because I had a running race with my boys over summer.
Yeah.
And for a number of years, I've never raced them, obviously since I finished playing professionally, because I've seen so many middle-aged men do their hammies, you know, and think they still got it. And then so when we had the kid races and stuff like that, I was always like, nah, I'm not doing it. And then we got to a point the other day, and I'd actually been doing a bit of training and stuff again, so I was confident that I wasn't going to do a hamstring. So I actually raced them on the lawn and smoked them. Nice. And which was, again, they're like, well, Cooper's soon to be 13 and Mason's 11 today, so I should beat them still. But I remember I was the only kid at my intermediate that couldn't beat his dad in a running race. Nice. And it bugged me, man. And I don't think I beat Dad. And I think even the first time I might have beaten him, he might have let me as well. But he wasn't that dad either. He was like, nah, if you want to win, you got to earn it, Yeah, nice. It's not like he would feel sorry for me and let me win. But I do think he might have let me have that first win. But I might have been 15 by that stage. And remember, I played professionally 2 years later. So
that's it. You're a 200-metre champ.
So he modelled that really well for me growing up. I vividly remember him coming home from work and putting his running shoes on and going for a run. And then, he talked a lot about fitness levels, and when he coached us, that was a lot of what he instilled in us. I remember vividly he'd make us run up and down the field and make us hold our hands above our head.
Nice.
Oh man, if you haven't done it, it's
80s.
Horrible. It is the worst thing ever. And if your hands drop below your ears, we'd all start again. And he would, we would run up and down that field for, it felt like hours. But that was, probably one thing he really modelled into us was that kind of hard work. If you want to get somewhere, you've got to be fit. You've got to work hard for it. So, I think for me, and going across the boys' high, and this is one thing I did really want to talk about too, was probably in that middle part of it, kind of around my fifth form year. I made first 15. It all happened kind of quite quickly. I matured quite a lot. I got quite big in terms of my physical stature, pretty quickly. From sort of fourth form to fifth form, I was I looked like a man. And it's not that I was huge, but I was big enough to play first 15, and I was athletic, and it was, had a good base of fitness, because that's what Dad had instilled. But then I probably got a bit lazy with it and a bit complacent, because it kind of came, and I think probably because it kind of came easy. And me and Dad started clashing quite a bit. I suppose most teenage boys probably clash with their dad at some point, but it got pretty bad, to the point where it was basically leave home, and I actually suggested going to boarding school.
Interesting.
Because I was just and I knew I wasn't, I'd lost that kind of spark in myself as well, and it was a bit of a crossroads, and I was 15 at the time, and I remember halfway through fifth form, I went into the boarding house at Hamilton Boys, and it was a bit of a, not many kids did that. They either started in the hostel and then maybe dipped out, or not many went in late. And I remember going into the hostel, and it was the best thing for me, because it kind of pulled all my focus back in again. It definitely strengthened my relationship with Dad, because I got more motivated and back into my sports, and I started rowing and
nice.
like all that kind of stuff, and because I didn't want to just sit around in the hostel, I wanted to do stuff, so that active kid in me came out again. So if there was anything on a weeknight that we could play, the volleyball, water polo, anything to get out of prep or study, like we just jumped into it. So I kind of used the sport as a bit of an outlet to I suppose refocus myself, and and then rowing was huge. Like I rowed in my last year at Hamilton Boys High. Glenn Ross had come back to the school, and it was actually the crew. I ended up rowing in Māori 8 as a novice. There was 4 novies, and I think we finished 4th or 5th in the Māori final, which was huge. And we rowed a boat that had won Māori in 1987, the last time Hamilton Boys had won it. So we're racing all these boats that were made of carbon fibre and all this sort of stuff, and we had this old wooden boat. But it was a pretty special time, and it actually really taught me how to train hard.
Yes.
Man, I thought I was fit. I thought I knew how to push myself. But if you have never rowed, like if you really want to test yourself, get in a boat and go and row and build up a base, and then get yourself to. You'll be at 250 meters, and you're like, I feel like I'm going to die, and then you've got 1,750 meters to go, and you can't stop. But that was a big kind of form. I think that kind of 2.5 years or 2 years that I spent in the hostel, really actually, and then getting into rowing for that one season, really was a catalyst to me getting into professional sport.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Can I just ask? My daughter rowed for a few years, and I got involved helping out. It was a little bit, because I grew up in Auckland, there was a bit of rowing, but it was pretty, I don't know, not elitist. Well, it was a bit elitist, but it was also, it just wasn't common. It wasn't as big as it is in the Waikato. And then coming down here and seeing my daughter get involved at Hauraki Plains College, and then doing it, and then going along and seeing all the schools and speaking to dudes and dudettes that have done it, I just think it's a bit of the secret sauce of the Waikato. Because with rowing, you've got to get in time. You've got to train hard, regardless of whether you like the person or not, like what's going on. Yeah. There's nowhere to hide. There's nothing like that sort of row of shame if you're going down, or if the other boats are chasing you and pass you by. But it's just the dedication that it does. And I think it just seems to have something about the Waikato, as people are like, hey, you don't have to all be best friends, but we've all got to work together. Yeah. And we can be competitive, but it's just like you're also really competing with yourself.
Yeah, I think that's having the professional career that I've had, that has been it's probably the most unspoken about rule, really, is that you don't have to get on to perform. I think there's this bit of a misconception that, people talk about culture, right? And I'm heavy in that in the moment in terms of coaching in women's sport. And that is, the famous Wayne Smith line of girls, like boys need to play good to feel good, where girls need to feel good to play good. And that kind of sits on that culture side of things, like in terms of how he uses that. But for me, it's like high performance culture. You don't have to be friends. You just have to respect each other for what you can do. Yeah. And that's probably what I learnt from rowing. Like, and you form a I guess what you would call a loose form of friendship out of respect over time, because like those 8 boys that we put in that rowing boat together, we are so different, and but still to this day, there's not one of those boys that I would walk past in the street. Like I would always stop and give them my time because of what we went through collectively together. And we're so different, like in terms of like even our backgrounds in sport. I was the rugby jock, basically. I was the first 15 vice captain and stuff when I jumped into the boat. So and you think about high school in New Zealand, like first 15, you're kind of like the like the what you would call the cool kids, I suppose. So like, and a couple of them played rugby, but they weren't, maybe second 15 players, and then couple of them played, or one of them played soccer. Another one was like, didn't do any other sport, you know. It was just like rowing was his thing, and he was deputy head boy, and you know, like it was just we were all so different, but we found a common interest in like basically wanting to row the boat faster and wanting to collectively be better, and yeah, it was awesome, and it taught me a lot about that too, and understanding that, well, you don't necessarily have to be best friends, but I respect what you can do, and I will give what I can to help us in the same sense.
And that's super. It is super powerful. Actually, it's a lesson that people could take on. Is if you can respect others and you put in that hard work and the discipline, is you don't all have to be mates. No. Like I say something that it's not necessarily popular. It's a family-owned business. I've worked in other businesses and lots of things, but I'm like, we're not family. There's a reason we all come here. It's because we're paid. You know, everyone gets paid. This isn't negative. I'm just like, let's be honest. This is the reason we turned up. Otherwise, you'd actually be with your real family, ideally, or your mates or somebody else. But it's just being a little bit more upfront. As I don't know whether it's worldwide or definitely New Zealanders, is an assumption that you've got to be best friends and we've got to do this, and if we don't get on, then it won't work out. And that's not necessarily true at all. It's like, hey, if we can respect each other, and sometimes we'll actually make it stronger, because then you've got differing. You can have differing point of views, differing personalities, but like, let's just respect each other and then put in the work, and then we'll succeed. Yeah,
I think that's I really think that's the secret to, and that's what professional sport teaches you. Like I'm incredibly lucky that professional sport formed me. Like I was a 17-year-old kid when I went into it. So all of my life lessons have come in a professional environment of pressure. Like there's nothing like, well, you know, back then running out in front of 25,000 people at Waikato Stadium and being under that performance pressure of like, you make a mistake, everyone's going to know about it. You go, you know, you have a poor game. Like I remember vividly going into you know, the supermarket on a Sunday and having some, you know, 60, 70-year-old grandma come out and go, oh, you played like shit last night. And it's like, yeah, she's right, you know. But it's like, you can't hide from that. And if you know, you could have a poor day here at work, you know, with the sales or sheds or whatever, but you're not going to go to the supermarket and have someone come up to you and go, you did a shit job today. And it's like, well, you know, you could probably say that to everybody, right? Because everybody has bad days, but you just don't. But I suppose being in that limelight, that was, you know, part of the lessons that I had to learn and understand. And I think, you know, that professional space of what are we here for? And then basically, because it basically comes down to, do you believe in the vision of, you know, what is it that you're here to achieve? Like, is it to sell sheds? Is it to, you know, provide a income and a stable job for your family? Whatever it is that what spins your wheels, you got to understand what that is for you. And then from there, it's easy to then, if you keep referring back to that, okay, what am I here for? It's for this. Am I meeting those needs? Yes. Okay, cool. Keep moving forward. Am I not meeting those needs? Okay, why? Why am I not? Why do I not feel like this works? And maybe it's a dynamic thing. Maybe it's just like, oh, I don't have the motivation to sell sheds. Maybe I should look at selling something else. Or, you know, maybe this team I don't believe in the direction that this team is going. All right, so maybe I look at a transfer. Do I look at playing for somebody else? And for me, it was really easy because I was super fortunate, and it's something that I talk a lot about. I was so lucky that I played rugby for teams that I loved. Like I grew up wanting to be a Mulu, and that was my identity. So I didn't have to move for opportunity because I got that at 17 years old. And then it was up to me to keep fighting to stay there. But I never got to a point where, you know, I had to move elsewhere for opportunity. I had forged that in a place that I loved playing, and didn't have to move away from family, didn't have to do all those things until I chose to, in terms of going overseas. But yeah, being able to play for the Chiefs and for Waikato for my professional career while I was in New Zealand was like, you know, so it was easy for me because I was passionate about that. But if my journey had been different and I'd had to go and play for the Blues, like I grew up hating the Blues, like all the swear words that get thrown at the TV when I was a kid about them, like, that would have been a very different scenario to sit in and be there and go, okay, what am I here for?
Yeah.
I don't believe in this jersey, if it makes sense, but maybe it's the people. Maybe it's the coach. Maybe it's the captain. Maybe it's like the teammate next to me. I actually really like and respect him. So like, that's what I'll gravitate towards, and that's what will keep me motivated to be here. And I think there's a lot of misconception that people say, I do it for the jersey, and it's probably it's something I definitely have said in times in my career, but when you go through it and you come out the other side, it's never about the jersey. It's like, it could be a fucking white t-shirt, like it wouldn't matter what it is that you put on, it's the people that you do it with, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, that's so powerful. It's so honest as well, because you hear it so much about, we're doing it for the jersey, we're doing it for all the players that have gone before. And I sometimes look at it, and sometimes, especially culturally, and how the changing culture of rugby and sports, and you're like, is that really true? Because you look like you... Like, I'm not having a go at them, but I'm like, when someone's saying that, whether it's... it's cool, because, it's... But then
there's definitely elements of that. Like I said it there. I was lucky that I got to play my professional career for teams that I believed in, grew up following. So that's different, I feel. So the jersey did mean something to me because of the people that wore it before me, not because of what the jersey is itself or what the jersey stands for. It was the people and what they stood for. And that's the thing that you learn in time, or I learned in time. It was like, but I was blinded by loyalty for a long time. Like, I took some pretty shitty contracts at times where I could have got more money, and ultimately it's a business, right? So they know that, fuck, Sweens ain't going to play for anyone else because he loves this place. Like, he'll sign it. Like, he doesn't want to play for anyone else. He's got no motivation to, and I didn't. And like, ultimately, money didn't motivate me either. So it wasn't about making as much money as I could. Like, I set myself a goal. When I started playing, I remember a guy, Wayne Ormond, I was in the Chiefs development team my first year out of school, and we were going to a game, and he was in the Chiefs. Big Māori fella, played for the Bay, captain of the Bay of Plenty, tough, like pig hunter, good man, awesome man. And I remember sitting by him on the bus, and he goes, what do you want out of rugby, Sweens? And I was like, I don't know, I want to be an All Black. And he goes, nah, but what do you want out of rugby? It's a job now. So what do you mean? He goes, well, you get paid. Like, this is your career. Like, if you're a builder, do you want to have a building company one day, or do you want to just work for people? Like, you got to think about it different. And I remember being, 18 or whatever I was at the time. And he's like, all I want out of rugby is I just want a freehold house. That was his thing. He was if I can get that out of my rugby career, I'll be happy. And I remember in that moment, I adopted the exact same thing. So I was like, okay, well, if I can finish my playing career and I've got a freehold house, then, because the way he explained it to me is like, if you don't have a mortgage sitting over top of you, then, you're working for a lifestyle rather than working to pay off debt and the stress of like chasing another job or trying to have a bigger income because your mortgage is too big or whatever. And you can just work for a lifestyle versus, you can go hunting and you can do these things. And I just remember sitting there and being so like, actually, like, that sounds good. And then literally I just adopted it. And that was my whole thing. So when I finished playing, I got to the point I got to in Japan, and I was finishing with one team, and I had some opportunities to go to others and would have made some good money, like a lot more money than, I was making back in New Zealand to come home. But I remember thinking at the time, I was like, okay, what am I working for now? Because the love of the game was not... Like, in Japan, it's different. Like, I was there for money. That was what I went for. An experience to live in a different country, experience a different culture. But I'd done that for 6 years. And it wasn't somewhere I wanted to stay for the rest of my life. So I was like, well, I ultimately want to go home. I want the boys to be schooled in New Zealand. I want them to have a Kiwi upbringing. What am I going to stay for now? Because I've got a boat. I've got a house. Yeah, my boat's little, but... well, maybe I'll get a bigger boat. And I'm like, I don't need a bigger boat. So I was like, I want to play for a team that I love again. So that was my decision. So I walked out of that meeting, and then I found out I wasn't going to be contracted. I walked outside, I rang my dad, and it was a shock. It was a big shock because I kind of thought the team I was at, I would end up taking over as an assistant coach because I was kind of playing coaching at the time, and the big boss had always spoken to me. He'd actually taken, my dad had come over, and months prior to that he'd taken us out for dinner, and he was saying, you know, like, your son will be here for a long time and all this. And then, you know, within 4 months I was gone. And I was like, oh, okay. And I remember walking outside, ringing Dad, and we're both like shocked, and he was just like, oh shit. He goes, oh, I didn't expect that after the bloody dinner we had and what we'd spoken about. And I was like, oh, well, it is what it is. It's a business. And then he's like, what are you going to do? And I was like, no, I'm going to come home and I'm going to be a centurion for Waikato. And that was like, I'd made that decision from walking from the office to my car, which took, I don't know, 2 minutes. Yeah. And I was just like, nah, that's what I want to do. Like, because, you know, I weighed up all of those things, and then I had some contract offers come through for some other clubs, and my agent was like, what are you doing, you idiot? Like, you're going to cost me a lot of commission if you go home. But yeah, I came home, and that was the best decision I made, to come back. And probably, you know, coming back in, and I'd never been a captain, you know, before, so coming back in and captaining Waikato for 2017, 18 and 19, becoming a centurion, you know, all that came with that was, you know, it was a pretty awesome, you know, sort of time of my life, I suppose, that came out of what most people would call probably a like hardship, or like, not hardship because that's the wrong thing, but feeling like your career is over at a professional, you know, sort of kind of standpoint, and then being at a real crossroads of what do I do. And, you know, just as a I don't really like talking about, you know, sort of money, but if you think about, I was in Japan and, you know, making well north of like $250,000 a year after tax, to come back and play for $40,000 before tax. So that's an example of what I was willing to do to come home. And like I said, from that conversation that I had with Wayne Ormond in 2003, that was, you know, a big catalyst. So you set
it off though. So because of that conversation with Wayne in 2003, so 14 years, you've got the freehold. You've settled that I don't need to chase a bigger boat every year. And I deal in a world of people that are endlessly chasing the next biggest toy. That I could go for the lifestyle, and, you know. Yeah, it's awesome. But let's go back to what happened after high school. New Zealand secondary schools, Colts.
Yeah, it was
NZ Sevens. I want to talk about, like.
It was a pretty rapid, like, kind of 5 years, especially from you know, like 2002 to 2007. Everything happened fast, like real fast. I pretty much ticked every box that you could tick in that time, apart from being an All Black. The only box I didn't tick in New Zealand. So, 2002, obviously made my debut. Then I left school, signed with the Waikato Academy for $2,000 a year. But it was a pretty cool intake of players that year. So like Brendan Leonard, Richard Kahui, Ala de Malmonch, Mark Berman was in there. Mike Delaney was in that group. He was a year or two older than us, but he was involved in that space. But our trainer, Nick Gill, pretty. You know, I think a lot about that in terms of a lot of us had really long careers, and I really put that down to that because that was when the academy first started, like officially, like so we would train 3 gym sessions a week, and then our normal club trainings. But when club training wasn't on, we'd do 2 to 3 running sessions as well, or conditioning sessions, or rugby blocks or whatever. Through that period of time. So, you know, the old 5 a.m. starts and that kind of stuff, and driving across in the fog from Morrinsville, you know, all that kind of thing, and then trying to balance that with study, and then a little bit of part-time work because you needed some more money or whatever it was. So, it was a pretty cool in the fact that that group, we all actually kind of ticked all those boxes together. So, I'd obviously already played for Waikato, but then those other boys came in. Toby Lim was another one that was in that group. Nice. So, we're all the same age. So we'd played Waikato under 16s together. Well, some of us started at Roland Mills together, and then under 16s and secondary schools. So that kind of group we kind of carried through. I started to play a bit of provincial sevens and stuff as well. I grew up watching Christian Cullen and Jonah Lomu and Roger Randall and Bruce Rehana, and that all play sevens when Hong Kong was the one kind of tournament that we saw on TV. But I just remember Christian Cullen scoring that try from the in goal, like breaking out, and actually he didn't score it. Waisaki Masarewa actually did, and I ended up playing club rugby with him, and he's a big part of the story that'll come in and around my sevens. But yeah, like from there, went into the academy, was kind of in and around the NPC squad. Didn't officially get contracted until 2004.
Okay.
Yeah, so like 2005, I think, actually. 2003 and 4, I played a bunch of games, but generally called in as so I was playing in the development side, and then would get called up. And
so would they just give you a bonus for the game?
Yeah, back then you'd just get, I can't remember what it was, like $1,200 for the week, I think it was, if you went in and trained for the week and then made the game day 23. There was some weeks I went in and trained but didn't make the game day 23, so you didn't get paid. But that's just what it was. And played a few games and around then, got my first official contract. It must have been 2004, I think, because John Mitchell was the coach. There's quite an interesting story with that one that I'll share, but I remember the old Rugby Park number 2 used to be out on the roadside there. It's like a bit of a park now. So there used to be a training field, and that's used to be where we trained, and it was like a winter's night, must have been like July, just before NPC had started. So it was like kind of those pre-season trainings. We're training at night time, and we're doing this kicking drill, and it was like the midfielders had to catch from a pass and do a left-footed wipers spiral down and try and land it in the box. Mitch was real big on creating like games and point scoring systems, and that was kind of how he coached. And he'd obviously just come back from being the All Blacks coach. And then so we're doing this drill, and I was having a shocker. Like, I couldn't hit the side of a barn. They were going sideways, backwards. It's like wet, raining, windy, and I was just it was terrible. And I just got in a downward spiral in a rut, and it was just going no good. Then I just hit out of nowhere this perler, and I'm just like, probably to this day, probably the best left foot kick I've ever kicked in my life. And I remember looking up and just watching this perfect spiral fly through the air, and I'm just like, man, and it's going right at the box, and I'm like, oh, this is wicked. Like, how good is this? And then it was like the whole thing in slow motion, and then I looked down to see, like, watch where it was going to land, and I was like, oh shit. And Mitch was standing behind the box, but because it was raining, he always used to ride on his refill, and he had his like head down, and he had this like perfect shiny ball dome and the lights, and at night time, and he's trying to ride on his paper under his jacket, and I'm just like, oh shit. And I was like, oh, it's I remember for a split second thinking, oh, he's behind the box, it's fine, it's never going to make it there. And I kind of looked at it, and I was like, holy shit, that's going to go over. So I yelled heads, and as I yelled it, he looked up, and it hit him flush in the forehead, like, poof, and paper went everywhere, and I felt like I was about that big. I was like, oh my God. I just couldn't believe it had happened. I was obviously in a bit of a hole because I'd been so bad, and he was watching, and I was just like, he'll be like, what is this guy up to? And then I just do that out of nowhere, and I've never ever been sprayed by a coach like that in my life. And he actually sent me home from training. It got pretty heated. Like, he was like, there were so many swear words that came out, and he stormed down the field because he was like, who the fuck did that? And then they all just went, and I was standing there like, oh, sorry. Like, and then, he just let me have it in front of everybody and told her, basically was like, if you weren't such a useless rugby player, it never would have happened. And in my head, I'm thinking, like, that's the best kick I could have ever kicked in my life. Like, but obviously it just got him in the rage moment, and Mitch was pretty good at that. He used to get pretty angry sometimes. So, I remember he actually sent me from training. And then I went to walk off, and then the boys were like, bro, don't go. Like, he's just overreacted. So I kind of like just stood back in the drill and kind of hid behind the boys and stayed there. And then he like sought me out and was like, what are you doing? I told you to fuck off home. So I was like, oh, okay. So I actually went. So I actually had to leave. So yeah, it actually led to, I guess the kind of flow-on effect of that was like I was pretty down about things. I was still a kid. Like I was 19 at the time. So yeah, I wasn't in a very good mental state after that. Like, being told by your coach that you're useless in front of everybody and in that kind of context. It's quite hard. And you look back on it now and you can laugh at it because you're like, oh man, that was actually the best kick I could have ever kicked. But in that context, you don't think like that. I was thinking I was useless and all the things that he had said because I had so many insecurities as somebody that I still didn't believe I was good enough to be in that environment. So yeah, that was a pretty interesting sort of moment. And I didn't play a game that year. So 2004 was the only year of my Waikato career that I didn't step foot onto the field officially. I played in pre-season and I sat on the bench once, but he didn't put me on. But it was actually a really cool year in the fact that in the development team, I really established myself and had there was some cool players that come and played for us. So Regan King was coming back from injury, so he played a bunch of games in there. Brendan Leonard, obviously we were both together at Morrinsville Sports, and we were both in that team together, so our friendship and bond really strengthened through that period of time, because we spent a lot more time together and went away on trips and all that kind of stuff. And Roger Randall was coming back from injury too. And he played as well. So having, guys like Regan King who had been an All Black 2 years prior, and Roger Randall who had also been an All Black in and around that team for a sustained period of time. And, their good training habits and their just kind of them instilling that confidence in you that you are good as well, like playing alongside them and then being like, oh bro, you had a mean game today. It's like, oh really? Like nice. So it was actually even though it was probably a hard year, I look back at it now and think, oh man, that actually probably really shaped me to do what I did just moving forward. And then 2005 Warren Gatland came.
Can I just ask, with that John Mitchell spray, does that affect how you coach now, or did you go forward? Yeah,
definitely. I think being a coach now, there's a lot of things that you carry from how you were coached, and I'm so lucky in the fact of who I've been coached by. So, like Ian Foster was my first Waikato coach, and then I went to John Mitchell, then to Warren Gatland. I had Dave Rennie, Wayne Smith, Vern Cotter, Joe Smith. I've had a lot of really good coaches.
Just a powerhouse.
Just a powerhouse of international coaches. And then, John O'Gibbs, Clayton McMillan, I've Roger Randall, some really, really good coaches in my time as a player. So, and we'll get to that probably when we talk about me transitioning to coaching. But, that kind of, that spray, definitely is not something that I do. In terms of, I never, as a coach, you can demand and there's definitely elements when I will raise my voice or I will demand something of it, but it's always in a sense of, in my mind, it always has to be directed at the team, and it always has to be directed around effort, because you can't. Skill's uncontrollable. Skill's skill. It happens, mistakes happen. And if you want your players to perform at an elite level, they've got to be willing to make mistakes. Because if you're not, and that's probably something we'll talk about shortly, I really struggled with that. I was a perfectionist. I had to be perfect. I talked about, I could never build this shed because it would need to be to this standard, and I don't have the skills to do that. So I would, either have to get to a point to pay somebody to do it, or it would take me 5 years to master it before I even started it, because that's what I would expect. So I really struggled with, around that time as well, when I got sprayed, of making mistakes. I didn't want to make mistakes. I didn't want to go out there and fail. So, to be sprayed like that at that point in time, when all I was worried about was getting things right, was really hard to deal with. But then, I suppose jumping forward into the next year of 2005 and Warren Gatland coming, he recognised that in me, and the way that he kind of coached me and spoke to me and observed me, was just like, man, you're too scared to fail. Like, you've got to. So he forced me to. He would make me at training. He'd be like, oh, when we do this drill, I want you to do it like this. And I'm just like, but I'll never be able to get it right. And he's like, exactly. But it was the best thing, though, because I learnt to fail. I learnt to be okay with it. But I also learnt to try things under pressure. And then what it actually highlighted was that I was really good under pressure. Like, I was really good at giving that last pass with no time. And because of all of that time I'd spent on my skills leading to that point, I was ready for that push. So it was really probably just good timing of somebody to show a bit of belief in me, someone to challenge me the right way. And it really kind of set me on a pretty good trajectory. And then, made New Zealand Colts that year in 2005, and Brendan Leonard, Toby Lynn, Richard Kahui, all in the same team. So it was pretty cool. And like I said earlier in the podcast, like mum and dad, remortgaged the house and took my brothers over and came to Argentina for the 4 weeks or 5 weeks of the tournament, which is really cool family memory that we have of, some of the, stuff we got up to over there. And my brother came to the end of World Cup party and got real hammered. And, pretty much had alcohol poisoning and spent like 2 days huddled around the toilet because he was so sick. But, and that's something that we laugh about now. But
was he on the Argentinian Reds?
I don't even know what it was. I'm pretty sure he got his drink spiked there. He was pretty hammered. And I just remember, getting... we put him in a taxi and I took him back to mum and dad's accommodation because we were staying at a different hotel. And I remember going there and I walked them up and they were on a second floor. And it was just like an outside balcony with a rail. And I remember walking up, knocking on the door, and I just sort of I was pretty much carrying him up there. And he could barely stand up. So I was just sort of leant him on the rail and I turned around, knock on the door. And then Dad opens the door, and I was like, oh. And then he was like, what? I just remember his face just dropping. I turned around, and Paul's standing on the rail, just standing on it, with his pants down, peeing off. But I'm like, he couldn't even stand up. So I don't know, one, how he got on the rail, or how he was still there. So I turned around and actually tackled him off. He ended up peeing all over my arm and stuff. But that's neither here nor there. But it was it was a pretty wild scenario to kind of be in. And Dad was just shook his head and looked at me. He's like, what did you do? And I was like, I didn't do it. But I ended up taking the brunt of that I suppose experience. And he was a pretty crook boy for a couple of days. But that was a bit of, we kind of segued off there a bit. But
how'd the team go in Argentina?
We got third. So we beat France for third and fourth. We lost to South Africa in the semi-final by I want to say maybe 3 or 4 points. Andy Ellis was our halfback.
Nice.
It was really interesting because that team was really good with a number of All Blacks in it. But the team the year before was stacked, like Luke McAllister, Ben Artinga, Stephen Donald, Piti Wepu. I can't remember. Jose Gear was in there, but he was in ours as well. But they were Jerome Kino. They were mean. And I remember a lot of them were playing Super Rugby already. So when our team got selected, we were like, oh, we're the shit team, but then you go through the list of guys in our team, we're Ben Franks and Jeremy Thrush was one of the locks. Toby was obviously one of the other ones. Isaac Ross as well. Liam Messam, Andy Ellis, Stephen Brett, Richard Kahui, Jose Gear. It was a pretty good team, really good team. But at that point in time, we just hadn't established ourselves like the team the year prior had. So, we lost to South Africa. Andy Ellis actually got dragged down I want to say a metre short of the line to win the game. And then I think we might have got held up over the line or something that ended the game and we ended up losing. But that South African team was really good. Mornay Stain and Wynyard Olivier and a lot of guys that played a lot of Test rugby as well. And we actually formed some pretty cool, friendships and stuff. So Ruben Pienaar was a really good halfback first five that's played a lot of rugby for the Sharks. And we became really good mates on that tour, just through meeting each other in the lobby of the hotel.
So were you guys all in the same hotel?
We were in the same hotel as South Africa.
Oh, that's cool.
So And was there another team there? I think there might have been 3 teams like in our hotel, but I just remember the South Africans were in our hotel. So obviously when we drew each other in the semi-finals, it was a bit of an interesting, sort of 4 or 5 days leading into that game where we're like training schedules were training, so we were changing, so we weren't like crossing paths, and it was pretty interesting. But it was a pretty cool, really cool experience to go to a World Cup and to to lose it was hard because New Zealand had been so dominant at that point, So going into that team and expecting to, everyone expecting that we should win it because we're New Zealand. And the team, the years prior had been so good. Yeah, it was quite hard to, I suppose, not win. But I'm pretty proud that, I even look at the French team that we played, and so many of those guys played Test rugby, and some of the names that you see come back up. And I actually made the World 15 off that Rugby World Cup too, so that was quite cool. I've got the newspaper article at home where they had the tournament team at the end and number 12 Dwayne Sweeney. So yeah, it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. I suppose milestone to be able to tick off at that point in time of my career. And then sort of came back, and that was, obviously off the back of that went into Warren Gatlin's era with Waikato, and a lot of change in 2005, a new defensive system. And it was really interesting because our results weren't the greatest, but he was building, and he was trying to really establish, his way of playing the game with a team that had, a lot of established players, but a really good core of young guys coming through. And he really empowered us young guys to have the opportunity to play and also feel confident in doing so. He was the first coach that probably really gave all of us our proper shot in terms of giving us starts, giving us a decent amount of game time. That was a pretty cool year. And then the year 2006, I made New Zealand Sevens under Gordon Titchens, and he's always been just like this legend of Gordon Titchens, the Sevens training. There's nothing tougher, there's nothing harder than Sevens training. Is that true? That is the truest form of true that it could be. Oh my God. It's really funny now because obviously I coach, and and around the professional era, and all the players are GPS at training, and they have all these arguments with trainers about training load, and the players are running too much, or they're not running enough, or whatever. Man, if there was GPSs on us when Titch was our coach, they would have broken. The numbers wouldn't have gone high enough. It was crazy. And some of the sessions that I had done, talk about a test in mental resilience. And if I hadn't have had that experience with my rowing, there's no way I could have put myself to that position. But there's elements of feeling like I'd felt in races, and then you just find a way to finish it. And I talked about this the other day with a mate, and we were talking about, hard trainings that you've done, or training sessions, and especially once you're not in a team environment and you're doing it on your own. And I just remember, man, imagine how many times you've told yourself, oh, you can't do it. You can't do another rep. Bro, just fake a hammy injury. Your car, I reckon you should just stop. Just do one more and then just stop. And just be I just can't do it anymore, or whatever. The amount of times you must have told yourself that, but then you just go, oh, fuck it, I'll do it anyway. Pretty much lived there for a year of my life with Titch, there's some of those sessions were crazy, and I'll give a couple of examples, but one, so 2006 was the Commonwealth Games year in Melbourne. So what sort of happened was the Super Rugby teams, a player from each team could drop back into the squad. So I was in the contracted squad. I'd made the contracted squad for the first time. My debut tournament was Wellington. That was a pretty cool experience. My roommate was Amasio Valance, who was one of the greatest to have ever played, and it was his last tournament before he was off to Japan. So it was a really cool kind of introduction, playing Wellington Sevens when it was pumping, like tickets sold out in 3 minutes or whatever it was, and yeah, just that whole vibe and atmosphere of it all was wild.
What was it like running out to the Wellington Sevens? Because it's just
it's
probably one of the saddest things that is missing from New Zealand rugby landscape.
Yeah, it really is. And I think like when I went there to the Sevens, like I remember just watching it on TV and you're just like, wow. But actually going there, and I'd never been before as a fan, so I'd never been to it. I'd only watched it on TV. But then going there for the first time as a player, and I went back years and years later as a spectator, as a fan, and I didn't actually realise how the stadium's not full all the time because of the whole concourse. Basically, the party's out on the concourse or during the day. Everyone's, mingling and stuff. So when I turned up, I was just like, oh, where is everybody? Like we kind of did a bit of a field walk and a bit of a look around and kind of stuff. And I was like, man, there's not many people here. And then I remember going out for warm up and there still wasn't that many people. And I was just like, oh man, I thought this was like going to be pumping. Like, and I was like, oh, okay, well, it is what it is, you know, whatever. Go back in the sheds, and then like Back in Black by AC/DC was our run out song. So whenever that song came on, it was the cue for the crowd to be like, holy shit, New Zealand are coming. And I didn't realise that the stand just floods because everybody's out in the concourse. They hear that song come on and everyone's like, oh shit, we've got to get out there. New Zealand are going to play. And then I remember standing in the tunnel, and literally it's like a swarm of ants, like seeing people like down in the distance, because obviously the cake tin, you run out in that one corner. And I remember just standing in the tunnel waiting for run out, and the other game still like had just finished or something, and the song comes on and you just see the stand swarming with people. And I remember just standing going, oh my God. And then like literally like walking up to the edge of the field like with the team, and then just looking and just seeing the whole place packed. And it's just pumping, everyone's jumping, and the sounds, you know, like the songs, you know, it's a good song too. So and then just running out there and just being like looking around like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm here, you know, like as a 21-year-old or whatever I was at the time. But it was a pretty surreal experience and pretty awesome to, you know, sort of run out there, and obviously on debut of guys like DJ Forbes as well, who obviously became, you know, DJ became one of, or the, you know, probably the greatest captain in terms of the amount of time he spent in that team and the amount of titles that they won. And it was pretty. Corey Jane also was in that team. And he was a cool character. He's a bit kind of bit different, like that's what I like about rugby is there's so many differences in personalities, and I was very much like probably like a bit of a goody two-shoes in a way of like just do everything you can to you know, to be disciplined and to show that you want to be here.
Country rugby, Waikato boy.
Where he was a bit more, he had a bit of swag about him and a bit of like almost like just a bit of I wouldn't say arrogance, but just confidence. Like he was really confident in himself. He was confident to be different. Like he didn't give a shit that he had long hair. Like it wasn't a cool thing to have long hair, but he made it cool because he was Corey Jane, you know, like that's kind of what I kind of like, you know, you kind of pick things up from people as you go through. And what I liked about him is there's no occasion was too big. It was like the bigger it got, the better he got. And that was like one thing I kind of, like a rock star. And he really embraced it. And that was probably one thing I'd like really kind of idolized in him. And then I kind of took a little bit with me too. It was like, well, actually, fuck it. Like, let's go. Like, how cool is this? Instead of being like, oh my God, it's Hong Kong Sevens and there's like 70,000 people out there. It's like, how cool's this? Like, we're about to go out there and let's show them how good we are. Like that whole kind of change in persona. And that was kind of led off one person, you know, like that's the way he was. So we were like, oh yeah, sweet. And then they kind of built confidence in others around. So it was a pretty cool experience. Obviously Wellington and Dayboom with, you know, those guys and playing alongside them.
Any highlights from that tournament that stick out from the King?
Probably that we didn't win. Like like obviously it was a pretty rough kind of introduction for me because like the year prior we didn't win the 21 World Cup. Then also in 2006 was the first year that New Zealand Sevens didn't win the World Series.
Yeah.
So for me, like, that was like, it's hard not to take that personally, you know, when you're in those teams. But I look at the players that I played with, and it's like, it was just not our time. Like, because everyone was like, oh, the New Zealand Sevens team sucks. But then it's like, it's a DJ Forbes, Corey Jane, like Orlando Soakai, like all on debut, you know, like, and just Ed Cocker, like guys that went on to be greats of New Zealand Sevens and, you know, All Black Rugby. Yeah. And you're just like, oh, like, but, you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, you know. But you kind of have that doubt that, you know, when you're in it and you don't get the results, you're like, oh, man, like maybe we're the problem, or maybe I'm the problem. Yeah. But then you kind of look back on it and go, well, actually, it just wasn't our time, or that team was really good in that moment, or they were, you know, or look at what they went on to do and look at the guys that you played with and what they achieved. So, yeah, I think probably that we didn't win, but watching William Ryder for the first time, my God. And when I say watch him, like I played against him, but we were watching him. Like he was incredible. Like him and Waisali Sarevi were just, I'd never seen anything like it in real life in terms of the way that they could just beat defenders and just how much time they had, and just incredible. I remember we had Fiji in the semi-final and we had William Ryder like pinned. Like we had this awesome defensive set. We were just marching them back, and I was like, sweet, we've got this game won, you know. Yeah. Because we were up, we'd scored to get in the lead. And we had them under all sorts of pressure. They were dropping the ball and they're going backwards, and we're like, sweet as. William Ryder gets the ball, got him trapped on the sidelines, like 4 of us around him. Not one of us touched him. He got out of there, and then they ended up scoring and winning the game, like after the hooter. And it's just like, how did he get out? And you watch the footage back and you're like, oh, like I don't even, to this day, I still don't know how we didn't get him. It's not like all of us can't tackle. Like we could tackle, we just couldn't tackle him. So yeah, that's probably like a highlight for the wrong reasons. But yeah, I think just the whole occasion was pretty cool. And there's you kind of, when you fall into moments like that, there's almost like out of body experiences that almost happen. I remember just like my very first like involvement in the game, we scored a try. Well, I was the kicker, so we scored pretty much really early. And then I had a conversion like right on the touchline, and I remember just hitting it, and I couldn't even feel the ball hit my foot. And I was just like, oh my God, where has that gone? I looked up straight down the middle, you know. So I think I kicked 4 from 4 in that game, or 6 from 6 or something, and 3 or 4 from the sideline. So it was just like, you know, as a individual like moment, being able to have some pretty cool success around, you know, one element of the game was a pretty cool kind of experience that I remember. But yeah, then going back to, I suppose, the training side of things, and I spoke about the Commonwealth Games being a thing. So what actually happened was those boys dropped back into the squad, which actually pushed me out of the squad. So I was a non-travelling reserve for the Commonwealth Games. I actually got called into the Chiefs as injury cover in the training camp week. So I was really excited, obviously, that I was going to get maybe an opportunity to play for the Chiefs. So I went in and trained with them, and that was cool. And you know, Sam Tuitapo was at the Chiefs at the time, who was like, I really liked him as a player. So, and he's an awesome dude. So that was cool to, you know, meet him and train alongside him and stuff. And then so because I was a non-travelling reserve, Titch released me to go across. Doug Howlett ended up pulling his hamstring at training, so I was the only back that was on standby. That was the non-travelling reserve. So we had one back, one forward. So I was like, found out that Doug had pulled his hammy. So I'm like, holy shit, I'm going to go to the Commonwealth Games. But then I didn't get released to go across to training the next day because I was still in contention to play for the Chiefs on the Saturday. And just how all the contracting stuff worked, it kind of was what it was. But then because I didn't go across to training, Titch took Orlando Soakai, an extra forward, who was the forward non-travelling reserve, and he just put an extra forward into the squad. So it was a bit of a like hard luck kind of moment that I didn't end up there, but it is what it is, and what will be.
Yeah.
And that there's nothing you could really do. There's nothing I could have done about it. It would have been nice to have gone because they won a gold medal.
Yeah.
And it was the only thing we won all year. So again, going back to feeling like you're the problem. Yeah. But off the back of that, we trained in Rotorua, and we normally always trained at the Mount, but we trained at Rotorua, and we were getting ready for the Hong Kong Sevens. So they come off winning the gold medal, and that was obviously an awesome high. All of my teammates had had gone, and they'd won, and that was cool. And then we go into this camp. It must have been a week or two after, and I remember the first day of camp, Titch is like, when I was a player, because that's when he played, he was super fit, and that was his thing, so that's why he coached that way. And then he was like, I used to do this run in the Redwoods, and it was 3Ks or whatever, and he could do it in whatever time it was fast. Yeah. And he's like, that's when I knew I was fit. If I could hit this time, it's sweet. And then back then, the way camps worked, the first day was always fitness testing. So you would turn up and you'd always do a beep test and then the phosphate decrement test, and you do them back to back. So you do the beep test first, you'd run in two groups, so one group, half of the group would go first, and then you'd rest, and then the other half would do theirs. Then from there you go into the phosphate decrement, and the same thing. And the phosphate decrement's a 40-metre sprint on 30-second turnaround, but it's through timed lights. So you do your speed testing first to see how fast you are, and then you've got to run your first rep within 90% of your speed time. So basically, so you can't bluff it. So you don't go in there and go, I ran 40 meters in 5.6 seconds when you can run it in 4.9. And they measure your drop off. So it actually doesn't sound that hard, 10 40-meter sprints, like in going every 30 seconds. But man, when you do it and you're doing it through time lights, it is the worst. Probably, in all honesty, probably the worst fitness test I've ever done in my life, because like you do a yo-yo or you do a beep test, and that's hard, and you do a bronco and that kind of stuff, but it's that real high end, like it feels like your throat's bleeding, like it's so incredibly tough, and you've just done a beep test as well. So we do that, and then we went back recovery. And then he was like, we got field training in the afternoon. So he's like, I used to do this run in the woods. Like, we'll go and do that. So off we go down to the Redwoods, and we do this run. And then we obviously have got this time that he used to hit, and we're all New Zealand Sevens players, so you better be able to hit it. So away we go. We do this run, and it's fast, like proper fast. So just for an example, at that point in time, like I've never been so fit in my life, but we used to do, for the trials, when you're trying to make the squad, you do 1K time trials, and you do them on 10 minutes. So whatever you do the first one, say it takes you 4 minutes, you got 6 minutes rest, and then you do the next one, and you do 3. So you do 3 1K time trials. I averaged 3:01 for my 3. So that's how fit I was at the time, and I was 4th. I wasn't even top. So I think the Tanito Latimer, no, he wasn't in the team that year. I'm trying to remember who it was. Somebody averaged 256. That was the, across the 3. Yeah. So really, we're fit, like proper fit. And we go and do this run, and we literally just make it in time, basically. Like a few didn't. Yeah. So we get there, do it, whatever, and then he goes on to tell us, well, this is what I used to do back in the day, and I'd rest for 10 minutes, and then I'd try and beat my time on the way back. And we're just like, what? Like, we've done the yo-yo, like a beep test this morning, and the phosphate decrement. We've just emptied it as hard as we could go. Yeah. And he's like, all right, you got 10 minutes recovery, and then we're going again. You're going to run back to the vans. And we're just like, okay. So anyway, run back to the vans, try and beat the time, and some do, some don't, whatever. Then we get in the vans, and then we go down to the stadium in Rotorua, and then we train for like, I want to say probably an hour and a half. And Titch always had this game called Death, and like it is literally that. it's like you die for as long as you play it. And it's basically 7 on 7. And there's no kicking, because kicking's for karate. That's what he used to always say. So whenever you have the ball, you don't kick it away. That was the one big thing with Titche. You never kick, like, kicking's for karate. No chip kicks, no nothing. Like, hold on to the ball.
Yeah.
The ball was everything. And to be honest, it is. Like, in sevens, possession is key. Like, defending sucks. You burn a lot of energy on D. You can use the ball well in attack. Like, it saves you.
Yeah.
So, there was method to his madness, but we played death, and I remember at one point in time I was cramping, because we're all cramping, because it wasn't a flat run, we were in the bush, like running and jumping over tree stumps and all sorts of stuff. So we're doing this training, and it was like intense, and we played death, I don't know how long for, but a long time. And at one point I remember I was just down on the ground with cramp in my calves, and I remember like sitting up and looking, and there was 3 people playing. So out of the 14 that were out there, there was only 3, 2 from one team, 1 from the other. Everyone else was on the ground with cramp. And he would just, so how it worked is you just play, and then he would just yell turnover, and if you had the ball, you just had to put it down, the other team get it and just go the other way. So it basically created like just constant movement, because he could dictate things. Every now and then he'd let you score and then go back and reset to a kick-off, and away you go. But if he just wanted to keep you running, he would just blow a whistle, turnover. So you'd make a runaway, and you'd be running to score, and you go turnover, and you just put it down. The closest person picks it up, go. And then it's just creating chaos the whole time, and a lot of running, and he can dictate the whole thing, you know. So I remember just looking up and seeing there was like 2 people, and then 1, like, you know, 2 on attack and 1 on D, trying to stop these 2, and then he'd just blow turnover, and that one person would get it. I remember lying on the ground, and then my team got the ball, because we were the 1 on D, and he got it, and then he gets up and starts running, and he's like coming past. So I get up to try and like join him, take like 2 steps, fall back over with cramp again, and then he yells turnover again. So they get it, they come running. I remember getting up off the ground, diving, trying to make a touch, because it was just touch. Or sometimes it would be live contact, but a lot of the time it was just touch. Because again, it kept us running, where the contact would slow it down and whatever. So he was just like, nah, you need to run more. And I remember like diving, same thing, cramp. But he had this thing at the end of training. So we played that game until basically there was nobody left. And then at the end of training, we'd always run 100 meters in pairs. That was his thing. So you'd always finish training with a 100 meter sprint in pairs. So you'd partner up, one corner, run to the other corner. And that's where you'd wrap training up. And he'd wait there. And I remember we were running down, and we're falling over because we're cramping. Like, it was just a shambles. And he's just in the corner, biggest grin on his face, like just loving it, because he's just like, I broke you. Like, and that was his thing. And although he was a stickler and he was like really hard on fitness, it was, if you could empty the tank and you could keep going, like that's all he cared about. So he didn't, it wasn't so much about numbers and what you could achieve in terms of like, oh man, you ran a whatever on the beep test or the yo-yo test or whatever it was. Like, it didn't actually matter what you ran, but if he saw that you didn't quit, regardless, like, then you were you were his guy. So like, there's plenty of guys that, because there used to be this myth that if you don't hit 13 in the beep test, you don't play. I've seen plenty of guys not hit that, but they just had dogged determination and no quit in them. Like Nigel Hunt was one of those guys, and he just, you know, really poor in fitness testing, but put him in a game scenario or any hard training, and he would just get up and go again. And he'd die. Like, he would be well out the back in the fitness, but he would never stop, and he had no quit. So Titch was just like, oh yeah, I'll play you because you won't quit when it gets hard. And that's all he looked for, basically. He would look into your eyes and be like, are you going to quit? Are you going to stop? So that's what it was like under him. In another scenario, we're in Singapore, and you always have one guy that's on ball duty for the week, and Orlando was on ball duty, and he left the balls at the hotel. And we was like, I don't know, maybe a 45-minute bus ride to where we trained, and we got there and it was like looking around for the ball bag, and we're like, where's the balls? And then Soaks was like panicking, and we're like, oh, did you forget the balls? And he was like, no, they're under the bus. I was like, are you sure? Because we always used to make sure we put them in the bus, so they were visible.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing, is like, you do not forget the balls,
Mm-hmm.
like, because you know what's coming if you do. And he was like, nah, put them under the bus. And we're like, but we never do that. Like, why would you have done that? And he goes, no, I did. And then we look under the bus and no balls. And we're like scrambling around, and Titch hobbles out, because that was when he had his bad hips and knees and that too. So he used to hobble a lot. He comes hobbling down, and he's like looking around. He's, oh, you didn't forget the balls, did you, boys? And then our liaison officer's like, oh, it's all right, I can get some from it. He's like, nah. The boys don't need balls. Hey, you don't need balls, eh, boys? And we're just like, oh. And it was like, and then he's like, all right, you guys might as well start warming up. I'll do some passes. Oh, no, you can't. Oh, well. And then, he just thrashed us in like 40-degree heat for, probably an hour and a half, 2 hours, just no balls. So all we did was run. And he also loved the crowd. Like, if people turned up, to watch or observe, it was just like, he had this like, oh yeah, watch my boys go, watch how fit they are. And it would just be ridiculous. Our sessions would be so hard. We just prayed that people didn't come watch, because if they did, like, it was just like, here we go, like, he's going to show off how how hard we can run, or how hard training can be. But I remember in Singapore too, like, going and doing some work with kids, like, just at a school, like we did a school visit, and we ran skill rotations with them and whatever, and Titch had a group, and he made them do shuttles and down-ups. Like, these kids are like 7 or 8, like, just like trying to spark their interest in rugby, and he's got them doing shuttles. I was just like, oh, at least he's consistent.
Oh yeah, man. He seems like the David Goggins of New Zealand rugby.
Yeah. And it was really funny, because you have formed like a love-hate relationship with him. Like, I really, like, you looked forward to tournaments, because they were easy compared to training. And they were cool, man. The World Series back then was awesome. Like, we played in, Hong Kong, and that's massive, obviously. And, places like Singapore, Paris, Twickenham. Like, it was all awesome as a, as a young guy, to be able to travel the world like that, and to play in those places and big crowds and all of that. But it was hard. It was so hard. Like, he was a real stickler for everything, so he controlled everything, what you ate. Like, he would check your plate before dinner, and like, he controlled what you wore everywhere. So everywhere we went, we were like in uniform. It was like we were in the military. So if we were going on, I don't know, like a day off, and we would go, I don't know, somewhere for the day, it'd be like, okay, you got these shorts, this shirt, those shoes, this hat and that jumper, and that's all you could wear. So like, it was intense, kind of 4 weeks when you're with him.
Do you know where he developed that sort of attitude of just such an intensity about it? Like, what formed his desire to control everything?
I don't really know, because I'd never really probably spent enough time with him on a personal level to understand that. And not because, like, I didn't want to, but it's probably just like, when you're in that environment and you're a young guy, and I was only there for a year. I think it might have been a bit different if I'd been in the circuit for 4 or 5 years, and you know, like guys like DJ and that would know him a lot more on a personal level, I would think. And it's not that he wasn't personable, like, it's not like he was just this asshole. Like, he was an asshole at training, but he was a good laugh and that as well with it. Yeah. He was a good, he was good to sort of joke around with him, that, but it took a little, I suppose when you're a young guy too and you're new in the team, like, you're quite worried about, you know, like his impersonation of you, so you probably hold yourself back a little bit too, because you're kind of like, oh, I just don't want to put a foot wrong. But no, I don't really know where it came from, but I suppose the proof was in the success he was having too at the time. Like I said, we were the first team to not win the World Series, so that was hard to deal with, and it was also hard for him too, because obviously they had always won. And he's got this team, and we were good, don't get me wrong, like, we had a good team, man, and we played great sevens, but the Fiji team at that time were just so good, and it didn't matter how the draw worked out, we found them on the way. Always. Like, they beat us in quarterfinals, they beat us in semis, like, you know, we'd get to a point where they would drop a game and it was like, okay, sweet, we're not gonna hit them in the quarters or a semi, and then we'd end up like have a banana skin game that would get us, and it's like, oh no, we've got to play Fiji in the semis now, and it was just like became almost like a bit of a mental block as well. It was quite hard to kind of, I suppose, deal with at the time, and they beat us, I don't know how many times in extra time, like last play, and
what's intriguing from a fan perspective with the Fiji New Zealand rivalry were they training at the same level for their fitness, or were they beating you guys on that natural flair and skill? Because obviously, was Titch didn't have the choice of, and I'm not taking away, but the best rugby players available in New Zealand, because you got all the Super Rugby contracted guys and everything else, and so it's all the Super Rugby, 5 teams of Super Rugby contracted guys, and then it's the Sevens team. Yeah. Whereas I'm not exactly sure what it would have been with Fiji at that point. There's no draw or anything. It's a sort of pinnacle unless you've been able to pick up a contract and go overseas or something.
But those contracts normally came out of their Sevens performances. Yeah, I think it was almost like a rite of passage. If you were a really good loose forward or back in New Zealand rugby, you probably went through the Sevens program at some point. Like, I think back to, I list those guys off that I debuted with, and you go back the years prior, like guys like Jerome Kaino, he played, like Liam Messam, Tamati Allison, and these are just the years kind of like prior to me. But if you get, Cullen, Lomu, like all of them were all involved in Sevens at some point. So it was, with the way New Zealand rugby was established, it set up like you got those guys for maybe 1 year before they made their Super Rugby jump. Where it kind of went away from that because Super Rugby contracting became younger. So and then now we don't have a national tournament anymore, so it's all a little bit different. But at that point in time, like we were getting, not the top 150 because they were all in the Super Rugby teams. But it was that kind of the best of the rest, and the guys that are about to be Super Rugby players. And a lot of us were within that 12-month period. We all picked up Super Rugby contracts, and away we went in 2007. So, but what was really interesting that I found, we had 2 game plans, Game Plan 1 and Game Plan 2. That's what Titch used to call it. And when we play Fiji, it was all about physicality. So every other team was keep the ball alive, stay out of contact. That was the way we played. Like, keep the ball will do the work. No kickings for karate. Like, hold on to it, get it, hold on to it, and don't let it go, basically, and avoid contact. So we would go backwards to go forwards. We'd shift the ball. And we always had great athletes who, like even that team that I talked about, my team, like Corey Jane, like, give him the ball some room and space and catch you later. So, but when we played Fiji, and that's what kind of really suited me, because I've never been a player that has been what I would say, like I've had enough speed, but never had enough speed for my speed to be a point of difference. So what my strength was my ability to break tackles, my work through contact, to keep the ball alive, all those sorts of things, create momentum and go forward and whatnot. And that was also my point of difference in Sevens. Like I could break a lot of tackles, like had a good fend, and I was strong through contact, but I was never fit enough or fast enough to outrun everybody. So whenever we played Fiji, I actually played my best because our game plan lent more to my strengths, which was to go through contact, to step off my outside foot and punch through an inside weak shoulder, and because that was our mindset playing in those games. So quite often those would be my best games. But it was quite interesting because the Fijians were a lot bigger than us. They always were, but we had it over them in the contact area, and that's because they were so free-flowing and with their offload game and stuff, and when it got unstructured, that's like good night. Like you're not containing them. Like they will throw it around with one hand, they'll catch it with one hand, and that's what used to like amaze me, because we play them in this contact game and would be really aggressive and stuff, and it would rattle them, and we would like perform really. But they obviously had a really good team that year, and they still beat us in every game. But there were some of those games where we were by far the most dominant team, but they would get 2 or 3 opportunities from nothing, and they would just score these unbelievable tries. But like it was quite an interesting mindset going in, because I never, watching the games, I never viewed it that way. But then when you actually get in there and it's like, okay, this is the way we play Fiji. And it's like, oh. And then you go back and you look at older games and footage and you watch the team moving forward and years go through and you're like, oh, okay, like it is, it's definitely a part of the team's DNA, to play against Fiji that particular way. So, yeah, I think the Fijians were like, they were incredible that year. And I think probably that year was probably maybe one of their first years that they really got their fitness right. So our point of difference was our fitness over everybody, and we had great X factor always. Like New Zealand Rugby's always produced really good players, so Titch kind of always knew, if I can just get them fit, it didn't matter, because our game plan very simple. Like, he's not a sevens mastermind, he's a mindset mastermind. So he knew how to make us deal with pressure and deal with the hard and just find a way to get up and go again, make another tackle, clean another ruck, be there in support. That was what he taught us. It wasn't like it was really interesting, because watching the Rio Olympics and seeing the moves that they were doing and hearing them on the refs' comms, still the same plays that we did in 2006, still the same moves. So the game they weren't evolving the game. It was just it was his mentality that he taught, and his ability to push through the hard was the point of difference for that period of time. And you hated him while you were in there, but ultimately I look back on that and go, oh yeah, I learn a lot in that 12 months.
It's pretty awesome. Obviously part of it was the sevens, but so many guys going through that is just forging New Zealand rugby, just like we talked about, like New Zealand or rowing, forging into it, is that sort of going through the cauldron. So you come back from that, is that the
2006
Warren Gatland? So that's a big season then
big season,
the Moolus.
It was a incredible campaign, that 2006 team. So fielding a test rugby starting lineup was it's pretty surreal. And even looking at the bench, and the careers the guys had on the bench, so like Ella de Malmonch was on the bench, Toby Lynn, Liam Messam, Brendan Leonard, myself, Roy Kinikini Lau. Pretty incredible, bench in terms of those guys played all of us played really, successful careers at the professional level, and then we were just on the reserve bench. So a pretty awesome time. And I just remember there was just the whole year, Gats just had this mindset of
Did he put that team together? Was that just a combination of just amazing Waikato club rugby, and it built to that? But what led to that level of?
There was a few factors. There's a couple of guys that came into that mix, right? So Byron Callagher obviously was Otago Highlanders man, and he actually came up to be part of the Chiefs. Part of it back then was, if you were to play for a Super Rugby franchise, if you wanted to be locked into that franchise and not be in the draft, you had to play for one of the home provinces. So obviously Waikato, Bay of Plenty counties, those teams benefited from the Chiefs wanting a particular player, because they had to come and play in that region to be secured. So obviously Byron being, the Chiefs wanted him to come and be the halfback. That benefited Waikato Rugby, and it just so happened that there was this really good halfback coming up through the grades in Brendan Leonard. So it was a good culmination of timing of having, Byron there as the All Black halfback, and the Chiefs halfback and the Waikato halfback, and then this young kid coming into his, professional career and about to, kickstart his journey. And, within 12 months, he became an All Black as well. So, and he went to the Rugby World Cup in 2007 in Brendan. So, there was a bit of a, if I look at that group that they established in the academy in 2002, Richard Kahui played a great part in that season. He was outstanding. That year, and then Toby Lynn, Allard, myself, Brendan, we were all products of that academy those 4 years, prior. another guy, Mark Berman, as well, that played a bit of a part in that campaign in that season too. We all kind of came through, and we'd had 4 years kind of in around those good training habits and stuff. So, and we're not even the starters, right? So we're just guys that are there to support and play supporting acts, apart from Richie. Richie was starting, the rest of us were all on the bench. So, and then you've got guys above that, like that have established Super Rugby players and have been playing 50 games for Waikato at that point in time too. So yeah, it was a pretty good roster, a pretty good culmination of all of that coming together. Gats, the work he did in 2005 to expose us a bit more in terms of Richie and Brendan and myself, to really elevate us and build our confidence so that we were pushing those top guys. We weren't taking a back seat so much anymore. So in 2006, it demanded a higher standard of the guys to stay in their starting spot, because we were chomping at their heels, for game time as well. And Gats had fostered that environment of healthy competition and providing opportunity, for us to get out there and play. And like I featured in the game day 23 every game that season, but maybe only started 3 times. But I was on the bench the rest, and played some games 10 minutes, some games 30. But like that kind of throughout the year, like all of us had kind of played those kind of roles. And yeah, it was a pretty good team. It was all built on, like, obviously our line speed defence that he'd brought back from the northern hemisphere, that he'd had great success with Wasps while he was up there. And it was just a way of defending that hadn't come to New Zealand yet. So he taught us it, and I think us younger guys also adapted to that quicker, because we weren't established in defensive systems. So the team benefited from us learning that system as well. And then, the other boys, the older players, adapted to that too. It brought a real physical edge to it. Like Gats was like, man, the boys lifted some tin. Like we had a big team. Like we did. I remember so many of all of our training and even our conditioning all had weights in it. Like we're just doing circuits and all sorts of stuff. And we had a number 40 on our training jersey sleeve. So at that point in time, the average ball and play of a game of NPC was 33 to 35 minutes or something. So he was like, well, we're going to average 40 minutes ball and play.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to do. And that's the way we're going to train. That's everything. And then so whenever we play a team, they're going to come here, they're going to have to play, 7 to 5 minutes longer than they've had to play all year. So they might get out to a start or whatever, but they're going to have to live with us, because we're going to go to a level that they haven't played at. So there was a lot of tactics in that. Like we never kicked the ball out. We kicked the ball long and in. And I remember vividly, like David Hill and Beaver just getting sprayed by commentators for not kicking the ball. Oh, he's missed touch again. But little did they know, we were trying to miss touch. We were kicking the ball in to keep it away from set piece. Kick chase was everything. So we were putting a lot of energy into our kick chase, a lot of training into that. When we'd have the ball, our forwards would just go round the corner, same way, and we'd go all the way to the touchline, and we would just hold the ball for as long as we possibly could. And if we were going to kick it, it didn't go out and it went long, and we made sure that they had to run back to get on side, and we won that race in terms of our kick chase. So it was a very simple model, and that we're just going to hold the ball for a long period of time. We're going to keep it in play so that they're going to fatigue quicker than we will. And it just built this confidence in us that late in the game, we could be down by 20 at half time and it wouldn't matter, because we'd be like, sweet, wheels are going to fall off. And then because we'd also established this great bench group of players that had started to become of age and have a lot of confidence in the way that they could play too, that we could really bring on like a 1-2 punch and bring a whole bunch of energy into the tail end of the game. And it was awesome. It was a real wave to kind of ride as a young guy, like, tuning up each week. And back then, all the All Blacks played NPC, so that was cool, like having, each week going out there and competing against All Blacks and winning. It was like, oh man, how cool is this? And when I remember when we sold the final out, it sold out in like an hour or something, and it was like, man, it was like a Justin Bieber concert. Like it was pretty cool. And it was a wicked year, but super competitive year too. And then I remember Johnny Gibbs reminded me of that, because he was in that team when he came back and coached us in 2018, and he was like, that's what a lot of people forget is like that was a really good high performance culture, but we weren't all mates. Like there was scraps at training, and the intensity of it was there because guys were competing. Guys were like wanted to play. Guys didn't want to lose their spots, and then so it was there was a real edge about what we did, but we all respected each other for what we brought to the team. We're all you're never going to get 30 guys to get along and to all be mates. There's always going to be clashes and personalities and all of that stuff. So it was a pretty cool campaign to be a part of, and it was kind of, I guess, the kind of kickstart for me and for all of us. That academy group, we actually all ended up picking up Super Rugby contracts with the Chiefs that following year. So we all made that jump and change all together. So that was pretty choice.
I just asked too, what was Stephen Donald, the Mighty Beaver, like? And what sort of tin was getting thrown around? I've heard of the legend of, his name's come up multiple times.
Rallied.
Yeah.
So I think from memory, well, I know that Allard's benched 220 kilos.
So
impressive. Like I remember we actually, it was the following year, so it had a first year of Super Rugby, and Allard actually had to stop doing weights because he was getting like compartment syndrome in his forearms because his muscles were growing too quick and he was losing feeling in his fingers and it was affecting his throwing. So they stopped him pushing tin, and he didn't like, when I say pushing tin, he did like weights functionally but not big tin because his muscle mass was going too big. So I remember we went on our Māori All Blacks tour, like first time together, and we did a gym session, and all the boys had obviously heard the myths and the legends of Allard. And anyway, we go in there and we're doing a gym workout, and I suck at bench press, like I'm terrible. But then Allard's like loads it up, and he's like, "Oh, can you spot me?" I turn around, he's got like 180 on there, and I was like,
"Damn boy!"
I was like, "Oh," and he's like, I don't know, like second set, like only just, and I know that he hasn't lifted weights for about, sort of 3 or 4 months because he like in terms of like heavy, and he's like, "No, I'll be right, I'll get it up." And I was like, "Because if you can't, like, I won't be able to lift that off you." And he's like, "Yeah, no, I'll be right." And then so he goes and he does it. He does 3 easy, and then it was just like, holy, and all the boys then all started kind of looking around and they're like, "Oh my god!" So he puts 200 on it and just does 3 like it's nothing, like how I would push 100 kilos, you know, and that like in terms of. Nah, probably not even that. It would have been like 80 kilos that I would have pushed. But he just put, and then everyone's just kind of jaws drop to the ground. They're like, "Oh my god!" Like can't even squat that much. No, it was pretty impressive. But even like around that time, there was a number of guys that were pushing close to that 200 kilo mark. Like a lot of the type 5 were all up around, kind of that 160 to 180 kilo bench press, which is crazy. Like it's big tin, but we did a lot of it. Like we did a lot of weights and a lot of running.
Was that something Warren Gatlin had brought back, or was it a different era, like coming from the north?
It was definitely Warren. Like Warren had kind of brought that in, and I actually really enjoyed that style of training too. It was quite, for me, I got caught in this pretty ugly little cycle the year in 2006 around sevens, and because in between tournaments back then it wasn't centralized, so you would train on your own for like 4 weeks, and then you go into camp for 2 weeks, and then you go on tour for 2. So it was like this funny little cycle that used to go in, and you'd have to train remotely on your own. But I got brought into the Chiefs as like a wider training group player, so I would go and train with the Chiefs. They were trying to put weight on me, and then I go back to sevens, and Titch is like, "Nah, you need to lose weight." So I was in this like yo-yo of going back and forward and trying to like put weight on. And then take it off, and it was a hard balance to get caught in the middle of, but like going into Super Rugby the next year, like it was cool. We'd do all these like kind of strongman sessions, and we'd do circuits with weights out on the field, and we'd be lying on the grass doing bench press in the sun, and it was it was quite it was a different way of training too at the time, so it was a bit of a novelty, and the boys got big. And our forward pack were huge. And but the thing with it though is like Gats needed us mobile as well, for the game that we wanted to play. So it's not like we got big and slow. The boys just got big and fit. So we had to get used to carrying that weight as well. So it was a pretty, it was really simple way to look at it, how I explained it to you is it's as complicated as it got, keep the ball in play, we're going to run more than they're going to be used to dealing with, and we're going to be bigger than them, and that's what we did.
Did you find that was a case as you'd go through the different coaches and over such a long career that there was a level of simplicity for the great coaches or something? Because it seems to be just a theme that's already come up with some of these. It's like, hey, they didn't have like these overtly complex ideas. They had had a belief, this is how I'm going to do it, this is how I'm going to train the team, and then let the rugby unfold. Yeah,
and I think that's something that I really try to adopt with my coaching too. There's no magic bullet, and that's something you probably learn in life, right? Like you think that there's this magic trick. And it's something I talk about a lot in fishing. So with marlin fishing, everyone thinks there's a magic trick. Like, what's the magic? What do you do? What's the secret? And it's like, there's no secret. It's a process and consistency. And it's, into how you apply yourself into whatever it is that you do, right? So, with all of the coaches, what I've learned is it's probably more the consistency point where they get themselves to a position where they believe in what they're delivering, right? So the way they want the game to be played, they believe in it for their reasons, and they've done their homework to establish that, I guess, their identity around what style of rugby we're going to play. And because Gats had seen, well, the team's averaged this amount of ball in play, so if I can get my team to play at this amount of ball in play, which is higher, over time, these teams are going to struggle to keep up with that. And if I can make my team bigger and stronger while we keep that ball in, we're going to win the collision battle because we're going to be heavier, we're going to be stronger. So, he fully believed in that. He believed that he could get it there through probably the conversations with Nick Gill, because he was our trainer. So he's probably going, okay, can I get these boys like this? How would we do that? They go back and forth. They go, yep, we can do it. This is how we'll do it. This is how we'll train. These are the type of sessions that we need to do. Okay, well, what do I need to do from a rugby standpoint to make sure we get enough rugby in as well as the conditioning? And that's that kind of balance. And then they get themselves to a point where they believe in it, confident in it, and then they deliver on it, and they don't waver off it. So 2005, if everyone remembers, everyone remembers 2006, 2005, we sucked. We actually did. We really struggled because Gats was trying to change the team's mindset and their mentality, and we're going against things we've always been told, kick the ball out. Now all of a sudden you're telling us to kick it in. So we're going out there and guys are still second guessing that. So they're still kicking it out. But then did he fold and go, let's just kick the ball out because Hilly likes kicking the ball out because he doesn't like the commentators talking shit about him, or, Beaver. And he's like, no, we're kicking the ball in. This is why. And then, over time that we started to adopt that, started to believe in it more, started to see proof in it. And then, away you kind of go. And then, it's the same with all Dave Rennie. You've heard the players talking about it already in the interviews, do the obvious. That is his big thing. If it's there, take it. And that's all I remember from being coached by Renz is do the obvious and do it fast. Don't think. You see it, go. And it didn't matter where you were, what the scenario was, what the scoreboard told you. If there was space, you put the ball there. You go, whether that be a kick, whether you shift it, whatever. It was just do the obvious. And you can hear it in their interviews. I listen really intently now, especially now that I am a coach too, because you kind of don't want all your secrets to get out there, but they just do. And the way that the players talk, and they talked about being optimistic, and it's such a Renz thing, we're going to be optimistic, boys, we're going to play. Don't you want to play? The space is there, why don't we just go? Why did you exit there? This is 5-on-3. Why just shift it? And that's the way he spoke. So then you start to adopt that, and the way you train, what you do, the constant message that's there, you just kind of morph into it, and then you get out there and you go, 3 verse 5, this we go now. And you start doing it without thinking. But it is I spoke the same about Titch, right? There was no rocket science in what he did. He just made us mentally tough and fit, and willing to just keep working.
And kickings for karate.
Kickings for karate. So one of my favourite lines, that one.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. Lead us into NZ Māori, the Chiefs, but also how does Morrinsville fit fit in there, because you must have been playing a few games to hit 143 games. As I did my sort of research, and I was like, man, there's some serious amount of rugby going on here. And what was the party like afterwards? After 2006?
Yeah, well, 2006. Yeah, that party was. I remember like there's it was. We went all night. It was good. I remember just I feel like the main street was closed. It was that town was that busy. Like, it was awesome. Like, the whole kind of city got in behind it, or the region got in behind it, right? And it was NPC rugby was huge at that point in time. I think professional rugby in general was in a really good sweet spot before that 2007 World Cup.
Yeah, it was.
It was. Yeah, I reckon it was
that was
peak.
The pinnacle.
Yeah. That 2007 Super Rugby season was by far the biggest profile tournament that I played in. I think, because at that point in time, because the All Blacks hadn't won, but they were just dominating world rugby, and through that kind of period post 2003 World Cup, guys like Dan Carter and all that were coming in. The Lions tour in 2005, they were on fire. 2006, they were winning everything. Going into 2007's hot favourites for the World Cup. And so, like, that sort of 2007 Super Rugby season at the start of that year, rugby was pumping, and obviously off of the back of that, we had won the NPC in 2006. So the party was great. We had we went to the bank. That was pretty awesome. And then from there, we actually went to Stephen Donald and Richard Kahui's flat, over behind the Hilly. Actually, they used to stay in a flat down there, and we had the trophy went somewhere. We didn't have it, and then one of the boys I think some of the boys that weren't drinking maybe took it. Yeah, because everything was getting a bit out of hand, and the party was pretty wild. And then, I remember they turned up the next day, and we were fading big time. It was like we hadn't been to bed, and we were all sitting around having a few beers. And the trophy turned up at about 9:30 at the flat, and then that kick started everyone again. So we started pouring, beer into it and drinking out of it. Then we ended up at the East Side Tavern. And I remember I got to a point and I was done. I was just like, nah, I can't anymore. And I remember ringing Mum, and she drove over from Morrinsville, and I told her, I was like, park on the opposite side of Steel Park, like in Ham East there. Because I was just like, don't try and come here, because there's no way I'll be able to leave. And I just remember going, I'm just going to go outside, like, for whatever reason, and then the boys probably realised that he's going to try and leave, and I just remember hightailing it across the park, and the boys were chasing me, and I just dived in the back seat of Mum's car. I was like, take me home. She's like, what? She goes, do you want to go to your house? Or she's like, I was like, no, because they'll find me at my house, take me to yours. So I must have just fallen asleep in the back of the car and went back to Mum and Dad's house, and I don't know how long I slept for, but it was quite a while. But it was it was a awesome experience, and just I think the culmination of all of that hard work that goes into something like that, it's really cool to celebrate that with your mates. And it led on for a couple of days, and that led into obviously Super Rugby selection as well, which came the following that week. It was actually Marty Holler's 30th, I think, and we went to his party, and we got invited, and as young fellas, it was like pretty, oh my God, going to Marty Holler's 30th? How cool is this? And we went along, and it was at Maris Club Rooms, which was, a bit of a short walk from the boys' flat. So we got dressed there and wandered over. We didn't know it was a fancy dress party. So we turned up like Richie, Beaver, myself, and Toby, like the four of us. And it must have been Brendan as well. It must have been the five of us. And we were the only five, us and the band, who weren't dressed up. So it was, it was a little bit awkward, obviously, going in there. And because we were a bit younger than than the other guys. And the other guys are like, even though we were teammates, it was still, that's Marty Holler. And it was pretty cool. Oh, I can't actually remember, in all honesty. I feel like he was dressed up as Dracula, from memory. But I don't know can't remember what the theme was. But we actually found out, we got the phone calls that day. for the Chiefs. Fozzie rang us.
Nice.
It actually became a bit of a tradition on selection day that we'd go and play golf because we played golf that day and we all got our phone calls on the golf course.
Oh, cool.
So we were out at Horsham Downs playing golf, and the phones rang, and one by one, and all four of us were there, or five of us. Beaver was there, but Beaver was already in the team. But Richie, Toby, myself, and Brendan, we were all there playing golf, and one by one our phones rang, and we all made it. So then it became a thing every year on a selection day we would go play golf. And luckily enough we all got the phone calls each time, so it would have been a bit hard. It would have been a bit hard if one of us didn't. But that was it was pretty cool. I suppose kind of week really, like it was pretty wild. But the other side of that too is I was still contracted sevens player in Dubai and South Africa, where those tournaments are played in November. I can't remember what it was back then, but I actually had to go into camp. The team was in camp that on the Monday after the NPC final. So Titch had rang and said, I'm going to give you and Corey the week off because you were in the final, so you just can come the start of the week off, you can come on Thursday or whatever. And I remember thinking, I was just like, this is the last thing I want to do is go back into sevens kind of thing. And obviously if you make Super Rugby, you get the option to opt out of those final tournaments, or you can still go if you negotiate with your Super Rugby coach. So like I could talk to Fozzie and go, I really want to play in Dubai in South Africa, so I can do that as part of pre-season. But I opted not to go because I was very heavily, I saw my future in 15s. Although I love the sevens environment, in terms of the tournaments, I found the balance really hard, especially in the position I sat of trying to put weight on or get bigger in one camp and the other. That was a real big mental toll. And I didn't really like some of Titch's methods, and like he'd have me doing intervals on the treadmill after dinner and all sorts of stuff like that, which in hindsight was really good for my mental resilience. But at the point in time, there was some pretty dark moments, and I'd kind of lost a bit of respect as well, because for me, and it's probably something that sat consistent in my career, as I always felt like I was judged because of what I looked like and my body shape. So and I just found it really odd that people and even general public would comment on that a lot, and it was quite a hard thing to deal with as a young guy that's pretty insecure about feeling like you should be at that level or not, to then people to say, oh, you should look like this because you're you look like a hooker or whatever. And I was like, but what does it matter? And that's one thing now I'm really big on with my coaching, is like, I don't care what my athletes look like, but they're just purely judged on performance. So like for me, I was always in the Chub Club or Marshmallows or Fat Club or whatever it would be, because my skin folds would be high in pre-season, and you'd have to do extra fitness and all that kind of stuff. And that's just what it was, just body shaming 101. That's what I always used to give Nick Kill shit about, and Phil Healy, the trainers. But it was what it was, and that was, that was the standard, and that was what was expected. But what I really battled with was, like, through those years, I was quite often in the top 3 to 5 in the conditioning testing every year. But I would still have to do all this extra training, and I'm like, my output and my performance is, you're not judging it on that, you're purely judging on what I look like with my shirt off. So I found that quite a hard mental balance. But then also, obviously I just sort of got myself to a point where I went, ultimately I'm just doing some extra work and it's good for me. So I kind of flipped my mindset on it. But it was hard to kind of deal with a little bit. Well, not a little bit. I'm pretty, and to this day, probably still really self-conscious of the way I look because of the judgment that I faced, sort of through my career. But it's just probably one of those, I'm sure everybody has something like that in their life that they probably feel, I wish I was skinnier, I wish I was taller, or whatever it might be. But for me, it was just, I had to learn, that was something I had to learn to deal with, and sort of balance out. So yeah, kind of that, being at that point, that was sort of something that lended to my decision making around whether I went to tournaments, because I knew going in there I was going to get flogged and get told to strip weight, for 2 tournaments. And I was like, oh, do I really want to do that, or should I focus on what's going to be my next thing, which was Super Rugby, and get myself ready for that competition?
It's real important. It's good of you to say it. I think that's it. Everybody has different insecurities. You speak to different people. Everyone gets anxious about different things to differing levels. And the worst thing that's happened to you, I say, is the worst thing that's happened to you. So everyone's got different. But it is good for people to hear. It's like, hey, man, it'd be nice to look like this, or do this, or have this. It's just across the board. And it doesn't matter whether someone's achieved here or there. It's, I think it's just one of those, probably everyone's going to face it, or it does face it, that eternal battle to accept one as themselves.
It's really funny, because I was like I'm comfortable to like talk about it too, because I'm like, I've come to terms with it now. Like if you had talked anything about my body, when I was in it, around that time, shit, I would have shut up. I would have closed off, and I would have avoided it. I would have, it was, but it's, hindsight again, it's just like, oh man, why was I so worried about what other people thought? But ultimately, that is what it is, right? Everybody's affected by what people think of you, and that's just, and it would be nice to say, oh, I don't give a shit about what people think of me. Everybody cares, and if you say you don't, you're lying. So for me, I was like, I look back now and I think about comments that people had said to me, or different scenarios that I was been in, and how it really affected me, and how I was really self-conscious and worried about. And I see photos of myself, and I'm just like, oh my God, I had abs, and like, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, why was I so pent up about? But it was because people said things to me at the wrong time, and they just, they didn't necessarily mean anything by it, or they might have. It doesn't, but again, it doesn't really matter. It was just they got me at the wrong time, and it affected me and how my emotional state was after.
And you start thinking, I thought a bit when I was young, I used to think, I was probably looked like, like this. Especially when I was like a teen, I thought I was fat. And I was like, no. I might not have had like the full 8-pack abs that I envisaged in my mind, but if I'd flexed and looked the right way, you know what I mean?
Get the right lighting.
Get the right lighting. And that was also one of the things, is the right lighting when you're translucent, like I am. But I sat to the teenagers and people, and they're like, I don't want to get any photos. And I'm like, you really should, because you're looking the best you'll ever look. It's, you'll get to my age and you're like, you just don't care, because you're just like an old bald dude. But but it's just, I do try to say it for people, is take the photos, enjoy it. Like it's, you look great, and the only person that's being really the only person that's being critical of you are either genuinely not worth listening to, because they're absolute dicks and wounders, or it's just you, because everybody else is like, you're beautiful, you look awesome. Everybody else is beating themselves up in their own head and thinking everybody else is looking good, and it's, I don't know if it's so much easy to say, but I think it's worth saying that if you did it, I did it, it's so common.
It's very common.
If you're thinking and worrying about it, it is just normal, and you just got to try and give yourself a break. I think that is the thing.
And that's it. Like, I think, for me, I wasted so much energy and mental capacity, for a period of time where I should have just been extremely proud of my body and what it was enabling me to do, if that makes sense. Like, literally, my body,
professional rugby,
my body was the reason I had a career. Like,
you're playing
but I was sitting in points and moments of that time of like hating the way that I, was perceived or looked or whatever, which, I look back now and think, man, what a waste of like just mental space and energy. But I suppose everything's different, right? And everybody has their struggles with whatever it might be, and like you say, every struggle is relevant too. Like that's one thing that I do know to be true, is that it might, the worst thing that's happened to you, like you say, is the worst thing that's happened to you.
Yeah.
And who are you to say that that's less than somebody else's or more than somebody else's? Because you don't know. Like, nobody knows what anyone else is going through. So, I think it was, I look back on that, and I'm very mindful of the way that I language, in and around stuff now because of, what I guess had to sort of face and what people would say. So I'm very mindful about how I message particular things to my players, to my friends, to my kids, and stuff as well. So
that's good. I think it is. I mean, that's the maturity, when you can have bad things happen to you, or things happen, whether it's bad, but let's just say, and if you can grow from it and then you can improve it, it's like, I don't know why, John Mitchell, your story stuck out. But I hated that when I was coach, not at that level. I hated the dudes that would yell at me. I just wanted to please. I was just trying so hard to do what was right. It was very similar to how I just would. And then they'd abuse, and it just would crush me from the inside.
Yeah.
So I always think when I'm coaching the teams, actually like this year, coaching the girls hockey team at HPC, it is like, if you're not making mistakes, you're not trying hard enough. I wanted to see mistakes. It doesn't worry me. And I promised them at the start of the season, we haven't done it. It's like, I'm not going to yell. Yeah. Like, the only time I'm going to get annoyed is if I actually don't think you guys are pushing it hard enough. Yeah. It's just push it, make mistakes. If it goes out, it dribbles out. It's a game, we want to win, but it's also not that big a deal. It's like, we're here for fun, we're here to learn some lessons. But
no, I really like that. That's like a bit of a mantra that I have with my coaching, is like, I just want players to play with no fear. Like, what's the worst thing that can happen? Like, you make a mistake, who cares? Like, the most important moment's the next one. It's not the one that just was. Like, and that's one thing, I find with the girls or coaching women, is they are perfectionists. So I see a lot of myself in them, because that's what I was like in those formative years. I was a pleaser. I just wanted whatever the coach wants, like, I'll do, but it's, like, I really encourage them to, I just want to see you try. Like, just get out there and give it a go. And if you make mistakes, all it is a coaching point. And then and the only thing you're ever going to get pulled up on is repetitives. But if it's repetitives, you're not getting pulled up on it in a negative way. It's like, how can we fix it? Yeah. How can we adapt it? How can we make that better? Like, that's all it is. It's not me going, you're not good enough. It's me going, how can I help you improve? Yeah. Like, and that's the bit that I find, it doesn't matter how many times you say that, it's how it's received on the other side is the really hard bit to manage. So trying to foster an environment where it's like, it's okay to fail is actually a really hard thing to do. That's the bit I've found hardest as a coach, because everybody wants to please. Well, more people do than don't. Yes. Are wired that way to please and to be able to give to, the environment, or give to performance or whatever. But it's actually that's the bit I find hardest to really get across, is people to be okay with making mistakes. And it doesn't seem to matter. Like, it takes quite a lot of time to build that trust that I'm not going to come down on you, because you can say it all you want, right? But until you live through it, then they trust it. Like, because they're still like, oh yeah, you're just saying that. You're just saying that you don't care if I make a mistake, but I make a mistake, and then, oh, now I'm not playing. Yeah. And it's like, but it's the reason you might not be playing is not necessarily because you made that mistake. Like, sometimes somebody is just better than you, and that's professional sport, like, or any sport or any job. Like, sometimes somebody else outperforms you, and that's not a controllable that you have. Your controllable is, what was that error? How can we adapt and make sure that improves, and we can make that better. And that's that like real coach element. But it's getting the players to, I think a lot with the girls is they put a lot of their worth on selection. And that's the bit that I really struggle with, because I'm like, you're all worthy of being here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the squad. But sometimes some of you just don't get to play because somebody else is performing really well, or the dynamic of the team needs this, or the opposition we're playing against is going to create this. And I think it's only really something you can learn to deal with when you do it for a period of time. Like, because I was very much like that, you know, I was put all of my worth on whether I got selected or I made a team. Yeah. Until you go through it and then you realize, okay, I didn't play that week because of this, and then that, and then and then you move and adapt and you make changes and then you improve and you're like, oh, okay, now I see like the bigger picture or the way forward, if it makes sense.
Oh, 100% it makes sense. There's a parallel to it. We're on a good tangent, definite tangent. But to being successful over a long term, but if you ask your old man in sales, is like you're just not going to get every sale. Yeah. People are going to say no, and it's not a personal attack. It's just, you know. It's just business, or it's just this thing. It's but being able to just accept that things aren't always going to go your way, and then you just got to keep moving forward with it.
Yeah. Do you find that with I suppose this younger generation now, that they really struggle with that in that area of sales? Because I definitely find that in high performance sport as well.
Whether you'd say lucky or not, but I dropped out of uni and then got into door-to-door sales, and I was one of the last of an era of hardcore door-to-door commission-only sales. It was mainly business to business, but door-to-door, and got taught all these old school techniques that you do, which was just how to relate to people, how to keep your attitude and do all of these things. That doesn't happen, and it's and there's a bit of that parenting style. People have either been just too soft and be like, you're absolutely wonderful, dear, you're awesome, you're awesome, you're awesome. And then the flip side is people can just be too hard on it. But as people, just too used to, or they expect if they don't get selected for something, or one of the first setback is, that's the end of the world. And they might not have seen either the parents go through as much as before. I think that's where you get that some of those amazing stories of someone just comes from this terrible home or terrible era, is they've just got super resilience early on. They're just like, oh no, you think this is bad? You got no idea.
Yeah, it's funny how life can put you in those positions, eh? And it's funny though, you say that about like, you know, you get that first experience or whatever, and then how that kind of goes and flows. It goes back to what I said in and around that first tackle at that live training session, you know, and the fact that I executed that was like, oh, okay, like, you know, and how that could have altered and changed if I just missed one tackle in the wrong time. And I life's like that in general, man. Like the amount of times I've, you know, even like we're no doubt going to talk about it, but like with marlin fishing, like getting into that and you know, like being able to put a plan and a process together and create this like vision or story of what you want it to look like, and then to go out and have success early, it just changes your whole confidence or your whole demeanor around it. Versus, you know, like, you know, some people go my neighbor went 28 years without catching a marlin, so
so I think it with the young people I know is it's sort of gone a little bit both ways. I find that there's so many examples of them that they work harder, they do more, they're way more switched on. They've been able to take all of this stuff and go, oh man, this is how I train, this is how I nutrition, this is how I should save my money. I should be putting money in, you know, Kiwi Saver. And you're like, man, I wish I was half as onto it as you are, you know, like I made I spent my 20s making dumb decisions. I wish I was listening to you. But then there's also probably, just like there's ones now that are probably more extreme and better than anybody I knew growing up. There's also probably a larger chunk of people that are just like completely reliant on like, oh no, I'm a little bit sick, or I'm a little bit sad, or I'm a little bit this or that. I can't do anything. And you're like missing what I would call just the middle working class attitude that I just grew up with, was like you just turn up every day, you do your best, you know, sick days non-existent. You know, like you just go in there, you do it. If coach says you do it, you know, like if your boss wants you to do that, you do it. You're lucky to have it, you know, thing. So I found the middle road is squeezed to people pushing for extremely high performance, and then also expecting just a level of handout.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, good tangent. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. Let's bring it back.
Yeah.
NZ Māori, what was it like going from NPC in the sevens into the Super Rugby world? You know, probably heading through some pretty pinnacle Super Rugby areas.
Yeah.
This is South Africans, everyone, you know, still in there.
No, it was incredible. Like, you know, like I talked about, professional rugby at that point in time was... it was everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was... front page of the papers, it was on the news, it was real kind of front and centre, especially with that World Cup coming up 2007. New Zealand were desperate, you know, the All Blacks were desperate to win another one, and they were just dominating world rugby. We'd had the Lions here in 2005, and like Dan Carter
phenomenal.
went, "Here I am," like, you know, I'm him, and then and then obviously he was just at the height of his powers through that period. As well, so you know, Richie McCaw becomes All Black captain, and he's who he is. So all of that kind of period to be kind of in there and in that and around that, like Super Rugby was a big deal. And not to say that it isn't now, but it was just different. And it was, you know, there was less sports back then that had a real public, you know, I guess, kind of eye on it as well. So I just remember, like, if we played the Blues, if we played Crusaders, if we played the Hurricanes at home, it was a sellout. And that's just the way it was. That was like, you know, I remember turning up and there were 20,000 people there, like each game. You might drop to 15,000 if it's like one of the lesser, you know, sort of South African teams that wasn't doing that well, you know. But if one of the teams turn up, like I remember the Sharks, that might have been that year, they came and they were going to be the first team to clean sweep all New Zealand super teams. And we hadn't had a great start to the competition in 2007, so there was a big crowd for that, and they were all cocky and like, we're gonna, you know, we're gonna be the first South African team to do this, and then we put 50 on them. So it was like, you know, so that was a pretty good night in the Tron, you know. So but sort of through that kind of first year was a bit of a like wowee kind of moment, and it didn't all go to plan either, you know. Like I actually was in the squad, and that's when the All Blacks had a reconditioning window. So Mills, Muliaina, Sivivatu, Byron Kelleher, Marty Holler, I think, were all out of the start of the competition on a reconditioning window. This new innovative way of training that they were going to remove them out and train them and get them fitter and have them peak for the World Cup, you know. So that played a factor in position that I played. So I played one NPC game in 2006 at fullback against Hawke's Bay, and I got picked in the squad as a fullback centre. And I was going to play fullback in the early rounds until Mills came back. That was the plan. So obviously I played preseason and did a good enough job to warrant a start in the first game, and we played the Brumbies in Hamilton, and George Gregan, George Smith, Owen Finnegan, like, you know, Julian Huxley was playing first five. Stephen Larkin was injured, I think. But, you know, like, good team like Drew Mitchell and Adam Ashley Cooper, and those guys are similar age to me. Sterling Mortlock was at centre. But I remember, like, you know, tackling George Gregan. I was like, oh my God, like, how cool is this? But that game...
What was George Gregan like?
Super competitive. Like,
I just remember the 4 more years in 2003.
That kind of sums him up, you know? Like,
it's just like ingrained in me.
Yeah, he's just in it. Like, he's in everything. Like, that's what I really noticed about him, because I had an opinion of him too, because I'd seen that, and I was like, you know, like, fuck you. But then playing that game, like, I was just, and he's like, you know, towards the tail of his career then. I think it might have been his last season before he went to Japan, and he was just super competitive and into everything, and he just yapped the whole time. He demanded a lot of his team. Like, he was good. He was a very good rugby player. And I, you know, witnessed all of that just in one game, you know. But the game didn't go well. Like, it was my Super Rugby debut. It was a bit of a, you know, interesting kind of lead into the game in terms of the day. But then, I went out there and, you know, dropped the high ball cold, and then I caught one and I ran it out. And then, worst thing of all was I think we lost maybe by 4 points. It was close, like 16-20, something like that. And there was about 90 seconds left, and I got the ball unmarked 20 metres out from the goal line. I had Lilia Masunga outside me, and I dropped it cold.
Oh.
So I was just like, all I had to do was catch it, and I score. If I get caught, Masunga ain't getting caught. I just pass, and he scores, and we win the game. And that would be my Super Rugby debut. Holy, scored the winning try, and, like 90 seconds to go on the clock kind of thing, and just dropped that cold, So it was like pretty... a big dose of adversity to deal with in your first game. And then the next week we played the Hurricanes in Hamilton, and I was on the bench, and that was fine. Like, I was still in the team and I was on the bench. I understood that I didn't play great in the first game, but I did some really good things as well. They weren't unhappy with my performance. It was like, and that's what they spoke to me about. It was like, it's only one moment, and it sucks that it was at that moment. But they're like, we've never seen you drop a ball cold before. So it's just nerves, and that is what it is. And that was fine. I was still in a pretty good mindset. But the next week I sat on the bench for 80 minutes and I didn't get on. So then your confidence takes a bit of a dent, and it is what it is. But Sasini Anisi played fullback in that game, and he broke his neck. But he played on, like he didn't realise he'd kind of done it. He just thought, I got a bit of a stiff neck. But he went for scans the next day, and had a fracture. So he was out, and we went to South Africa. So we travelled to South Africa, and we played the Stormers in Newlands. What an experience. Oh my God. And I just got to start again. So I started at fullback, and second or third touch of the game, scored a try. And way we kind of went, and we lost that game in the death. Then... De Villiers got an intercept try to win the game, and then the following week we played the Bulls at Loftus, and a game we just had a pretty, like our back three was Roy Kinilau, myself, and Lilia, so we were all kind of young and rookies, and because normally it was Mills, Sivivatu and Anisi, so like three All Blacks, so we were kind of like the kind of misfits that were filling in, but we had a lot of fun with that, like we kind of made our own handshake, and we're like, we're just no one gives a shit about us, like no one's worried about us. And Masunga, just another guy with a huge amount of like swagger and confidence about him, and he just lit it up that night. He ran, we did this midfield scrum move that we used to do for Morrinsville, Brendan and I, and we talked Fozzie into letting us do it at Loftus against the Bulls, and we're like, it'll work. And then, so, whatever. So he let us do it, and we did it, and I broke through off it, and then draw past to Lilia, and it was just an out-and-out foot race with him and Brian Habana, and Lilia burned him off and scored, and it was just like, oh my God, like awesome. We scored off our move that we do for Morrinsville Sports. So
Morrinsville Sports
Morrinsville Sports try, like move, like works on the world stage. And then I remember Lilia scored this try, and I run over to celebrate it, and we were walking back, and Brian Habana's getting up off the ground. I'm like, oh my God, it's Brian Habana, still fanboying, and the son walks past and goes, I thought you were fast. And I was like, oh, nah.
God.
Guess who scored the winning try? And guess who he outran? Brian Habana scored the winning try in the corner in the 83rd minute. They held the ball for 3 minutes after the final play, and he burnt Lilia off and scored in the corner. He goes, I am fast. I just happened to be there because I coming across from fullback, and then Mornay Stain kicked the conversion from the sideline to win it. So I never won at Loftus. I was there obviously in the final in 2009 when they gave us a hiding, but it was my favourite place to play. It was such an incredible atmosphere, and the Bulls through that period too were really good, which made it even better. And we always played well there. Apart from that final, all of our games always went down to the wire. But obviously that final, they were incredible that night. And I still to this day, I don't think there's a team on the planet that would have beaten them. They were just so good. But that kind of 2007 year was a pretty, kind of awesome kind of ride. Things just kind of happened, like a little bit of adversity at the start for me. And then I managed to sort of find my feet and build a bit of confidence, and ended up transitioning back into centre when Mills came back because Richard Kahui blew his shoulder out. So then got a bit of game time, and at centre towards the tail end of the season, we beat the Crusaders in Jade Stadium. Back then, which was their first loss at home for 4.5 years.
Yeah.
So it was their big record that they held, hadn't lost at home. And, we beat them that night. And that was pretty cool, like playing against my idol, like Aaron Major. Like, he was one of the guys I really looked up to. And, I think it was just before half-time because we had our line speed defence and we used to rattle teams. Yeah. Like, we just get in their grill and... Yeah, that's what I really loved that about it. Like, we could be niggly and get up there. And I remember Aaron Major punched me in the face, like, right before half time. And I remember being a bit like, oh, holy shit. Like, and then we walked in, and then Warren Gatlin was assistant coach that year. And we were sitting in the changing room. He's like, oh, boys, you're into them, like, they're rattled. You've thrown them off their game. And he turns and looks at me and he goes, Sweens, how good was that when Aaron Major punched you in the face? And I'm still sitting there like kind of dumbfounded because I had spoken to him about Aaron being like one of my idols, And he's like, well, what are you going to do? Like, you're going to play against them? You're going to front up? And I was like, well, yeah, I'll give it a go. Yeah, so it was a bit of a funny moment because I was still kind of a little bit shocked by it, like, holy, that just happened. And, he made a bit of a joke about it in the changing room. And, we went out and won. And that's also the game that Sione Loaki did the big fend on Richie McCaw.
Oh, wicked,
where he lifted him up by his throat and threw him into the ground. So I actually happened to be like just about me to you from it when it happened. So, it was pretty cool. Kind of introduction into Super Rugby and, awesome team to be a part of. Like, we had so many...
Could you go out on the town after that in Christchurch? Were you like security guards at the hotel after?
That was really interesting because that was... We had to win. So we didn't win until round 7.
Yeah.
But we ended up 4th equal on the table, but missed out on points differential to going into the semi-finals that year. So we didn't win a game till round 7. We drew in week 5 or 6, then we had the bye, and then we beat the Lions at home in round 7, I think it was. So we had like all of these close losses lately, and then we just went on a heater, and it didn't matter who we played, we just lit it up, and we just played this real exciting brand of rugby. A lot of guys that were kind of unknown, like I talked about their back three, everyone was used to the Sivi Vatu, Muliaina, and Isi back three, and then we had these like kids, this chubby kid from Morrinsville playing fullback, and Masanga, who was obviously ended up turning into Masanga. But we just had a lot of excitement about us, and Fozzie and Gats were real good with encouraging that. Like, so we just played, man. Like I remember we played the Western Force in Hamilton, and for some reason it was an afternoon game, which was quite rare in Super Rugby. And we scored 70 points or something. And Brendan Leonard scores a hat trick, scores a try off a midfield scrum from like 70 metres out, and then makes the All Blacks, off the back of a game like that. So, it was a real exciting time. And like I said, we played a great brand of rugby, one that I really enjoyed. Like, we let the ball do the work, and that was a big thing that Fozzie used to talk about a lot. We're really skillful. We spent a lot of time, kind of through that area on our basic catch pass skills. And, we used to do a lot of trainings with balls covered in soap and all sorts of things, it was just a super enjoyable season. And then we just like I said, we just went on this heater and this run, and it just didn't matter. We just had this real confidence about us that we hadn't won a game till round 7, and then all of a sudden it didn't matter who we played, we had no kind of fear. And then we won that game against Crusaders, and we had an opportunity to go in to the semi-finals. And as long as the Bulls didn't beat the Reds by more than 80 points, then we were in. So we didn't go out on the town because we were thinking, okay, we're going to fly to South Africa tomorrow morning to go to a semi-final, because that meant we had to play the semi in South Africa. Might have been against the Bulls, maybe, I can't remember, but the Bulls beat the Reds 96-5 or something. And we were watching this game, because we stayed up for it, because we were just at the hotel. So we played a night game, and it's quite hard to go to sleep after a night game because you're just full of adrenaline. So a lot of the time you go out for something to do, because otherwise you lie on your bed and look at the ceiling. So you go and have a few beers and mingle and whatever. And I remember Brendan Leonard and I were roommates, and we were watching it, and we got to half time, and we were like, oh, we might as well go out because they're going to smoke them. So then we got dressed and went out and had a couple of beers before town closed. But it was pretty wild that game kind of happened. It really looked like it was match fixed. It was that wild because the Reds weren't that bad, and that's why it was pretty odd. But we ended up obviously not making the semi-finals, but it was a pretty awesome first introduction into Super Rugby, and off the back of that became a Māori All Black.
And what was it like getting into the Māori All Blacks?
I think for me, like, I look back on that part of my career with like a huge amount of like sort of pride, because I always knew I was Māori. My mum's Māori, and if you see my mum, like she very much looks Māori, but I call her like plastic Māori because she didn't grow up with the culture, and neither did I. So like, I never had visited a marae or anything like that apart from school trips, So, but I was very proud to be Māori, and I always wanted to be, play for the New Zealand Māoris, because that was what I identified as, and it was a team that I loved watching them play. I loved the way they played. I liked all of the players, that played in that team. So I was like, that'd be cool to play for them one day. I made the team, and then we had to assemble and camp in Auckland, and I remember getting a phone call and a message, and then the kaumātua Whetu rang me and said, okay, well, you've got to present your pepeha when you get in. And I'm just like, what is that? Like, I didn't know what a pepeha was, and I didn't know what mine was, that's for sure. So I went on this real crash course of trying to learn my identity and my marae and all those sorts of things. And luckily my mum's sister, older sister, had really, kind of through her husband, like he's Māori as well and quite strong in his Māori upbringing, she had kind of gravitated that way as well.
That's cool.
So then, and also my mum's younger brother, who lives in the Gold Coast, he had sort of dived into his identity a bit, after probably being away and, understanding that he's Māori and wanting to be a bit more connected to that. So I kind of lent on them and had like 2 days to try and pull together my pepeha and understand it and practice it. And then, you walk into camp and it's the first thing you do. You go into a meeting room and the team's all together and you stand up and you say your pepeha in front of everybody. So super daunting. But kind of been there as well and seeing guys like Tamati Allison, who's fluent in te reo, stand up and deliver, and Hike Elliott as well. And just listening to them, be able to stand up and talk, like, you're just like, oh my God, like, how cool is that? And then it like also a bit sad at the same time, because it's like, man, I wish I could do that. It never really sparked me enough to dive down and go, okay, I'm going to learn te reo Māori. But I was just like, okay, I'm just going to live really proudly as a Māori. And that was kind of cool. Like, what my kind of, I guess, take on it was, and how I wanted to be off the back of being in that team. But then also like kind of seeing and understanding to the Māori people what that team means was really cool. And there's some pretty cool traditions that kind of exist in there. So like going in and learning the haka, and obviously you play within a week of being and joining the team, so it's a bit of a crash course. And it sort of starts off and all the rookies get broken up, and then you get a few of the senior boys will teach you and lead it, and then it kind of whittles down, and then you get to a point where you basically will haka one-on-one with another rookie up in front of the whole team, and that's pretty. And if you told me that we were going to do that the day that I stepped in, I would have froze. I would have been like, there's no way I'll be able to get myself to a position like that. But the way that the environment's fostered and the belief they instill in you and your identity and your culture, like, you spend a lot of the time while you're in there. I remember seeing a comment, we played Japan, it was in my second year in Hawke's Bay, and we did a really amazing haka, but we had a really poor first half. We didn't play that well. Little did I know, the boys actually went out and we had a pretty big night on the Thursday night, which, kind of lended to a bit of a slow start. But we ended up winning by 50 or 60 points. But it definitely wouldn't happen now if you played the Japanese test team. The levels improved a lot. But I remember seeing a lot of comments thrown out around, they need to spend less time on their haka and more time around rugby. And I just remember thinking, I was like, man, you've got no idea what this environment is like. And it's the only team in New Zealand that is bound by blood. Like the All Blacks aren't. Like, you can be from anywhere in the world and play for the All Blacks if you have residency, but you can't play for the Māori All Blacks if you're not Māori. So it's in terms of like a team that has identity and connection, there isn't anything like it. And it's hard to explain that without being in the environment and seeing it. And, we have kapa haka every night. And, like if you told me that, you're going to be in a rugby team that has kapa haka every night, you'd be like, okay, why? But then once you get in and you do it, it's all of that connection and understanding of how you relate to each other as people, what makes that team great. And
can you just explain? I'll just jump in.
Yeah.
Pepeha?
Pepeha, yeah.
People might not understand it. Pepeha and then kapa haka.
Yeah, yeah, nice.
Because both things are people like,
I know, cool.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. So pepeha is basically like an introduction.
Yeah.
And it's your identity, like as a person and where you come from. So, like, I'll say mine because then it's easy I can explain off the back of it. Like, called Waikato Te Awa, so like my river is the Waikato River. Called Taupiri Te Maunga, so my mountain is Taupiri. So the Taupiri mountain is like obviously here just out of Hamilton. For those people that don't know that, and the Waikato River runs through our region. So so my river, my mountain, called Waikato Te Awa, called Tainui Te Iwi, so my iwi is Tainui. It's called Ngāti Mahanga Te Hapu, so my hapu is my sub-tribe. So when I say my iwi, basically like I guess Tainui being basically the Waikato region it's kind of like the main iwi here, and then my sub-tribe underneath that would be like, if I played for Waikato in the rugby terms, Tainui being Waikato, and then Morrinsville would be my sub-tribe. So Ngāti Mahanga is my sub-tribe. And then Tainui Te Waka. So you always like kind of finish with your waka. So what brought you here? So our Tainui Waka brought my people originally to this area. So that's my pepeha and like how I identify as Māori and how I came to be where I am now. So that's basically the best way to explain it. So my Tainui Waka brought my people here originally. They founded in on the Waikato River under the Taupiri Mountain. So that's where they kind of based themselves or established themselves. And then after that, my people then went into sub-tribes, Ngāti Mahanga being my one. And that's where my, I guess my Māori side of my family originated from. So that's how I identify as Māori. Yeah. And then kapa haka is basically where we practice, I guess, haka or songs or like even Whetu, our kaumata, would often talk to us about ancient battles or wars and different things or different events through our Māori culture that we could relate to. And he would, like, storytelling's really big in Māori culture, and that's one thing I love about it, because I love stories. I love talking, as people probably are figuring out, and I love conversation. So like, Whetu would quite often share stories about particular battles, and often they would relate to, where we were at that point in time, or who we're going to play against, or something like that. So so that's what kapa haka was, and we would do that every night. So we'd set aside a couple of hours either before or after dinner, and that would be where we would practice our haka, practice our team songs, because in Māori culture too, when you speak, you always follow a speech with a song. So like if our captain spoke at an aftermatch, our team would stand up and we would sing after. Nice. And we used to sing a song that actually was kamate, the All Blacks haka, the New Zealand haka that we do, and it would lead into, we could sing it and then lead it into the haka. So like a lot of, when you go into foreign countries and you're at this aftermatch and there's all these dignitaries there, and they're like, oh man, this is, and we're not great singers, but some of the boys are really good. So it sounds semi-decent, but then you go from this beautiful song into a haka. It's like quite a powerful sort of thing in a moment, and it used to bring a bit of wow factor into our after matches. So it was a really, really cool journey to, one, connect myself into my Māori culture, take a bit of a dive into, okay, who am I and how am I Māori, and what does that kind of look like for me, and then for Whetu, our kaumātua, and then Luki Crawford, who both of those men have passed since, which is, obviously extremely sad that they're no longer with us, but the impact that they left on, not only myself, but anybody that had been through that team under their guidance. All of us are extremely grateful for, how they connected us collectively as a team and in those moments, but also individually into our culture as well.
Yeah. Yeah, powerful. But
the games themselves, it's like something else takes you over. It's really hard to explain because, like I say, you're connected by blood. Some of the performance, and you just got to look back through history. Like the teams that they have beaten, it's incredible. Like the win rate against Test nations is huge. We played. My last year I played was the centenary year, so 100 years of Māori All Blacks rugby, which was in 2010. We played Ireland and we played England, their Test nations, and we beat both of them. And it was kind of a bit of a turning point for me in my career as well, because I always had this itch of like, man, if I got picked in the All Black, it wasn't so much that everybody wants to be an All Black. You want to be at the pinnacle of whatever you do, right? So I wanted to be an All Black, but there was this itch that was just like, could I do that? And for me to have the opportunity to play against Test playing nations, like with the Māori All Blacks, proved to me that I could do it. So we played Ireland and England that year, and it was a shitty little roster that we had. We played the New Zealand Barbarians as well, which was pretty much like an All Black B team, which everybody was like, oh, they're going to win, like they should beat us, and on paper they should have, but we didn't. We beat them. So we beat them. Then we had I feel like it was a 4-day turnaround to go down and then play Ireland in Rotorua, and then we beat them, and then we had like a 5-day turnaround to go play, or not even that. It was a stupid amount of time to play 3 games, especially at Test level. And we played England, who had just beaten Aussie for the first time in Aussie in a series, and we played them in Hawke's Bay and we beat them as well. So it was and there's that team on paper was a good team, but at that point in time, the teams we played against were better. But the fact that we could come together that quickly and play against established Test nations that had been playing together all year and to win was just like, you can't explain what it takes to be able to do that and to connect in a way that you can go out and perform like that. And then for me, it was a real big tick to be like, okay, well, you're good enough to play Test rugby, you're just not good enough to play here. Which I was okay
true.
with.
There's a profound truth in that statement.
Because it was Ma Nonu and Conrad Smith. So I'm happy that they're the 2 guys that kept me out.
Kept out my goats, that's for sure.
But that kind of led to my decision, like in terms of like flow and what we're talking about, into my decision to go overseas too.
Can I just ask too, what were the crowds like for that Test, like Ireland, Rotorua, Māori? I got a little bit of a taste of it. I watched the Indigenous League here, and I love it. It's got this real different feel. It's a communal, it's festival, but it's a much more. It was very different to a normal league. There's a different sense. But
I think it's more of a like the team has more of an identity with the people, if that makes sense.
100%.
That's probably a really good way to look at it. Because like if you look at, I don't know, like if anybody's been to, if we're thinking rugby, if you're lucky enough to go watch Fiji play or, any of the island nations and see their people and how they bind into, regardless of result, their team, like that real sense of this is my team and I will support them through everything. Kind of like we are with the Waz, right? Like, they've got that die-hard supporter base that regardless they're going to
If you can see the Tongan League team, I watched the Tongan play Kiwis maybe 5 years or so ago.
Oh, the one here?
Yeah. And
Incredible, eh?
They're just incredible. When they break into song, like they start singing like church hymns and time, I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah. No, it's very much the same. So like, there's a, especially in Rotorua, like there's a big Māori, kind of, what would I say, like influence in the people that live in that region, and same as Hawke's Bay, in Napier. So yeah, like being there and seeing your culture represented. So like I didn't grow up really strong in my Māori culture, right? But some people do. Yeah. So that's their, like, my identity as I identify as Māori. Like, but when that's brought into you in birth, and that is who you are and everything that you stand for, and those cultural behaviors or traits you carry through your life, if you're, if all of a sudden you've got a team to support that directly aligns to that, it's a different feeling, right? So like I have that feeling for the Mulus, and I have that feeling for the Chiefs, because that's my team and I see my people in that team. Yeah. But it's not the same as seeing your bloodline in that team, if that makes sense. So going and watching my brothers play is far different than watching the Mulus play. Yeah. Like my brothers could play for anybody, and I would be the biggest diehard fan that you will find, because that's my blood that's out there. Yeah. Or my boys, so that is a whole different sense that you then sort of take on when you put on that jersey. You're like, holy man, I stand here for all of this, and that's not lost on the players. That gets instilled, that gets taught. It's not like, oh yeah, I'm a Māori All Black because I'm Māori, or I've like got Māori somewhere down the line in my bloodline, and it's like, oh yeah, cool, it's another team I get to play for, and I go and play. You don't get to just go and play. You have to be embedded into that environment. You have to understand what it means. You have to, and the way that it's been led by really good, strong people, that you really understand that identity, like when you go in there, and it is like, it's like a superpower. Like it honestly is. Like, I think I got interviewed, I got man of the match after the Island test, and I remember Carl Tanana asking me after the game, he's like, man, how did you? And I was like, I couldn't tell you. Yeah. Like, because before, leading into that game, I had a hamstring injury. I only just got through warm-up to be okay to play, and I didn't feel great, but I was like, oh, I'm good enough to go. But I got out there and couldn't feel anything. Like, it was incredible. And I played the best game I'd ever played in my life. Wow. So, it was just like, and I said to him, I can't explain what it was. Like, I just can't, like, something took over, and I was a passenger. Like, I was just there. And it sounds a bit woo-woo, but when you've been in it, you'd understand it. Yeah. And I think some of the players, if they listen to this, they'll be like, oh, I felt that too. Yeah, for sure. No, that's, that's cool. There's no other way. So 2010, it ends. Yep. Yeah, so after that, I remember my agent was I was a bit of, I guess, a crossroads in my life and my career. I'd been driving in the same way to Waikato Stadium since I was 17 years old. So it was, it had been, I think, 9 seasons for Waikato at that time. Been involved with the Chiefs for like 7, 8, 9, 10, like 4 years. I'd played 50 games. I was sitting on 78 games for Waikato. Well, no, I hadn't quite yet, sorry, because this was prior to the Waikato season starting. But yeah, we just kind of sat and looked at, okay, what are we going to do now? What do you want to do? And I was just sort of, after those games, I was right on the fringe of the All Black environment. So the midfielders had gone down. They were injured. And they came to watch in Hawke's Bay to watch me and Luke McAllister play. To basically pull a midfielder into the All Blacks. Yeah. I got man of the match again and outperformed Luke on the night, but they still took Luke. Yeah. Because he was he had been an All Black, and he'd been an All Black for quite a long time, and he'd kind of fallen out. He knew the environment. There's lots of factors, right? Lots of reasons. There's got to be an element of trust there. They've coached him before. But I kind of looked at it and went, okay, well, that's as good as I could have played. And there was a number of injuries. Like Richie Kahui was out, kind Conrad and Ma'a were both injured, so it was like, well, if there was a chance, that was it. And I still missed it for a guy that was out of form, but he's been in there before. So I was like, well, not that he was out of form, like that's a harsh thing to say, but I was performing as good as I could have been. So it was more on me, and like I thought that I would have proven that I was good enough, and it was as good as I could have played, and I still wasn't, given that opportunity to join the team. So I was like, okay, well, I've scratched the itch now. I know that I'm good enough to play Test rugby, and I'm okay that it's not my time, and let's have a look at something else. So I said to my agent, have a look overseas, see what doors open. Wow, I did not expect the response that I got, but I think a lot of that too is my versatility across all of those years. Like, while it frustrated me being the kind of jump here, there, position wise, and playing everywhere, and not really being able to establish myself in a particular position, it actually opened a huge amount of doors internationally. Like overseas, I was worth some serious money, because I could go and basically be in Japan a one-stop shop in terms of, like, at that point in time you can only have 2 foreign players on the field, so generally 1 forward, 1 back, and I could play any position in the back line, because at Super Rugby I played everywhere from 10 to 15. The only position I hadn't been was halfback, but at NPC level I put the ball in a couple of scrums, so you can kind of tick that box. Sell it, put it on the CV. Well, I actually fed 2 scrums in NPC, so surely that counts. But yeah, so it was like that versatility factor helped. Those Māori All Black performances helped. So I got a couple of like really nice offers in Europe, like in Ireland, and then also, and no doubt off the back of that performance against Ireland was probably a big factor in that. And then also Japan. My decision was to go to Japan was purely based on, I was making my decision to go overseas about a life experience and a financial gain. So I didn't go to play better rugby. If I wanted, in my mind at that point in time, like, Super Rugby was the best domestic competition in the world. I think that's probably a little bit different now. Like, the French top 14 is, pretty good, and the NRC, and like, is it the NRC or whatever the one is, that Ireland and that play in the European one is, you could argue a little bit now the other way, but back then when Super Rugby was pumping through that period, it was the best competition in the world. So my decision wasn't made on going to play better rugby. It was to have a life experience and a financial gain. So Japan was easier for me. There was less games, so less toll on the body. 1 flight home back to New Zealand, so 3-hour times difference in summer, 4 hours in winter. So it was like a lot of that. I'm a homebody, and like I always have been. So like that kind of connection, staying in touch with people back in New Zealand. Like, phones weren't really that great back then either. Like, I think iPhones had only just come out, so Skype was kind of where it was at, like, if you wanted to talk, and then that wasn't always the best thing. Wasn't super reliable. So there was a lot of factors into that reason and why I chose to go to Japan, but it was basically that. And I really enjoyed it in terms of that kind of balance thing of being able to go and enjoy a life experience.
So where did you go in Japan first?
I went to Kyuden Voltex, which is Kyushu Denjoku, which is a power company that supplies, sole power supplier for Kyushu Island in the southwest of Japan, so on the Korean side of Japan, like down the bottom. I would relate it to Tauranga. So if you were looking at New Zealand in terms of cities, and Auckland being Tokyo, then like going to Fukuoka, where I was based, would be like going to Tauranga or the Mount, and nice. Training field by the beach, and the golf courses, and it was a really like awesome environment. It was pretty interesting kind of journey there though, because the Fukushima tsunami happened, and the nuclear power plant got damaged. So they shut down all nuclear power in Japan. So obviously, Kyushu Denjoku, the company that I was working for, was a power company, sole supplier. So all of their nuclear power stations got shut down. So power prices increased by like 20% because they had to get all their fuels and everything from out of Australia, and that was, you know, part of the reason that I was the first non-Australian to go to the club, because the club had always had a relationship trade with Australia. So the rugby team followed suit, and they only had Australians that had ever played there before. So yeah, it was a bit of a change for them to bring a Kiwi into the environment. Chris Jack ended up coming over as well after the Rugby World Cup. And then, yeah, so that was kind of it. Like, and then that created a lot of pressure publicly on the team, because we got professional rugby players playing. So we're paying more for our power, but then you're paying these guys to play rugby. Right. Yeah, so then we had to turn into workers. So we had to go into work. So I had to put a suit on. I had a desk. And I'd have to go in one day a week, and I would literally just sit there, have my own computer and everything in this massive building, and we'd just sit there, and they'd give us a phone that we could ring anywhere. And I just ring all my mates at home, catch up, like just yarn to them, and the time difference suited. So I literally just sat in the office for a day and just like talked to everybody back home, or anyone that would pick the phone up, because it was in work hours. So but yeah, it was quite an interesting kind of process, because ultimately that led to me losing my contract, because they shut the professional rugby program down because of political pressure. And yeah, that was disappointing, but you know, obviously created, you know, one door closes, another one opens, and I ended up coming back and playing for the Chiefs in 2014 for a season as an injury replacement, which was a pretty interesting, you know, kind of journey into being back involved in Super Rugby. And
so what was it like coming back to the Chiefs? So you go, they've won no titles. You guys lost in 2009.
Yeah. Do you remember the Nick Minute video when that came out? So that Nick Minute video came out, then I signed to leave, like around that time anyway. And somebody made a Nick Minute video of like losing the services of Dwayne Sweeney, Nick Minute, Sonny Bill signs. So I was like, well, there you go. Like,
so I think with Sonny Bill.
Yeah, so I think they won out on that one. They'll be stoked that I left. Yeah, but it was interesting watching that, because it was a lot of that team was the guys that I'd been involved with. And had I known all the change that was to come, because I made my decision prior to knowing that the coaches were changing, prior to knowing that the team was moving from being based out of the stadium across to Ruakura, where they're based now, that because a lot of my decision was based around it, I was a bit stale. Like I had been driving the same road, you know, every day, sitting in the same locker for like, you know, 9 seasons across both campaigns. So
because that's when they sort of split the Mooloos and Waikato Rugby and the Chiefs.
Yeah,
because up until then it was
all together. Yeah. So like when I say I drove the same road, like I did, like I drove from my house in Flagstaff and I drove down River Road on my scooter, went across the Fairfield Bridge, ducked up, and then would drive into the stadium and then sit in the same spot. And that would be across 2 campaigns. So it would be all year. It'd be through Chiefs season, then it'd be through NPC, and then, you know, do it again and rinse and repeat. So I was a bit stale on that as well. So that just kind of sparked a lot of my interest to look at something different. Yeah, had I known that everything was going to change, like I look back in hindsight and I wouldn't have changed the thing anyway. Yeah. But there's an element of like my mind might have been changed had I known what actually came to be in terms of the change, not necessarily the winning, but just different coaches and different, you know, change of environment and all that kind of stuff, and timings, you know, everything. But yeah, I just remember, and there was some pretty big conversations of like, well, you could be, I was 26 at the time, they're like, you could be the last ever centurion for Waikato. And I remember thinking, I signed a 2-year contract and knowing that, okay, well, if I go for 2 years and I don't enjoy it, I'll just come home and I'll be 28 and I'll back myself to work hard and get myself back in, and I'll come back. It was kind of my mindset. Little did I know that I wouldn't play for Waikato for another 7 years, but Yeah, so to do what I did in terms of play 100 games, like with a 7-year gap, when I think the average professional career span in New Zealand is 2.5 seasons, as an average. So to think that I did 3 times the average away in the middle of it and still achieved the 100 games, I'm like pretty proud of that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, so going.
So you got back. So you got back 2014. Chiefs have moved to Ruakura.
Yeah, I'm fat and unfit because I was just on holiday when I found out the team got pulled. So I'm up at the beach, like going fishing every day, barbecues, just kicking back. I had this kind of regime that I needed about 4 weeks to get myself pre-season ready. Yeah. So I would basically come home, kick back, and just relax and enjoy myself. And then I'd dial in for 4 weeks, and I knew what I needed to do, and that's just kind of what I did. I get this phone call out of the blue. Oh, it's all done. You're not coming back. And I had a contract signed and everything, but that doesn't mean anything in Japan. But that was fine. That was what it was. And I was like, oh, okay, what next? And then a couple of other teams were interested. So that was kind of that. And then my agent's like, well, actually, the Chiefs have got a bunch of injuries. Like, they want you to go down for a meeting. And there might be a spot as an injury replacement. And I was like, oh, okay. I'll go take the meeting. So I'm up at Whitianga at the Batch, and I jump in the car, drive down the next day. Get there, and they kind of look me up and down and body shame me. You're a bit fat. And I'm like, yeah, well, I've been doing nothing for 5 weeks. I was just like, I haven't even been training at all, like, because I was not expecting this. And they were flying out to South Africa the next day. Yeah. So they asked me to come in the next day. So I stayed at Mum and Dad's in Morrinsville. And then I shot back over the next day, and they made me do a yo-yo test in the gym. And at Ruakura, they got a running track in the middle of the gym. Yeah. So all the coaches stood up top, and the boys were like packing the bus to go to Africa and stuff. And I'm in here by myself doing this yo-yo test with everybody watching. Yeah. And I somehow salvaged it was poor, but it wasn't as bad as what I thought it was going to be because I hadn't done anything. But probably a little bit of that Titch mindset from 2006 kicked in of like, just don't quit, like keep going. And they're like, oh, like you're massively out of shape and that's not going to cut it here and all this. And I said, oh, look, put it this way, you're going to Africa, because they were thinking about taking me. And I was like, I can't, I'm not ready. I haven't done anything. And I wouldn't expect you to take me. And then I was like, well, I'll train while you're gone, like 3.5 weeks or whatever it was that they were gone, or 3 weeks. I said, I'll train here for nothing. Like, you don't have to pay me. I'll just train with the boys that are injured, all the ones you've left behind. And then if you like what you see when you get back, sweet. If not, all good. I'll move on and I'll go do what's next for me anyway. And I just, dialed in for 3 weeks and ended up, we had to do a yo-yo test again where all the boys that got left behind, and I think I did a 17-1, which is it's below average for a back. But then I ended up doing, when we did one at the end, when the boys all came back, all the boys that left behind had to do one, and I won it and did a 19-4. So it was a big improvement in like 3 weeks.
Do you want to just describe what a yo-yo test is?
It's like a 20-meter shuttle, and it's done, and the levels, the speed changes, and you've got I think it's 6 reps per level, and you start at, I can't remember what it is, but it sort of goes up. But you do a 20-meter shuttle, so you start on one line, you go out and it beeps, and you got it like an old school beep test. But then you have a 5-meter walk at the end of each shuttle, and then you go back to line and start again. So the rest stays consistent, but the shuttle gets faster, if it makes sense. So you get a short little rest, but the speed of the shuttle gets quicker, and then you got to try and stay in. Cool. And it changes speed each level as you go up. But I think I would say probably an average around probably in 18, like around in there, sort of 18-4 is probably your kind of median mark, and anything kind of above that, you're probably starting to get into the higher levels. And I think the record might be like a Damien McKenzie's like 21.4 or something. He's pretty impressive. Yeah. Awesome. Tawara Kupalo was also really good at it. Yeah. Super competitive dude. Yeah.
Yeah, whip it fast.
Yeah. But that sort of 2014 year was pretty cool environment to go into. Obviously, they had won the 2 titles back to back. They were going for a 3-peat. The team was, like guys like Aaron Cruden and like just sort of training and playing alongside him for the first time, I was just like, man, that's why that guy's an All Black. Like, I just really enjoyed the way he looked at the game, the way he played the game. His skill set was phenomenal, and and he drove really high standards too, which I enjoy. Like, I like that tough, competitive environment. Like, and it's like, I really enjoy. Like, you make the harder it gets, like the more I enjoy it. So it was a pretty cool sort of team to come back into at that time. Nice.
And then did you go to Japan after that again?
Yeah, I went back. So I sort of I had a couple of options on the table when I went back in with them in 2014, because I was kind of in a little bit of limbo of knowing what's kind of next. So I ended up had a couple of teams that were interested, and I had a couple of mates that were playing there, and the team in the city where I was based, there was another team based there called Sunix, where they have the World Schoolboys tournament that Hamilton Boys High School have been over, and Hamilton Girls High and stuff. So where I had a couple of mates that were there, so they were kind of showing some kind of interest. Toyota Shockey was another team that was showing some interest, but Toyota Shockey didn't want me to play Super Rugby, where Sunix just said, oh, well, if you can play and come after that, that's fine. And then obviously I started playing Super Rugby as a replacement player, and then all of a sudden Shockey come back because I started playing well, and they were like, oh no, actually you can come back now. I was like, oh, I've already committed to going to Sunix, and I wanted to stay in Fukuoka anyway because I built some really good friendships there, and it worked out great. Like, I got to move just up the road and kept all my relationships and friendships with my teammates that I built for the 3 years while I was at QDen. So that was cool to stay connected to them in some way, even though we weren't in the same team anymore, but still have dinner together and catch up and do those sorts of things. So it was a nice transition to go back to Sunix again and be based in the same city for those reasons. Cooper was born, my oldest boy. So when we went back, he was a baby. So that was pretty cool. And then Mason, my youngest, was born over there the following year. So it was...
Does that give him Japanese citizenship or anything? You don't get any...
Nah, that's... It's actually really hard to get Japanese citizenship. So even though he's born there, he's kind of an alien in a way, because we had to fill some forms out and do some bits and pieces. So like, how it actually works, like, he's got New Zealand residency, but because he was born there, and he gets his residency through us. But if he was to marry a foreigner, and we hadn't have done this paperwork that we did when he was a baby, if he had married a foreigner and they'd had kids, even if it was in New Zealand, their kids wouldn't be New Zealand citizens. Like, it was really weird. But we're lucky that somebody tipped us off and was like, well, not that I don't know if he's going to marry a foreigner, but, if he did. But it was quite an interesting, and it was really funny when COVID kind of happened and international travel shut down. He was kind of like the cool kid at school, because they're like, man, you're born in another country, you can't even travel to other countries anymore, So he was kind of thinking like, well, if the world shuts down and we never travel again, like, I'm going to be famous because I was born in Japan but I live in New Zealand. But he's pretty proud of that, like, in the fact that, like, he can't remember, but Coops was kind of, I think Coops might have been like 4 when we moved home, so he remembers quite a bit of Japan. He's got a phenomenal memory. He's dyslexic. And they say, with dyslexia, a lot of other things are heightened as 100%. I can see it in him. Especially around his memory, like some of the stuff that he talks about and how vivid he is with explaining it. I'm like, man, how do you remember that? You're like 2 or 3. But cool. It's they're both, kind of, I guess both having them there, it was quite a nice lifestyle in their early years as well. Like, trainings weren't big days, and I spent a lot of time with them. We did a lot of traveling, had really good summer breaks. Like, quite often, some years I come home for like 4 or 5 months through summertime, because that was how the seasons worked. So that was awesome. We had some really good time as a family, like when they were little.
That's cool. Yeah, being able to enjoy the time, because all the rest of the Japanese players are meant to go to work during the day or something.
Yeah, Sunix is different in the fact that that team's fully professional.
Oh, yeah.
The only fully professional team in Japan, but the worst. Yeah, it's just kind of how it works there. Like, because in Japan society, like, you get a job for life. So everything they do, and there's no... It's really interesting in the fact that they don't fail at anything. So when they go to university, whatever you enroll in, that's what you get when you leave. And I'm like, some of the guys, I'm like, there's no way. Like some of my teammates, I was like, there's no way they completed what they needed to get that degree. But it's just like attendance and they get it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, and you kind of talk to them, and some of the foreign boys that went over and went to uni there, they didn't even know what degree they got until they graduated, and then they got given one. And I'm like, how does this work? Like, yeah, so, and it's really interesting in the fact that sleeping at work's seen as a positive, because that means, oh man, they must be working so hard that they need to have a nap. But that's actually how it's like, it's wild to think, because I'm just like, how does that, and the fact that they don't have FPOS, everything's still cash, like, yeah, there's a lot of things that I was like, I couldn't live there long term, but I really enjoyed the time I had there, but I was done by the time I, just for me and my personality, and there's a lot of things that frustrated me. Going to the bank to send money home would take like 3 hours, and I'm just like, why can't we just have internet banking and you just go here to here, and it's like all this paperwork, and it's just the way of life, and it's just the way it is. And yeah, there's all of this traffic, but it's like lateness isn't a thing there. Like, they don't really care if you're late. It's just like, oh, there's just traffic, and then you just work later, and like, there was a lot of things that I really enjoyed, but like, I definitely couldn't have lived there forever. Yeah.
How does it all tie into? I want to get into it. Let's hit it now. 143 games. You've played Waikato, you played the Chiefs, you played all these things, but somehow you've also racking up games.
Ticking up games for Morrinsville.
Yeah, Morrinsville Sports.
Yeah, it was pretty hot and heavy in the first couple of years. So like straight out of school. Yeah. Obviously, I think playing for Morrinsville Sports is probably something that needs to be spoken about too, because it wasn't my junior club, so I was Curione as a junior, but I was. And I had a lot of the top clubs in Hamilton, sort of chasing me out of school, because I played for Waikato already. You know? So,
because old boys would want you.
Yeah, old boys, Fraser Tech, Marist. I got offered good money leaving school, like far more than I was going to get paid in the academy, or even my Waikato contract at the time, or my replacement fees. But it was like, for me, I've always been super proud of where I come from, and that's been a big part of probably just my upbringing, the way my parents are and the way Dad is. So for me, I always wanted to go home. I always wanted to play, in Morrinsville. That's I love Campbell Park. It's
that's cool,
iconic, and its setting and all of that. So I grew up playing rugby there, so I was like, okay, that's where I want to play. So I went along in these lunches with Marist and Fraser Tech and old boys, because I just got free lunch. But I was never going anywhere. I was always going to go to Morrinsville. And I did, and I went to Morrinsville, and awesome. Like, I remember having a meeting with them, and they sort of talked about, and it was really funny, because they were obviously trying to swoo me as well, in terms of like, this is home and all this kind of stuff. And in the back of my head, I was like, I'm coming here anyway. Like, you guys are kind of, it's nice to hear all this stuff, but you're kind of wasting your time. You don't need to. But I remember a comment that Dean Nicholson said, and he was a club president at the time, I'm pretty sure. But he said to me, he goes, you can go, you're going to have a career. Like, you're going to be a professional rugby player and whatever, and you're probably going to be an All Black and all this kind of stuff, is what he was saying to me. And he goes, yeah, you could go to Fraser Tech and you could do that. You go to Marist, you go to Old Boys, and that's cool, and that'll be fun. But he goes, but if you do it here, you'll have a whole town, that will ride that wave with you. So for me, I guess, like, that decision was already made, but him saying that really kind of solidified it as well, because I was just like, oh, that's quite cool. Like, I'm proud of where I come from and who I am, and I even while I was at Boys High, I was I was always like, Morrinsville, and I played cricket for Thames Valley instead of Hamilton, even though I was in the first 11 and everything, and I could have played for Hamilton. I played for Thames Valley, and it was a bit of a joke because Thames Valley, we sucked, but it was my mates, you know, it was where I was come from. So I was kind of quite proud of that. And a game, when I went to Morrinsville, we sucked. Like, we were losing. We played Tech and we played Marist, and the big wigs would talk to me after and be like, oh, you get your decision now, because we'd lose by 50, 60, 70 points, you know, like, out of those 143 games or whatever it is that I've played, I've only ever beaten Hautapu once, you know. So like the amount of times I've lost to them by 50 plus is probably 20, 30 times. Every other time, I suppose. I don't know if there's ever been any other close ones apart from the one win that we got. But for me, it wasn't about winning. It wasn't about, you know, like the way I look at rugby and the way that I look at, you know, whatever, because even when I was at Hamilton Boys High School, like, we weren't a strong school, like, you know, we're competitive regionally, but we weren't dominant, and we didn't even win the Waikato comp, and then, you know, Super 8, we were down, so it wasn't so much about, like, I knew that I didn't have to be somewhere to be someone, if that made sense. Like, I knew that I could make it regardless of where I played if I wanted to. And I always kind of looked at it as like, wow, if you're out there and you're showing people what you can do in a team that's losing, imagine what happens when you get into a better team with better players. And you know, so that was kind of like my mindset on it, and I was just like, oh yeah. And Brendan and I both went there together, and wow, we had a great time. Like, man, going into that team as like 19-year-olds or 18-year-olds at the time when we first started, and you know, the bus trips and all of those things. And remember our captain, it was my debut game, and it was like our captain's guy called Reg Prophet, who was a prop, big Māori fella, and awesome dude, real charismatic guy, like he kind of your typical club captain, you know. He's got like great aftermatch speeches, he's funny, he's like, you know, pretty decent footy player. But we did a bus trip from Matamata back to Hamilton, because he lived in Hamilton, for his 32nd birthday. And I remember Damon McKinnon, he's a bit of a club icon. He was talking to his girlfriend on the phone, I think it was, out the back of the party, and he was like, oh, Matt, Reg's 32th birthday. And that kind of became, you know, a bit of a catchphrase in the team. It's like 32th birthday. But I remember just being like an 18-year-old that had never, you know, played a club game before, or never had beers in the changing shed after, really, you know, like I'd played. And I missed the first couple of games because I was playing Chiefs development. So I actually went in like round 3 maybe. So Brendan had a couple of games. So I was sort of like, what's it like, bro? He goes, oh, it's cool. Like, he's like, the games are like, they're all right. Like, the games are pretty good. But like, he's like, the after in the change shed's mean. Like, we have beers and, you know, so there's all that kind of excitement. So yeah, going in, you know, in those first couple of years was super, you know, exciting. And as a young fella, you're full of confidence, you know, and you think that, you know, when you're already played for Waikato and New Zealand schools, you think you can put the team on your back and away you go. But I quickly learnt that, you know, like club rugby was a different beast back then, and, you know, got my fair share of ruck marks and hidings, and humbled me out a fair bit, and taught a lot of resilience in those first couple of years, because we really struggled, but we had some great games as well. I remember my first year we beat Hamilton Marist at the stadium. Back then club games used to curtain race for Super Rugby, and I remember it was the week that my mum's father passed away, and we played Marist at the stadium that week, and we beat them, and it was just like a little bit like Morrinsville beating Marist this year. It was that kind of same kind of scenario where nobody expected it, and we did, and it was, oh man, it was awesome. And yeah, that was maybe my 4th or 5th game for the team, and yeah, we had just some of the, you know, when you're an 18-year-old kid and you're playing with some guys in their like mid-30s and stuff, you know, it's like, it's actually pretty. The life lessons you kind of learn through that time was really awesome, and the people you get to kind of rub shoulders with, and the friendships that you carry through, you know, through that time. And then when you play 100 and 143 odd games or whatever that I have played.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different people. Like I played with some guys' kids, that I started with. Some of their kids I ended up actually playing Prem Rugby with, in the tail end. So, yeah, it was quite cool to kind of be there and involved around that. And, yeah, I suppose I always just, in terms of being able to tick those games up along the way, because the Blazer at Morrinsville has always been 60 games. So it took me 14 years, I think, to get my Blazer. I think I got to 50 in the first 3 years or something like that. And then, it took me another 9 years to tick away the final 10.
Yeah.
And it was just from, like obviously Super Rugby, Māori All Blacks, all that kind of stuff going on. Whenever I had a chance or an opportunity, I would just go play. Yeah, well. Whether it was, one game a year, sometimes I'd get 3 or 4 in between Super Rugby and NPC starting. But it was always something that I always look forward to each year if I had the chance to go and play.
Yeah, working. What the highlight would be the 2009 though?
Yeah, without a doubt, and for a lot of different reasons, but yeah, from I suppose being the team that was getting their ass kicked, like sort of 50, 60, 80 points some weeks when I first started to that point, but we built a really good team, and it was like heavily based around our loose forward trio, which at the time was Alex Bradley at number 8, my brother, Paul at 7, and then I'm just trying to think if Brett Harrison was there then. I think he might have come the next year, but like Adam Rowe, Aleki Hicks, we had a really, like Mark Burner in the front row, like a really established team that had played a lot of games and had been together for a long time. So if you look at any team that has success at club rugby, it doesn't just happen like overnight, especially if you get to that title race and being there or thereabouts. It takes a lot of established time to do that. And if you look at the Hautapu team, although those guys are young, they've all been involved in that team for a long time. You look at guys like Boris and that have been there for a long time, and JT, those boys are, they've done a great job for that team for a long time, and it's those sort of players that help you win those titles. And for me, it was a pretty whirlwind kind of, because I was obviously the Chiefs, we made the final that year, and then came off the back of that, and then I played a couple of games. We had to win, I think it was our last 3 games to qualify for the semis.
Wow.
And we had Marist, Old Boys, and Tech as our final 3 games. And we beat all 3. So I played against Marist. Yeah. We beat them. Old Boys had an unbeaten season, so they were like flying high. Yeah. And they had a really good team at that time too. They came out to Morrinsville and we beat them 28-27 or something. It was a 1-point game. They had a chance to win it right at the death, and they, it sort of went 3 or 4 minutes after the final hooter. They held onto the ball. They kind of camped just outside our 22, and we ended up tackling them out in the corner. It looked like they were going to score, and I came across. I ended up making the tackle in the corner on a high school mate of mine. We ended up winning the game, Yeah. And then the following week we played Fraser Tech, and it was our coach, Stivey. Darren Stevenson, he had played for Tech, and then he was coaching us. And we played Fraser Tech in Morrinsville, and we had a penalty right on. I wasn't there. I had a holiday booked, so I'd gone to Fiji for a week. Because I was due to start NPC the following week. So I just was like, I'll have a break. I'll play these couple of games, and I thought our season was done anyway. Yeah, and then all of a sudden,
you gotta win 3 games.
Yeah, I tried to cancel my holiday because I was like, oh man, can I get a refund? Because I want to stay and play. Hopefully we can beat Tech and we can make the semis. And I think we'd only been in the semis once before. Or had we not? No, we hadn't. I don't think we had. Anyway, and then the boys won it at the death, kicked a penalty, I think, to win and go in. And then, so there was big, I've obviously getting updates from Fiji, and then, we're in the semi-finals, how good's this? And then I'm in my head, I'm trying to think, okay, how can I play next week? Because we got pre-season for Waikato next week on Friday against Auckland, and I was just like, oh, how am I going to make this work? And then, that night, Stivey, our coach, actually passed away. Like, he had a heart attack at 43, I think it was. It was super sad, obviously, and like, I can't even really, the whole thing's kind of quite numb and a bit of a blur. And I remember just this real high of like, oh, we're in the semi-finals, and then I wake up the next day, and then my phone, getting phone calls from mum and dad, and it's like, oh, Stivey's passed away, and I was like, holy shit, like, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, this is a joke. So anyway, like, come back, and I remember we had the funeral and stuff that week, and then we played, obviously I played for Waikato on the Friday, and we played Auckland, up in Auckland, and we travelled back down, and then I said to Chris Gibbs was the coach at the time, and Scotty McLeod, Stormy, and I said, oh, can I play in the club semi? And they're like, oh, what do you want to play for? And I was like, man, it's the first time we've made it. And I was like, our coach died. Like, I want to be there for my team, And they're like, oh, and they agreed to it. They said, yep, you can play, but you're on the bench and you can't play more than half a game. I was like, or 20 minutes maybe, something like that. And I was like, okay, sweet as, like, all good. And then I just got to the ground, and I got there, and then I remember walking into change rooms and getting changed, or no, not getting changed because it was, but before. And then Ski, coach, walked in, and he's like, oh, he goes, you're on the bench, eh? And I was like, looked him straight in the eye, I was like, can I start? And he's like, if you want to. And I was like, yeah, I'm starting. And he's like, okay, are you sure? Because they said you can't. And I was like, I don't care, I'll deal with that after. And then so I started, and the game, I scored the opening try. But again, like, it was, I didn't score like this amazing
Who was
try.
it? Who was it against in the semis?
Old Boys. Yeah,
at
who
home?
we'd beaten. Yeah, at Old Boys.
Yeah.
So we'd beaten them a couple of weeks ago to break their unbeaten season, which nobody picked was going to happen because they were winning comfortably. Like, and at that point in time, number 4 had never ever been a number 1 in Breweries Shield history. Yeah. So we were 4th. We qualified 4th, and it must have been Tech. I don't know who the other semi was. It Tech Marist, I think, and Tech were 3rd. So it was the first time 3 and 4 had ever made the final. So yeah, ended up we play Old Boys, and I scored the opening try, and again, I didn't do anything great. I was just in support. We had an awesome second 5 guy, Vessi Raluni, Fijian boy, and he actually played for Fiji. And we end up, it comes down to the wire, and we're down by, must be a point or so, and there's about 5 minutes to play, and I get subbed, and I was just like, what? Like, what is going on here? Like, the game's on the line. I do not want to come off. And then when the boys come, I'll swing you off. I was like, well, I'm not going off. And they're like, you have to go off. And I was like, oh. So I go off, and Stormy was standing next to Ski. And he's like, he'd gone over and subbed me off. And then that kicked the big fire in me because Stormy's an Old Boys man. So I'm like, fuck you. You only fucking took me off because we're going to win. Like, like that real competitive, like, But just not really thinking, because I'd gone against what they had asked me to do as well, so they had all rights to do what they did, but I was just in my own personal feelings and didn't handle that moment that well. But then we end up getting a penalty, and we kick it, and we win. So we win, the place goes crazy, whatever. I go into training on the Monday, and they have like extras in terms of like extra fitness that has to be done, and that's for the guys that didn't play big minutes. But I had played the whole game on the Friday. Then I had played 75 minutes on Saturday, and then I look at the extras board, and I'm on it. So I'm just like, okay. So I'm like, all right, fuck you then. So I just go, and I am just like out the front, and I'm just doing, and I'm just like rubbing it in, basically, be like, oh, well, like, you want to do this? Like, sweet, I'm all for it. And then, because I was still pissed off that they'd sub me and that kind of stuff, because I was just being a dick, because I was worried about, like, how it had affected me, and I wasn't thinking about the big picture and a lot of emotions and all that kind of stuff. And then they pulled me in for a meeting and sat me down, and Chris Gibbs is a real like stand over kind of coach. Like, he's a big figure, and he's pretty intense. And he was like, sit down. I was like, nah, because I didn't want him to stand over me, but he's going to stand over me anyway. And then anyway, they let me have it, like, just like basically, you know, calling me selfish and all this kind of stuff, and like, it's not untrue, like, because I was selfish in the fact of I was doing what I wanted to do, but I wasn't doing it for me. I was doing it for, you know, everything that had led us to that point, like, and I made that decision. Like, I know that, and I know that it was an individual decision that I had made because I wanted to do it, but I didn't want to do it for me. I wanted to do it because I wanted to be there for my team, if that makes sense. So
definitely.
Yeah, so like there was a bit of like this going back and forward around like them calling me selfish, them saying that you only fucking care about yourself and all this, and I was just like, you just don't get it, like. And then I turned around because Stormy didn't say anything in the whole thing, and I was like, you only fucking took me off because you're a fucking old person. And then that like blew up, and then I was just like, oh. And anyway, like, it was what it was. We had it out with each other, and that was fine. And then that week we played Taranaki down in Taranaki, and we always used to play the last preseason game was against them, and we would play for the Ryan Wheeler Memorial Trophy, and it was always a first class game, so you only stripped your game day 22. I think it was 22 back then. I don't think it had gone to, or 23, whatever it was, and so it was an official cap. So we were playing Taranaki, so I'm like, okay, well, they're probably not going to play me. They're probably going to bench me or whatever. They'll be pissed off. But anyway, I start. I'm named to start. That's fine. And like, had a good week and went down and played well, and we won. And I remember them saying during the week, they're like, oh, because Fraser Tech were in the final, there's a few Tech boys in the team. And obviously I was the only one from Morrinsville that was in the team. And they're like, oh, the boys that will be available for the club final will decide later in the week. And when I got named to start, I was like, there's not a chance. Like, I'm not playing. And anyway, we play Taranaki on the Friday. We bus all the way back, and I still don't know. So we get back and we get off the bus, and they haven't been spoken to, so I'm like, oh, well. So I get off the bus and I'm walking across to my car, and I'm putting my bag in the boot, and then Stormy calls out, he's like, Sweens. And I was like, look around, he goes, come here. And I walk over, and we're standing in the car park, and this is 1:45 in the morning on the Saturday morning of the final. And he goes, do you want to play tomorrow? I was like, fucking hell, I want to play tomorrow. And then he looked at Gibbo, and Gibbo's like, and then Stormy's like, you can play, but you're on the bench and you can't fucking go on before half time. And he's like, do we agree? And I was like, yes. And he's like, okay. So then I rang my coach at like, 1:45 in the morning when before I left the stadium, and I said, I can play. And then he's like, okay, awesome. So, but I said, but I'm on the bench. And he's like, are you sure? And then turned up the next day, and he's like, do you want to start? I was like, no, I can't. And then one of the other boys had our centre guy, Michael Houghton, Kiwi, awesome player. He split his head in the first half, so he had to come off for a blood bin. So, and then I'm sitting there, I'm like, I can't go on. Like, you can't put me on. It's not half time yet. So anyway, I did. I went on, but it was only for like 5 minutes or something. And then I came off again, and then, Kiwi played maybe another 10 or 15 in the second half, and then I went on. So in terms of like influence on the game, like, pretty much nothing. I kicked a penalty and I kicked a drop goal like in the game itself, but like, I didn't really have a big influence. I was not the reason that we won or anything like that, but still the greatest game I ever played in. Like, it was incredible. Like, just the culmination of everything that had gone to lead us to that point. It was like, and even myself, like, physically to play 80 minutes, like, played 4 games in 8 days and to play, obviously the week before I'd played 80, 75, then I played 80, and then 30 minutes or whatever in the final, and it was just, and then Mulu Open Day was on the Sunday, so again, back to the Morrinsville Club Rooms, big party, all-nighter, and then I had to turn up at Mulu Open Day the next day, but it was a pretty incredible, I would say, probably 7 years really to that point from when I first joined the club in 2003 till 6 years into 2009. Like, it all kind of culminated in that sort of 2 week period, I guess, of what even if you go back the 3 weeks leading in, that kind of month of rugby was pretty wild.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It surely must have meant a lot for the boys because they would know you would have been playing NPC and Taranaki to show even just being on the bench and the dedication to the Morrinsville.
Yeah,
sport.
I think so. Like, and it's really interesting. Like, when I was playing, like kind of Super Rugby and that, and Brendan was the same, and we would go back and every chance we could, we would go and play.
Yeah.
It got a bit less for Brendan because obviously he was involved with the All Blacks, so he was generally just not around. Like he was just on tour and all that kind of stuff. But quite often for me, there'd be that window between Super and NPC where I could sneak a game or two in. And I just remember it didn't matter who we played or what form the team was in, we would win. Like, if you could bet on it, like you would be like, if I was playing or Brendan played, like put money on Morrinsville, and it would never be us. Like that was the thing. People would be like, oh, you fucking turn on me, win. It's like it's got nothing to do with me. Yeah. It's just literally, it's like the team would grow another arm and a leg. Like they just had this aura or confidence about them, and then you'd go watch them the next week and it'd be like, what? Like there'd be a shadow of what they were the week before, and it's like, boys, you don't realize it's not us. Like we're not the ones that are doing this. Like it's you guys, and it's the confidence that you had. But I also noticed the flip side of that when I stepped out of the game professionally, because when I finished with Waikato in 2019, I continued to play club rugby, which I'm like really stoked that I did do as well, because I was still fit and able, I still wanted to play, and I ended up going across and playing Heartland for Thames Valley as well. But going back, I noticed that wore off, like when I became normal and I was just there every training and every game, there was no like that just didn't exist anymore. Yeah, the
superpower aura didn't rub off.
It didn't. And I was just like, oh, this is like not what I remember it to be, because and it wasn't that I expected this big thing when I turned up, but it was just like, it was quite a cool thing to witness and to be a part of, to see your teammates just go to another level. But then it was also like sad in the fact to think like, oh, I don't, I'm getting to the end of my career and I don't have that presence anymore as well. So it was humbling in a way too. Like it's good to but that competitiveness, I suppose, to get out there and still like perform and really get stuck in when it mattered. Like I still really enjoyed that. And there was a few moments where, we were in danger of promotion relegation and things like that when I was sort of in and around and playing again, and there was those moments in those games, even though it's at the opposite end of the scale, like you still have those same feelings of like, fuck, I really want to get this like win, and then we did, like when it mattered, and that was also pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome. What was it like just playing the season for the Valley and the Heartland comp?
That was really cool in the fact of like, I'd always made it became a bit of a kind of joke, because the Valley, kind of through, I guess, my professional career, like especially early on, and that they weren't that strong. No. And Joe Murray and Dave Harrison and Matt Bartlett, when they took that team over, I can't remember when it was that they took it over, but they really turned it around. And they really, they done a great job of building, like a really strong base with that team. And that was, I would have played for them if they were bottom of the table, because my draw to play for them was that Dad did. So I've got my cap number tattooed on my hand, 1, 2, 3, 5, and Dad's 696. So nice. And we actually found out the year that I played was the first year that they actually released the cap numbers for Thames Valley. They had never done it, and it was their centenary year. So that was pretty cool to be a part of that, and to be, in the team when that happened. And then in that, we actually found out that I was third generation. So my dad didn't even know, but his dad had played a game in 1960, which was the year that Dad was born. So, and that Dad didn't even know that. So my dad and his father are strange. So, like, I'd never met my birth granddad. So granddad to me is, my dad's stepdad, and I always wondered why he had a different second name. But that was what it was, and that's what I knew, and that's who granddad was. And I'd never met my birth grandfather, even though he lived in Te Aroha, which was fairly close by. Dad still stayed in contact with him and that, but he just never introduced us boys, and I never pushed, I never asked. That was his decision, so that was what it was. But yeah, it was quite cool to be like, oh shit, I'm third generation swamp fox. So yeah, it was pretty cool. But in terms of, I suppose, going across into Heartland, the thing that really impressed me is the commitment that those boys have to play, man. Like, yeah, it's really interesting, because being in the professional game, and you get a bit like, oh, have to do this or this travel or whatever. Like there's boys in that Thames Valley competition. There's that guy Connor McVeary, who's, well, he's probably, he'll be a centurion. Like I'm sure of it. But he lives in Whitianga, and he drives, like he spends, I think it takes him 2.5 hours one way, and he goes twice a week, Tuesday, Thursday, to training in Te Aroha. Yeah. And I'd hate to think how many hours he spent in his car, like to get his, I remember when he played his 50th game, thinking about all those trainings that he'd been to and game days across that course of time, like how many hours he spent in his car, how many days he's finished work 2 hours early and taken a pay cut or whatever to get himself to training. And then you're just like, that is like true want, you know, like that's like finding a way, like, nah, I want to play and I'm gonna. And even when you think about that from a professional or like a performance standpoint, sitting in your car for like 5 hours, like either side of a 2 hour training or an hour and a half training is stupid. Like it's not good for your body. No. And to do it week in, week out and still perform and be one of the best players on the field, like I really take my hat off to Connor. And he was, he was our captain, and he demanded a lot of respect. And I really enjoyed that element of it, like that they want to be there and they want to get better. Like that was it wasn't like they're not there with their hand out, they ain't getting paid. Like they're sacrificing pay to play. You know, they're taking days off work to travel, because when you play away, you can't work on a Friday. You got to fly. So then they're taking a pay cut to go and play their footy, and you don't hear them complaining about long trainings or running meters and training and anything like that. So it was so enjoyable. Like I loved it. And it's a really good level of rugby too. Like I wish I had the opportunity to prepare myself better. So like at that point in time, what I was doing work wise and stuff, like I couldn't apply my normal training regime to it. Like I really wish I could have. Because at that point in time I was still really like physically able as well, but I just didn't have the training load under me that I normally would take into like an NPC season. And because I didn't have the time to apply myself into it, but I would have loved to have been able to be able to really get after it, like I was still happy with how I played, but I just know I could have had a bigger impact if I'd given myself a better lead in, if that makes sense.
It does. Where did it go? When did you start when did the fishing, I don't know, do we go down the fish? There's a few different routes to just sort of go down. Should we go down the fishing route or do it Chiefs Manawa? Because you kept saying, I've been a coaching and that, and it's not like you're just coaching like Cooper or, it's not under 10s at Kerry Own.
No, we can probably go into the coaching side. So how
did you get into the coaching, and how's that been? Because that's pretty phenomenal.
So in terms of like coaching, it was probably something that I think just my nature as a person and the way I was as a player, I'm just a real nerd of the game of rugby, like I always have been. And I remember I used to get mocked, within the team. I remember Toby Lynn like, oh, you're such a code head. All you talk about is rugby. But it's just like, I'm just that person. I just talk about whatever I'm interested in, like it could be rugby, it could be fishing, it could be hunting, whatever it is at that point in time. If I'm into it, then that's what you're going to like, that's what I'll talk about. Cool. But in terms of like, coaching, I guess I think the way I was as a player, I was never supernaturally gifted. I think I definitely had a element of, I had really good coordination, and I was good to a point, but I wasn't a freak, if that makes sense. So a lot of what I learned, I had to learn, and I had to really apply myself to be good. So I had to understand the process to be able to get myself to a point of being better, if it made sense. It didn't just happen. So I think part of that helps when you're to transition into coaching, because you understand the steps it takes to get there, where if you don't understand the steps it takes, it's really hard to help somebody get there if they can't just already do it, because they'll just be like, oh, why can't you just do that? Like, because for me, you know, like if you're that person and you can just do it, you're just like, what, why can't you just do that? But if you have to understand the process to be able to do it, you can coach it. So I think there's an element of that helps me. But I guess why I got into coaching, I actually coached women when I first started, so I was still playing for Waikato. I was the captain of the NPC team, and our physio, Teresa Tatamaki, who's now an assistant physio for the All Blacks, she was coaching the Waikato women's sevens team, and I played sevens in 2018, and we won the national title, and the girls, the women's team played Manawatu in the final and they lost, and I watched T, and T coached them just on her own. Like, she was doing it all by herself. And I remember watching them play, and I was like, I'm not going to play sevens anymore. I kind of just did it to see if I could prove that I could still do it. And I ticked that box, but it wasn't something that I wanted to keep doing. I was 34 at the time, or 5 or whatever. Too old to be playing sevens anyway, especially at that level. And yeah, I watched Teresa coaching, and I was like, and I watched the team play, and I was like, man, I could teach them a lot. Like, I could help like a couple of small areas. And so I remember getting physio from Teresa, and I was like, oh, would you want an assistant coach? And she was like, oh, are you serious? I was like, yeah. Like, are you going to do it again? She's like, yeah. Because we obviously went into an NPC campaign, and it was at the tail end of the year. She goes, oh, I'd love one. And I was like, oh, I'd be really keen to help if that's okay. She was like, oh, yep. So I sort of jumped in, and I think, you know, like a lot of the girls that were in that team at that point in time too, all, you know, they're all New Zealand Sevens players now, or Black Ferns, you know. So I was lucky in the fact that I walked into a good team. I walked into a hungry team that wanted to, you know, really be good and to be coached and to learn and to push themselves. And Teresa had done a great job of building that team as well. So going in there and being really put out of your comfort zone, girls who do things a bit differently, and they have a lot more fun, like off the field, if it makes sense. So you get put in some pretty awkward situations. I remember having to write a rap song and all sorts, you know, all sorts of different stuff. But it was something that, you know, like I enjoyed, in the fact that it like challenged me to get outside my comfort zone, but also like the way I look at coaching is... Because
you've never had... I just sort of put it out there. You've grown up with brothers. You've got sons.
Went to an all-boys school.
School.
I talked about this with the girls this year, actually, with the Chiefs Manawa. And I was just like, man, you don't realise that, like, I went to an all-boys high school. I've got 3 brothers. I've only got 2 girl cousins, and they're half cousins, and they're, like... a lot... Well, sorry, I've got 1 older girl cousin, and then I've got 2 that are probably 20 years younger than me. So there's like...
You just lived in a male world with your mother.
Exactly. So like... And I think I'm lucky in the fact that my mum is who she is, you know, like she's a very strong woman, and I think that really helps, because the way I look at her, she's the queen, right? She runs the house. She's the way that Dad, you know, brought us up in terms of how we respect mum and women in general has, you know, probably put me in a really good position to, you know, to try and coach, you know, like women at that level, and that many of them. But yeah, it's quite a different, I suppose I think a lot of the girls were really surprised when I said that I don't have any sisters, and they're like, what, are you serious? I was like, nah, like went to an all boys high school, like, it's just not it hasn't really been a big presence in my life, you know, like kind of that like female company apart from girlfriends and mum. But yeah, so I guess going into that coaching, like that was my first taste of it too. And the way that I look at coaching is like I threw that list out before of the players or the people that have coached me or the coaches that I've had, and they're the who's who of world rugby in terms of coaching, like Dave Rennie's the All Black coach now. Ian Foster was. Joe Smith was an All Black coach. He's been the Wallabies coach. Vern Cotter coached Scotland. Warren Gatland who coached Wales and the British and Irish Lions. So I've had some incredible like influence, I suppose, in terms of role modelling of like what coaching is and how you treat players and all that kind of stuff. But also that like the way I look at it is I have so much knowledge from my career that I've learnt over the span of 20 years professionally. But even that, like the years prior that I played as an amateur, there's a lot of lessons that I took in there and some great coaches and good things that were instilled in me from my high school coaches and Chris Carver and John Steele, like in the way that they were and they taught discipline and all those things. Even Glenn Ross, my rowing coach and all that kind of stuff. So, for me, I look at it as in like I would be doing a disservice if I didn't pass that on. So that was my inspiration to coach, because I was like, I would be so selfish if I didn't share what I've learnt. Like that's the way I look at it. Rugby gave me everything that I am. It's my identity. It's my whole adult life to a point. When I finished playing, I had been, in terms of how long I'd been on the planet, in terms of from birth, I had played professionally longer than I hadn't. Yeah. So, like the first 17 years of my life, I wasn't a pro, but from 17 through until I was, I think it was 19 or 20 seasons, so 19 years. I'd done it more than I hadn't. So that's a pretty wild, kind of stat. And then I was sort of like, I thought about it because rugby didn't end great for me in terms of professionally. And that is what it is. Like that happens and that's can be, whatever you kind of think or make of it. But I took some time away in terms of, okay, what am I going to do? I tried some other things. I did some other things. What skills have I got? Started my podcast and all that sort of stuff. But then I ultimately thought about it and I was like, man, I need to coach. I need to share what I've learned, because if I don't, like, it's a waste of all of that, those years and years of experience and lessons, and I can just help people. And that's why I started coaching. And it started, I did it originally when I was still playing with the girls, and I was just there to like help them. And that's the way I saw it. I was just a servant to improve, like help them improve, help them learn off what I had learnt, find different ways and techniques to get the messaging across. And then from there I sort of did a little bit of coaching in around the club stuff while I was still playing. I actually got injured the year that I was meant to play for Thames Valley. I ruptured my bicep tendon, the only surgery I had in my whole career of rugby, and I did it when I was an amateur playing club rugby. And I joined the team as a technical advisor. So I just said to them, I was like, man, I'm so gutted I can't play, but how do I stay involved? I just want to give. I want to be there. So I was really lucky in the fact that the president of the Thames Valley Rugby Union was a good mate of Dad's, and he was in that team that I grew up watching my dad play for. And I just said, like, I just want to stay involved. So I was lucky that they helped the union. They basically accommodated for an extra person to travel with the team. Nice. Sometimes it meant I travelled on a different day or on a later flight. But they found a way to get me there so that I could be involved. So I sat in a technical advisor role where I sat between the playing group and the coaching group. And I actually saw huge benefit in that. And that's part of what we did this year with Uffy. So one of the girls that got injured and had to medically retire, we kept her on as a technical advisor, and she sat between the coaching group and the playing group and was like kind of like a mentor kind of role.
Nice.
And just sort of helped. Hers was a little bit different in the fact that she kind of helped Nathan White, understand the girls and their kind of level to help, him with the forward coaching and the scrum stuff. Where my kind of role, where I kind of sat in the middle, and the coaches gave me their big picture of how they wanted to play the game, and then I gave them the understanding of, okay, well, these are the skills that they're going to need. These are the drills. These are some drills that we can do. So, and then I would then connect in with the playing group and get their understanding of how they are receiving those training sessions and understanding what he need more of. So it was this real kind of smooth transition between coaching group and playing group, but with all of my IP to help them ultimately drive their big picture direction they wanted to go with the rugby. And I just like doing that. I just was like, man, this is empowering. This is what I want to do. And then the opportunity came up when Ross Filippo was the head coach of Waikato, and they needed an attack coach, and I had agreed to terms with Bay of Plenty to go and coach over there with Mike Delaney. He was the head coach there, and we'd spoken about that, but then Mike ended up getting the Black Ferns assistant role, so he stepped out of that head coach role, and it just, the timing kind of worked that the Waikato job was open, and Floss and I had a really good relationship. We'd played together in the Māori All Blacks and the Chiefs, and we'd actually worked together in the community space at Waikato Rugby, because when I was playing in my latter years, I was in RDO there as well, and Floss was doing the same. So then, when he was looking for an attack coach, he spoke to me about it. Obviously, I alluded to the fact that my, I guess, end of my career as a player there, that wasn't smooth. It wasn't, it was a pretty, kind of ugly scenario and situation. And like I said, that was what it was. So it was a little bit of like, okay, am I going to go back? What does that look like? We had some pretty robust conversations and around that. And ultimately, like, that I loved that team for what it gave me, if that makes sense. And it's not, I'm not blinded by the jersey, because, as I alluded to earlier in the podcast, I understand that it's not the jersey or the color of it, it's the people that within it. And I looked at the team, and a lot of those guys were my teammates when I was their captain 2 years prior or 3 years prior. So I was like, man, I could teach and I could help them a lot. And I decided to, apply and jump in, boots and all. And it was a really cool, the last 3 years being involved with that group was awesome in the fact of managing that transition from player to coach. I think I was ready for that transition because I'd stepped out for a couple of years, but I think the players, especially in the early stages, probably struggled to see me as their coach and still saw me as a peer. But I was proud of the way that I handled that scenario, and ultimately I thought, we got to a really good working position with the playing group, and that kind of having that real deep connection of really understanding them as players, because I'd played alongside them, and then ultimately coaching them really helped. And then while I was in and involved with that, Crystal Koa was the head coach of Chiefs Manawa, and she was looking for an assistant, and a lot of those girls that I originally coached were in that team, and they were, Sweens, you should. And I was like, okay. So I took a meeting and went for coffee, and sat down with Crystal, and we kind of hit it off straight away. And I really liked the way that she looked at the game and what she was trying to do and around the team. So I jumped in as an assistant in that first year. And then it had its challenges, and that's the year that they did the documentary on the Chiefs Rugby Club. So there's a bit of insight in there in terms of some of the things that kind of went on in and around the environment. But and then Crystal moved on, and they spoke to me about well, would you want to apply for the head coach role? And I thought about it and thought, why not? Thought about the direction that they wanted the team to go. That was a big part of that it was a bit of a reset in terms of, okay, let's really drive a really high standard and high performance environment here, and can we really kind of rally a team together to kind of shift the performance needle. And I understood what that would look like, and that it was going to be pretty hard in the initial couple of years to basically reset an environment. But it was a challenge that I was willing to work with them on, and that's what I've been doing the last couple of years, and we've got a pretty exciting group together at the moment. Like, there's a lot of youth sitting in the current playing squad, but there's some glimpses there of, man, they can play.
Man. With the Chiefs Manawa, so are they full-time professional? How do you have to manage that? Where is it? Yeah, does it full-time professional and then it's because it's obviously amateur at the FPC level?
Yeah, so it's different. This year was the first year that it was fully pro in terms of like the campaign. So we had full assembly weeks. So when I first went into the team, how it operated was you could have the playing group assembled Thursday through Sunday. So it basically gave you one training, a captain's run, play Saturday, and then you've got your Sunday to recover and review or whatever, and then turn up again the next Thursday. So because of obviously their ability in terms of the contracts that they could offer, the time frames they could demand of the players, like they had to create an opportunity for the players to be able to keep a job, basically. So this year it got to a point where it operates like NPC does in terms of the men's game. So like NPC, it's full time for that period, and you know, like a X amount of pre-season, and so we had 4 weeks of pre-season where the players could be fully assembled up to a maximum of 20 hours in the training week, and so the team get 2 half days of PD, so to be able to, in terms of their professional development, and 1 full day off. So it's full time without being full time. There's still a bit of balancing that has to go in, because you basically have, well, your Friday is pretty much really a day off, but that can't be your PD day. So, you know, you go a captain's run and then the players have the rest of the day off, but you can't use that as your PD day. So you have to put that in on where our girls have Monday morning off and then a full day. So our training afternoon, then a full day on a Tuesday, Wednesday off, and then a Thursday afternoon off. So coming in the morning, and then Friday captain's run, and then travel. Or if it's a home week, you can have a Thursday that's a full day, and then Friday can be your PD. But it's a little bit, it's a hard balance as a coach trying to, you know, drive the environment. But in terms of like, it's a big step forward in terms of helping the girls understand professionalism and managing a performance week, if it makes sense. Like the 4-day model was a really hard ask to get the players to understand how to be professional when they only come in on a Thursday, basically get 1 training day, have a captain's run, and then play. It's really hard to establish some really good professional habits in and around that, because you've got 3 days where, you know, they've got to be mum, or they've got to, you know, be at work, or all these types of things.
What would be the few, or maybe the top 3 key things that you learn over all the coaches and the careers, or you've observed that you've tried to turn into yourself as
a coach?
Sween's the coach.
I think we had a water ceremony at the start of the year. It's something that the Chiefs do, and we went and stood down in the river, and they talked about, you know, like a couple, like, you know, you can pledge to the water of what you're going to bring to this team. So I think for me as a coach, like, and I said this to the team after, I said, you know, when I stood in that river, like, these are the things that I spoke, and I was like, my job as a head coach is to educate and empower. So that's what I see in terms of my role as a coach. So educate for me is to be able to pass on all of those lessons that I've learned, help understand, you know, upskill players in terms of like their skill level, understand the performance balance of, you know, how can they mentally prepare better off what I know. Like, I'm not a sports psychologist, but, you know, I've played at that level, so I understand, you know, certain things that I've done. The same thing in and around, not necessarily all of my management group have been involved in professional environments for a long period of time. So part of that education process is them educating them on what the week looks like, what it needs, what do we need to make time available for. And then the empower bit is, you know, as a head coach, it's making sure that my staff around me feel empowered to be able to deliver on their area, and it's not stepping over top of them and all the time. And it's, you know, doing basically the work on the connection with them and building the fact that I trust them and really empowering them to deliver like on their area. And that's the same with the players, like creating an environment or a game plan or a system that empowers them to use their skills and their attributes. So I think, that's one thing I learnt off all of my coaches is the person comes first, basically. If you build a relationship with the person, you're going to get a better player. And if you value the person, then you're going to get a better performance. So that's the way I approach it, and that's the way I look at it, because that's, I wanted to play for those coaches that understood me and that valued me, but also empowered me to be able to use my skills and attributes that I had, rather than necessarily, no, everybody's going to do this or be like this. And it's like, well, yeah, but you're stifling, there's certain elements that players possess, and that's the reason that in the environment, whether they be fast, whether they be skillful, whether they have a great offload or whatever, but if you don't create room to empower them to be able to use those skills or be able to run fast, so if you create a game plan where, but your job is we're not going to put the ball into space, we're just going to kick it or play in the forwards, but I've got these outside backs that can run. Why would you not empower them to run just because I think the game should be played like the forwards doing this? It's like, well, look at the team, what do they possess, how do we get the best out of them, and how do we empower them to deliver on that? So I think those two it's probably pretty much summed up in those two words. I want to educate, pass on what I know, what I've learned, and I also want to learn as well, understanding, I can be educated as well by the way that they view things, and as players, boys and girls are very different in terms of the way I explain it is boys think they know everything, girls want to know everything. And that's it's kind of as simple so as it is. I find with the boys, they're like, yeah, and they go out there and get it all wrong. And then you're like, nah. You bring it back, play that again, look at this, okay, now I get it. Where the girls is they will question everything because they don't want to go out there and get it wrong. And I was like, but I don't need you to be perfect. I just need you to try. I want you to make mistakes. And, you're talking earlier about your coaching and with the hockey and stuff like that. It's you want to encourage that. Just give it a go. They have no fear. Just let the ball fly. See what can happen. See what we can do. That's very much how I look at the coaching.
Awesome. I'm going to ask it. How do you catch a marlin?
How do you catch a marlin?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's big reason of why I love fishing is, and it's probably been pretty evident in this podcast in terms of the way I look at rugby and life and in general and coaching. It's all that kind of process, and I love understanding things and trying to basically work it out and figure it out. And I think in terms of catching a marlin, the easiest way to catch a marlin is try and catch one. So I think a lot of people get deterred by the fact that it can be a lot of people will say it's boring and oh man, you go out there all day and you see nothing. And that's all part of it, but that's what are you learning in that days that you don't catch? What are you noticing? What are some of the patterns that are becoming evident? And then when you do catch one, being observant and understanding your environment and looking at what led to that fish being there is probably the most important thing about catching one, is understanding, being observant to your surroundings and then what you're trying to do. I think in terms of catching a marlin, just the fish itself, you need to fish where they are. So intel was everything, and social media is great for that now. A lot of people everybody brags about catching a marlin because it's a bit of an ego to it. But there's with that as well, there's plenty of people that will you can pick brains of and understand, and I'm pretty open with sharing information and where I'm catching fish and all those the types of things, because I have confidence that if I can tell you, yep, cool, I'm catching the marlin here, and I can send you the coordinates of where I'm fishing, but I still have confidence that I can still catch one if you catch one. It's understanding once you get there, it's that's part of the puzzle, but it's understanding how to fish for them and all the techniques that go with that. And that's stuff that you learn over time. But I think the process is really important, having a good boat set up and all those types of things are all things that a part of the equation, but I think the important bit is like, do you want to catch a marlin?
Mm-hmm.
If the answer is yes, then you need to spend the time trying to catch one and ask the right questions, pester the right people. That's all I did. Like, and again, this kind of goes back to what I said around the shed and taking, like, I wouldn't want to do this unless I could do it to this level. It was the same with marlin fishing. Like, I spent a lot of time getting myself to a position where I felt competent to go and actually catch one.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't just like, oh yeah, I'll just give it a go. I was like, okay, who can I talk to? Who do I know? What can I ask them? And I was really like thoughtful in that whole process, to the point where it didn't take me 28 years to catch one. It took me 3 trips.
Mm-hmm.
But that was because of all the work I put in before that point. So talking to people that know, understanding, what am I looking for? What do I need to try? What are some techniques that I need to understand? And so I built up a library of knowledge to a point without, physically doing it, that I had some confidence that when I went out there, and confidence is, like anything in life is, kind of key to everything. Yeah. But yeah, I think the process side of things is probably the most important bit.
And when did you got involved with Matt Watts and Ultimate Fishing TV? At what part of the career, or where did that go? Because all we've spoken about is just pretty much rugby.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I assume this is probably the off season or something like we've concentrated on.
Yeah. You're like probably thinking, where the hell did you have time to go fishing in the middle of all of that? I think, like, for me, fishing's always been something that I did. Like, that was, a bit of a pastime growing up with Dad. Yeah. That's a really strong connection that my dad and I share. Same with the hunting. I'm definitely more into the fishing side than the hunting side, and Dad's definitely the other way. He's a bit more of he's more
hearty.
Yeah, hunting sort of spins his wheels a lot more than fishing does. And that's probably the same with all of my brothers too, actually. Like, their hunting kind of drive is, like, they're probably like a 70-30, where I'm probably the flip side of that with the fishing. And I'm not sure why that is, but it just, kind of is the way it is. And I think that's mainly, that kind of reignited itself and re-sparked itself when I got into the game fishing and into marlin fishing. There's a lot of similarities in the two, in terms of, like, it's a real hunt to find marlin. Like, there's a real knack to, being able to understand the conditions and read, the water, and understand, where the food's going to be, and, what kind of food are they going to be eating, and what does the water conditions look like, and all that currents, all that sort of stuff comes into play. Just like if you go for a hunt, understanding where the sunny faces are, and the sunny face is going to have more feed on it, what time of the day they're going to be there, when are they going to be moving, when are they going to be sitting down and resting, like, all that kind of stuff is all part of the process and understanding. So I think there's a huge crossover in the two, but I think maybe the fishing side of things for me is I can do that myself. Like, I have my own boat, and I can go out, and my brothers don't, like, so maybe that's an element of it too, is like that, but I've got the means to do that because that's what I decided to invest in, or where I put my time and energy. But I suppose, like, fishing has always been something that I've done, and it was actually when I was in Japan, because I was getting my summertime free. So I was doing quite a bit of fishing when I come home and in the breaks, and I bought myself a little, my boat's still only little, but I bought a little boat that just had a little tilt-steer auxiliary motor on the back, and I just would go out and just fish, man, every chance I got in those summer breaks, and, didn't have the kids then as well. So I was just out there fishing, and, anybody that would be keen to go, I'd be like, let's go. I was out there chasing kingies and snapper and all that kind of stuff. And I was sort of lucky enough. I've always wanted to catch marlin. And I think growing up holidaying in Whitianga, it's a bit of a, like, I always remember marlin coming in on these big launches and being like, man, that's cool. Imagine catching one of those one day. Like, that'd be amazing. So there was a real kind of almost this like, is that achievable kind of thing to it. And I was just like, man, I would love to do that one day. And I wonder if I ever have the chance. And then it just sort of happened through, struck up a bit of a, like a family friend of mine. And then because I was getting that summertime free and he was doing a bit of fishing and I was, we kind of became a lot closer and shared interest. Like we'd known each other for a long time in terms of our dads had been good mates. But then we kind of sparked up a real like connection and around fishing in those summer months when I was home. So then we started doing a lot more fishing together. And I remember his sister actually married a guy that used to be a professional like game fisherman. He used to work on professional boats. And so he's like, oh man, my sister started dating this dude and like, Sean, and he knows how to catch marlin. And we're like, we're going to catch one. And they did. Yeah. And I was just like, oh, that's pretty cool. And I was like, man, I'd be keen to come. And then Tim's like, oh, well, we'll go. And it was just Tim and I went out for his birthday actually. And he was just like, oh, I'm going to go fishing. You want to come? I was like, yep. He's like, we'll go catch marlin. And so we went out to try, and we went out and first day we got one, I was just like, holy, this is wicked. Like, he'd already caught one, obviously, but we caught one. He caught it. And, it was a bit of a baptism of fire. I had to drive the boat and leader it and do all the fun stuff, which is the bit I absolutely love now. Winding it in's not really my thing. Finding them and then, doing everything else is what excites me. But, so that was, we did that, and then I was like, man, I want to do this. Like, how am I going to do it? And then obviously Sean become my, port of call. He was the one that fielded all my questions, and then I built my boat, Mini Chiefy, which and then I built that while I was in Japan. So I'd gone in, signed up and everything on the boat and paid the deposit and said, this is how I want the boat to be. So there's a bit of back and forth while I was in Japan around some different stuff that I wanted done to it and whatnot. And then the boat was ready for me when we came home at summertime. So I came back at summertime, picked the boat up. We went out the next day with Sean and Tim. And we went out and Sean's like, oh, yeah, cool, your boat's like, yeah, you'll catch a marlin on this. And just him saying that gave me that confidence to be like, I was like, really? And he's like, yeah, no, you'll definitely catch one. And I'm like, oh, okay. And he showed me how to run all the lures and everything. And then my brother and I went out the next trip, maybe like a week later, and we raised the marlin, but it didn't eat the lure. It missed. And then we're just, oh, man, that was pretty cool. And not knowing that, what you kind of meant to do, I ended up driving away from where the fish were, and that was a lesson that I learnt. And then Sean told me, I'd said to him, oh, this happened today. And he goes, oh, well, then what'd you do? And I was like, oh, we ended up down here. He's like, what? And I was like, okay, well, that's a dumb decision. I need to stay put. And then, the next trip out, I went out and caught one. And, it was a mate of mine, Carl Extons, who actually played, was involved with the Chiefs in 2014. It was the year after, in 2015, sorry. And, it was, it was a pretty awesome experience, and I was just like, man, and then from there I was hooked, and that was, I just went down a awesome path of learning and understanding and talking to people and building friendships and connections, in the sport, kind of like anything you get passionate into, people get passionate into, dogs or dog training or whatever it might be, building sheds or anything. And it was just some of the people I've met are just, they're lifelong friends now. And, it's just been a really, really cool journey. I started documenting a little bit of stuff through just social media. I started my podcast, once I finished my playing career, and I used that as a bit of a platform to connect with, fishermen and them to share their stories, and basically so I could learn off them, really, and just that shared kind of passion and interest. And that kind of led to more and more things. And I guess that's kind of how I ended up in the position that I kind of sit in now, where I do a little bit of, work through like social media, promoting, a few different brands and things like that. And I never would have thought in my wildest dreams that, I would have built a brand new boat last year, and that was all, funded for by, a few social media posts and things like that, and creating a profile in fishing and not out of rugby.
And so is that going to be, was that a separate profile to the Dwayne Sweeney profile then? Or is that under the Dwayne Sweeney profile? Well,
I've got two Instagram pages. I've got obviously an Instagram page for my podcast in terms of Real Tales with Sweens, but I think like the kind of fishing part is that's really kind of like my identity, you know, like that's become. It's quite interesting because I remember like I was with a guy, Ben Brown, and we went to like some event and then someone's like, oh, what's your name? You look familiar. And I was like, oh, it's, you know, Dwayne Sweeney, or Sweens, but everyone calls me, you know, my name's Dwayne Sweeney, but everyone calls me Sweens. And he's like, oh, you're the guy with the podcast. And then Brownie kind of looked at me and he goes, oh, I bet that sounds a bit weird, instead of being like, oh, you used to play for the Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like that's kind of the line. But I think like there's definitely, and it's kind of the circles you hang in and stuff as well, you know, like I think because I spend so much time in the fishing circles with my pastime now, that a lot of my identity sits within that. So a lot of, you know, I go up and I'm present at the boat show and I do a bunch of different things for a few different brands while I'm up there, and you know, so I'm kind of front and center and associated with that. So
how cool has it been to change the identity? Because I imagine, and you'll come across, a lot of dudes will finish their rugby playing career and they've always been the rugby guy. And then it's like, what's next? Is you've slid into two really, with coaching and the fishing. Yeah. And it is quite cool because no doubt, I mean, some fishermen obviously like rugby and vice versa. But like lots of communities, you know, like lots of them will just have no, you know, like, oh yeah, did the All Blacks win? Or how was the game? It's been a pretty, like, it's been quite interesting how it's kind of played out, you know, like it's never anything I thought would ever be a thing, you know, like to basically I don't really have a lot of cost involved in fishing now, which is incredible. Like the thing that I love to do, a lot of it is, you know, kind of funded by, you know, just being able to, and I think the podcast has been a huge part of that because, again, like I view things with my coaching. So like I learnt to catch a marlin. Like I'm not gifted. I'm not a fish whisperer. I don't go out there. It's not magic. Yeah. I learnt from a lot of really good people, and what I used the podcast was to help other people. So like I've been very much like, well, this is not my knowledge to keep. Like this is stuff that I have learnt from others, and if they're willing to share it, I want to help them share it. So if they want to, you know, like Bonds Lewis is a really good example. So he obviously benefits off sales of lures and stuff, but he's established his brand off the fact that he was a professional skipper. And he like has great skills in being able to catch marlin. So it's not just the lure that he makes, it's all of the knowledge that comes with that. And we use the podcast to help share that knowledge and attach a different level of connection to the brand. So it's like people just see the lure, but now they understand the person that sits behind that made that lure, and what do they know, what do they understand, what have they learned over time, what can you learn off them that is now. So now when you buy, you know, like for me, if I buy a lure, I know that I'm not just buying that lure, I'm buying like that connection into that knowledge of like over all of those years that he did it, he's established this brand that kind of sits there. So yeah, for me, like having the podcast platform to be able to connect and share those stories has really helped me. Like it's definitely helped me benefit because I've been educated in that process, but then it's also helped me promote particular brands as well, which then has then benefited me in return because I'm promoting their brand and it's kind of working both ways. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
What notable guests and brands have you had on the podcast? Like what stands out to you over the few years that you're like, man, that was a good chat or that was good fun?
I think in all honesty, like all of them, like I definitely, I could not tell you that one of them wasn't like actually incredible. And I'm a firm believer of everybody's interesting. You just got to ask the right question. And I think you understand that. But yeah, that's probably like one thing, because a lot of people will come and listen to my podcast quite diverse. Like it's become more probably based around fishing in the latter years, and I wish I could do more, but it's so hard for me to apply the time. Like it's just with my work schedule and what I'm doing, it's just really hard, and it's a lot of I guess I think I've got just over 40 episodes out, but that's across, like 5-6 years. So it's taken a fair bit of time to, build up a library like that. And it's definitely slowed a little bit of late just because I've been busy with other stuff and the kids and that, but it's not something I'm going to stop doing. Like, I'm definitely going to keep trying to find a way to do more and more of it. But I think, like, in terms of the guests, what I say to a lot of people, they'll come for whatever reason. If they're connected to the fishing, if they're connected to the rugby identity of me or whatever, or it's the particular guest that comes along and they go, oh, I'm really interested in Jessie Hodges. Like, she's just won gold medals at the Commonwealth Games, but I had Jessie on before she went to the Olympics in Tokyo. Yeah. And there might be a cycling person that comes in and just it might pop up for a social media feed and they're like, oh, but if you're interested in Jessie, then you'll be interested in anyone that I've talked to, like, because if you're interested in the chat, like, it's all relatable, and and that's one thing I try really hard to do is connect whoever it is I'm talking to into the other elements of my life, because I know that people are listening because they like hunting, because I've got Andre Alapati or J.E. Wilds on there, who's got a huge social media and YouTube presence, and Andre Alapati's obviously on the Red Stag Timber Hunters Club, which is on TV. So he's got a big following, but then there's so many elements of his story that we talk about rugby, because he used to be a rugby player, and the different people he knows and how hunting relates to rugby, and then vice versa. And then, it was actually Sam Kane's podcast, and we talked about marlin fishing because he went fishing with Matt Watson, and he was my first ever episode, and he'd just become the All Blacks captain. And we talked about marlin fishing, and it was that sparked bonds, as Lewis then getting in touch and being like, man, you think about fishing, you think about rugby like I think about fishing. And then that kick-started that conversation and that friendship that, is one of my best friends now, Bonds, and we spend a lot of time. There's not many days that go by that we don't spend, 20, 30 minutes on the phone. And ultimately it always comes back to fishing, but we talk about everything else as well. But I think in terms of, like, maybe real wow factor in moments, like being able to sit at Brendan McCullum's house was a bit like, wow, holy, like he's somebody that I have a huge amount of, like, respect for what he'd done in his sports career. And then, that was obviously prior to him then coaching England, but man, like, just incredible, and just his mindset in the way and around things was amazing. Like, Jessie Hodges was another one. I had Teresa on, who I first coached with, and obviously being a female that's been involved in a heavily male-dominated sport, like, that was a big element of why I wanted her to come on the podcast, and because rugby players are perceived to be a certain way, especially male rugby players, but what Teresa understands is, like, she really understands what the whole environment is actually like, and that it's not what people perceive or think like her is. At the end of the day, we're all humans. Like, it's, we're not superhuman, and we're not any different than anybody else. We're all weird and wonderful in our own particular ways. So, I think in terms of, like, guess that kind of, like, really kind of sums it up. Like, we're all weird and we're all wonderful in the same, context. So that's why, I really enjoy the podcast itself.
Yeah, man. The main place to find the podcast, YouTube, Spotify.
Yeah, it's on basically anywhere you can get a a podcast
reel
platform. Yeah, Reel Tales with Swings and reels spelt like a fishing reel, and tails spelt like TAILS as well. So like it's there. I obviously don't have the means to film mine, but it is on YouTube, but basically obviously you get YouTube, like, you listen to it obviously instead of watching it. But Spotify and Apple and all places that you can find a podcast.
And Instagram's the best place to find you?
Like, I have a Facebook profile for the podcast, but to be fair, I don't use Facebook. So my personal page is probably the one that has the most I guess interaction in terms of, like, my
we met.
It's how we met. In terms of my personal profile and how I use that. But then also my podcast has a Instagram page as well, where I put all of my show notes and episodes and little clips and stuff in and out of the podcast and there as well.
Awesome. Well, go along and follow. If you've got to hear, I always appreciate a follow, a like, a subscribe. It makes a big difference. And if there's a comment, then you actually comment, you're actually getting in touch. It's remarkably hard to get in touch with me in my normal life, but it's remarkably easy to get in touch with me on my social media life. It's sort of, I don't know, I don't know if people would think that that's the way of it, but it certainly is. I'll probably say it's the same for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I think
an Instagram comment, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll reply to that. A phone call, put that in the missed call pile.
Yeah, get back to that one a bit later on. Yeah, no, it's definitely a bit like that.
Any last shout outs or anything before we wrap up this one?
Oh no, I think just thanks for having me on, Jason. Like it's not often that you get to sit in in a space where you can reflect while you're like actually in something, if that makes sense. So like definitely. That was a big learn for me when I first went on a podcast, is that quite often you get caught in the rat race of just what's in front of you, and you kind of forget to look at where you've been, what are some of the lessons that you've taken. Reliving a few things at times can sometimes really help your mindset and reset things, and I think that's why conversation's so important just in general. So I'd probably just encourage everybody out there that listens to this, just keep talking, talk to as many people as you can, catch up with those mates, spend the time, ring them on the phone call, ring your mates on your drive home, get them on the phone, talk for 20 minutes, talk about anything and everything. I think that's something that we're probably losing a little bit of touch with in society, just because of that. It is so easy to just send a message or like a post or something as, I've been catching up with such and such because I saw that they were at the beach and they put a story on their Instagram, but actually ring them, what were you up to at the beach?
How was it?
How was it? Like that kind of stuff. So I really thank you for the opportunity to sit here and listen to me waffle. Because I know that I'm extremely lucky with the experiences that I've been able to live, I guess. So hopefully that I didn't bore people too much, and that they enjoyed hearing a little bit of what I've been up to.
No, bro, I thought it was awesome. I just appreciate so much of the stories of good people working hard, but what you've done is, and just everybody has these ups and downs, but there's these steady things of just discipline, keep moving forward, that attitude that I really just hope that we can share with people, so that whatever you're going through, and as we said, sometimes it's horrific, sometimes it's a speed bump in the road, is just like, hey, we're all on this crazy journey, apart but together as well. So, just do it and enjoy it, and it is just a journey as well. I think that's it, is whatever's happening, it's just part of it. It's not as big a deal. I mean, we talk rugby business, we can talk about all these things that can seem like the end of the world, and then you reflect back, especially once you've got a few decades like we've got under the belt, and you're like, oh no, that's just an interesting
it's just a funny story.
It's just a funny story now.
Kicking Mitch in the head was just a funny story. Felt like the end of the world, but
yeah, it was hilarious. Awesome.
Thank you.
Cheers, bro.